Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, I'll bring some words on the point of order as brought up by the member for Sydney Whitney Pier on Friday with respect to the words, quote, misled and, quote, misleading. I thought I had heard the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party say that another member of intentionally misleading the House. Today, I reviewed Hansard from Friday to see that I had in fact misheard, so the member for Sydney Whitney Pier's point of order is well taken. Pardon me? Pardon me, Cape Breton Centre, my apologies. I think it is a good time to clarify for all members of the House the playing field with respect to the two words that I've referred to, misled and misleading. There is a good explanation by the Speaker of the House of Commons. On March 7, 1974, Speaker Lamoureux made a ruling that touches on the principles underlying the parliamentary practice in question, and he said, quote, "The honourable member knows the rules well. We have heard hundreds of times over the years. The honourable member has heard it. We all know it is not unparliamentary to suggest that another member has made misrepresentations or misled the House. What is unparliamentary and has been ruled on very often is to suggest that it was intentional, willful, that kind of a concept. When a minister or member tells another member he has misled the House, I am sure there is no suggestion that the statement should be withdrawn. According to the rules, at that point it becomes a matter of debate between two members concerning who is right and who is wrong. In other words, as we say in this chamber many times, a disagreement of facts. That being said, there is a gray area in which those words could be found to be unparliamentary in the particular circumstances. The Speaker could deem an assertion that another member has, quote, misled the House without a direct reference to misleading having been intentional to be a breach of order if other remarks frame the assertion in such a way to imply that the misleading was intentional. The Speaker can look at other parts of what is being said and the manner in which it is said to determine the overall effect of the speech on order in the House. This overall authority is explained well in Bosch and Gagnon on page 624. Quote from Bosch and Gagnon, in dealing with unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, the manner, and the intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most importantly, whether or not the remarks created disorder in the chamber. Thus, language deemed unparliamentary on one day may not necessarily be deemed unparliamentary on another day. The codification of unparliamentary language is proven impractical, as it is in the context in which the words and phrases are used that the chair must consider when deciding whether or not they should be withdrawn. Although an expression may be found to be acceptable, the Speaker is cautioned that any language which leads to disorder in the House should not be used. In conclusion, while that a claim that a member is deliberately misleading the House or has deliberately misled the House is unquestionably unparliamentary, the Speaker can intervene in the interests of preserving order if the Speaker determines that a claim that another member has misled the House is delivered in a manner that the Speaker determines to have implied intention, or in a manner that the Speaker finds has caused disorder in the House. That was not the case on Friday, but I think it's important that all members are aware of the factors that the chair can consider. So again, the point of order is upheld. We'll now move on to the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask for clarification on the point of order? Just pretty much every time the Premier responds to a question in question period, he makes a statement that I say one thing in one community and something different in another. And this is a line of constant babble from the Premier. That's not true. That is an intentional misrepresentation unless the Premier can prove otherwise. I'd just like some clarification on that type of language in this House.
So that's a point of order that your Honourable House Leader brought up also on Friday, and I'll bring a ruling to that later today. So we'll now move on to presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition. With the operative clause, we, the undersigned, the residents, travellers of Mines Road, Macan, Nova Scotia, request immediate attention and a solution to the current unacceptable conditions of the road. There are 100 signatures on this, and I've affixed my name as per the rules of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition. We, the undersigned residents of the province of Nova Scotia, draw the attention of the provincial government of Nova Scotia to the following: that the Nova Scotia Residential Tenancies Act statutory conditions section 7A entry of premises states, except in the case of an emergency, the landlord shall not enter the premises without the consent of the tenant unless A, notice of termination of the tenancy has been given and the entry is at a reasonable hour for the purpose of exhibiting the premises to prospective tenants or purchasers. Therefore, your petitioners call upon the provincial government of Nova Scotia to amend the Nova Scotia Residential Tenancies Act statutory conditions section 7A entry of premises to require that the landlord gives 24 hours notice for all property viewings by prospective tenants or purchasers, and I've affixed my signature as well.
Petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the position of Conflict of Interest Commissioner was vacated by the resignation of former Commissioner Justice Merlin D. Nunn on June the 12th, 2018, and whereas in accordance with Section 5 of the Conflict of Interest Act, the Governor and Council appointed former Chief Justice P. Kennedy as acting Commissioner on July 31st, 2018 to hold office until a new Commissioner is appointed. And whereas in accordance with Section 4 of the Conflict of Interest Act, upon consultation with leaders of the recognized parties and subject to the approval of the House of Assembly, the Governor and Council shall appoint a person to be the Conflict of Interest Commissioner on a full-time or part-time basis for a term of office not more than 5 years, but with the option of reappointment. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 4 and 6 of Chapter 35 of the Acts of 2010, the Conflict of Interest Act, the Governor and Council shall, as soon as reasonably practicable, appoint former Chief Justice Joseph P. Kennedy as a Conflict of Interest Commissioner on a part-time basis for a term of office of 5 years with such remuneration and allowances as determined by the Governor and Council. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, where we have today with us Marcel Maquillo, who is joined by some of his colleagues from the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage. The resolution I'm about to read really doesn't do justice to the impact that Marcel has had on our department, on our province, and well beyond. Former music teacher, Marcel brought his passion for the creative sector to the public service, and the rest, they say, is history. But he's now reached a point where the Highlands of Cape Breton is drawing him there further. And we wish him the best in his retirement. And I'll read, Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice at a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Marcel Maquillo began his career with the public service in 1984 as a touring performing arts officer, later serving in various related positions that led him to become the executive director of the Culture and Heritage Division of the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage. And whereas Marcel has made a significant contribution to the life of our province, notably being at the helm of some of the most amazing East Coast Music Awards as chair of the East Coast Music Association, leading the charge for Nova Scotia in our participation during the Cultural Olympiad during Vancouver 2010, and working with the Creative Leadership Council. And whereas Marcel has truly poured his soul into his work when it comes to making strides with cultural and creative sector legislation and government relations, and especially as he supported the development of the entire creative sector with a specific emphasis on the music industry. Therefore, be it resolved, members of the House of Assembly recognize the astonishing and inspiring work of Marcel McKeough, whose legacy will have a lasting impact on our province, and wish him well as he enters retirement. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate, as well as rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on October the 11th, the 2019 Halifax Regional Police Science Program held its graduation ceremony, and 23 graduating cadets were also sworn in as new police officers. And whereas by taking a solemn oath as a sworn officer of the law, these new police officers are making a promise to serve the citizens of the Halifax Regional Municipality with kindness, respect, compassion, professionalism, grace, courage, honor, and integrity. And whereas police are expected to be leaders in their communities, to not only reduce crime and keep citizens safe, but also to facilitate positive, trusting interactions between police and the communities they serve, while also working with communities to help address complex societal issues such as mental health and addictions. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the 2019 graduating class and wish these new officers a long and successful policing career. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
In the East Gallery, we have a familiar face with us today, Brett McKinnon. If he would rise so we can locate him, make sure he's here. Anyway, Brett is the EA to Minister McClellan, but Brett is also making quite a splash in the Nova Scotia golf scene, and we want to welcome him here today and note his most recent accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Nova Scotia Golf Association recently announced the 2019 NSGA Player of the Year Awards based on tournament results throughout the golfing year. And whereas this prestigious honour was awarded in 4 categories to hardworking and deserving athletes, including Abby Baker, Junior Girls Player of the Year, Jake Smith, Junior Boys Player of the Year, Debbie Arsenault, Women's Player of the Year, and Brett McKinnon, Men's Player of the Year. And whereas Abby, Jake, Debbie, and Brett boasted incredible results in tournaments throughout the season, earning them those respective titles and taking the Nova Scotia golfing scene by storm. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Abby, Jake, Debbie, and Brett on earning their respective Player of the Year award titles and wish them all the best as they continue to be above par in talent and below par on the course. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the East Gallery, where we have a number of special guests, including Leona Berkey, the Executive Director of Brain Injury Nova Scotia, Patrick McConnell, brain injury survivor and office manager of Brain Injury Nova Scotia. Dr. Richard Braha, acquired brain injury program manager of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Randy Monroe, director of Rehab Nova Scotia Health Authority. Carla Hurdle, the director of operations of Peters Place. Aaron McDonald, facility manager of Peters Place, and Kristen McNeil, a co-op student working within the Department of Health and Wellness. If you'd all please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas about 60,000 Nova Scotians live with an acquired brain injury, and whereas acquired brain injuries can range from a mild concussion to a more severe injury with a range of short and long-term impacts, and whereas Nova Scotians living with brain injuries should be supported to live full and independent lives, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize the importance of continued support for Nova Scotians living with brain injury. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed, but all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
In the East Gallery, I'd like to introduce Bruce Hancock, Executive Director for Aquaculture Development, and Nathan Vandell, Manager of Aquaculture Development, and Matthew King, Geographic Information Systems Analyst. If you all three would stand and receive a warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture staff use ArcGIS online as a geographic information system developed by Environment Systems Research Institute, ESRI, to implement a reliable public-facing web-based mapping application. Whereas the ArcGIS platform improves transparency by providing up-to-date and accurate information for Nova Scotians about aquaculture operations in an easy-to-understand and visually interactive mapping tool. And whereas a project spearhead by the Department of GIS Analysis, Matthew King, has been nominated by ESRI Canada for an Award of Excellence, which will be presented November 5th at the ESRI Canada User Conference at Halifax Convention Centre. Therefore, resolved, members of this House recognize the significant efforts to promote the sustainable growth of aquaculture industry and wishing Matthew King as well at the award ceremony in November. Mr. Speaker, would ask for waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mr. Borden Williams of Sandy Point, Shelburne County, Nova Scotia, an influential and well-represented member of his community and the fishing industry, passed away on March 24, 2019 at the age of 51. As where Mr. Williams was an active and vocal member of the lobster industry for several decades, first as a harvester and later as a buyer, a successful businessman and the face of UGO Fisheries. And whereas Mr. Williams contributed significantly to the prosperity of his community through his hard work and dedication to the industry and its business, and enjoyed a good working relationship with his loyal employees. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of this House recognize Borden Williams for his celebrated career and give our thanks to his many contributions to the Nova Scotia seafood sector and its community. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Lebanese community in Nova Scotia has made great contributions to the province's cultural, religious, economic and political landscape. And whereas Nova Scotia will celebrate its second annual Lebanese Heritage Month this November, with communities from Yarmouth to Sydney hosting an array of events giving all an opportunity to honor and learn about Lebanon's vibrant community, culture, and history. And whereas the month of November holds great significance for Lebanese all over the world, as Independence Day, Eid al-Istiqlal, is celebrated on November 22nd in commemoration of the end of the French Mandate in 1943. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join the Lebanese community in celebrating their second annual Lebanese Heritage Month and recognize the contribution to Nova Scotia's communities, economy, and cultural diversity. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the House of Assembly Rules and Forms of Procedure. Be it resolved that all congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly from September 26, 2019 to the end of business today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the member from Cape Breton Centre, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1993, the Tobacco Access Act.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1993, the Tobacco Access Act.
Bill number 219, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 14 of the Acts of 1993, the Tobacco Access Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate Angie Turner of Green Hill for her victory in the Nova Scotia Unlisted contest put on by Tourism Nova Scotia. Angie took a gorgeous photo of Melmurby Beach, located in Marigamish, to highlight her favorite lesser-known location in Nova Scotia. Angie's beautiful shot will be featured on the cover of this year's English Doers and Dreamers travel guide. This guide is distributed to travelers around the world to inspire them to visit the marvelous province of Nova Scotia. And Angie's local photo will encourage tourists to come to Pictou County. I thank Angie for sharing her amazing talent with the world and congratulate her for this incredible accomplishment. I look forward to seeing the cover of the travel guide this year and knowing that it will showcase the true beauty of our county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, could I say a word of introduction, please?
Permission granted.
Well, it's our treat today in the legislature to be being visited by Betsy MacDonald, who is in part of the gallery where she can have a 100% view of Her Majesty's opposition. Betsy was the NDP candidate in the federal election in the great riding of Central Nova. I'd like everybody to welcome Betsy on her visit.
The Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last April, the South Shore Smash 15 under girls volleyball team claimed gold at the 2019 Tier 2 Blue Division 15U Provincial Championships. The Smash challenged the Annapolis Blaze in the final, taking gold in 3 sets. Taylor Zink and Caitlin Fraser were named All-Stars, and setter Morgan Landry was named the 2019 MVP. Lunenburg County has a well-established volleyball community with strong leaders. The last 4 years, head coach Kevin Conrad has led 4 different teams to 3 provincial medals, with back-to-back gold at the 15U age group. The championship team members are Coach Conrad, assistant coach Deanna Oikel Conrad, trainer Emma Conrad, and players Autumn Kirk, Emma Sini, Caitlin Fraser, Katie Watson, April DeVoe, Hannah Coppernay, Mila Backman, Marley Thorogood, Taya McDonald, Taylor Zink, Rain Kaiser, and Morgan Landry. Congratulations to the coaches, players, and all those involved with the team's success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Liverpool's Lauren Inglis, who has recently had a successful audition and been awarded a place in Symphony Nova Scotia's Youth Orchestra as one of their 4 trombone players. A grade 11 student at Liverpool Regional High School, Lauren began playing the trombone in 6th grade and takes weekly lessons from Rod McGilvery. The Youth Orchestra becomes the 6th band of which she is a member. The others are the LRHS Concert and Jazz Bands, the Mersey Band and Mersey Swing Band, and the Nova Scotia Youth Wind Ensemble. Lauren is the only female trombonist in the Youth Orchestra and Wind Ensembles. Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to recognize this talented and dedicated young musician. Not surprisingly, she plans to study music after high school, and I wish her a very successful and bright future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Clare Digby Midget A Ravens for winning the Accord Championship at last spring's SEDMA International Minor Hockey Tournament and commend them on their perseverance when they faced defeat and being edged out of the tournament. For those of you that don't know, SEDMA is one of North America's largest minor hockey tournaments, including Atom, Pee Wee, Bantam, and Midget teams. Every year, teams from all over Nova Scotia and beyond pack up their gear and head to Halifax to participate and hopefully do well at this important tournament. The Ravens did have a rough start in the tournament, losing their first and third game and dropping from the Odyssey Division to the Accord Division. In the Accord Division semi-final, the Ravens survived a shootout and advanced to the final. Their last game was also close. The Ravens winning after a 10-minute overtime period in which the Ravens' Ryan Gunn scored the winning goal. He's my neighbor, by the way. For those players, it was a grueling trip to the banner presentation. I'm sure it makes it even more special for the Ravens teammates when they see that SEDMA banner displayed at our rink. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the forestry sector in Cumberland North. I am so proud of the hard work of our foresters, many of whom are private woodlot owners, and they take great pride in their management of sustainable forestry practices, including silviculture and tree planting. Cumberland North is part of Cumberland County, which has a land base of over 1 million acres, of which over 800,000 are forested, and of which over 10% of the land is protected. $25 to $30 million in harvest receipts come into Cumberland County per year from the forestry industry, and about $1.5 million is spent on silviculture. There are over 500 direct and induced jobs from our forestry sector. Mr. Speaker, forestry contributes significantly to the economy in Cumberland North. Please join me in recognizing the men and women that are dedicated to the forestry sector in Cumberland North and throughout all of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary group of paddlers, many of whom are from Dartmouth North, the members of the Dragon Boat East Paddling Club, or the Dragon Beasts. Dragon Boat East has been serving the Dragon Boat community in Dartmouth since 2006, and paddlers range in age from their 20s to their 70s. This past July, 94 members of the club competed at the Canadian Championships in Lake Wascana, Regina. The club entered boats in the over 40, over 50, and over 60 categories, both men and women. Despite the nasty weather, the club qualified top 5 Senior C men and Senior C mixed and tied for 5th in the Senior B mixed. They also placed 6th in the Senior B men and 7th in the Senior C women, as well as 8th in Senior B women and Senior A mixed. The teams were expertly coached by Albert McDonald and Tim Schaus. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the whole club and ask all members of this House to join me in chanting in the way that all fans of our Dartmouth paddlers do, "Go Beasts, go." Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the McPhee Metro Mustang baseball team, which is the first all-girls team to play in the boys' competitive Blue Nose League with baseball, Nova Scotia. They are the first all-girls team to win the provincial championship in this league. The girls scored 54 runs while allowing only 15 during the provincial tournament. I recognize and congratulate the McPhee Metro Mustangs on their impressive achievement of capturing the provincial championship in the Blue Nose League.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and thank all of the staff who work at the Nova Scotia Legislature. We are protected by the commissionaires. We are assisted by the legal staff, educated and supported by the library and administrative staff, and held accountable by the reporters who help the public know more about what we do. But lastly, I want to thank and acknowledge all 16 pages who have worked extremely hard to help us do our jobs better. I would specifically like to acknowledge our best and brightest students, the Nova Scotia Legislative Pages Charlotte, Brianna, Jama, Brandon, Danielle, Riley, Maria, Sophia, Emily, Chitty, Nathan, Jacob, Jeff, Kirsten, David, and Jesse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in my place to speak about a young athlete who's making headlines in our local area, and I would like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to address her accolades. Lance native Lisa Mumbercat recently made the under-16 female Nova Scotia hockey team and represented our province with pride, bringing home a gold as the goaltender at the Atlantic Challenge Cup. This talented young goalie has been making a name for herself since she first laced up her skates. Transitioning from a player to netminder in her first year in Adam, Lisa quickly found her niche and was moved up to Pee Wee A. Her second season saw her playing at the AA level in a female Pee Wee hockey, once again as an underager. Things didn't slow down for Lisa in the success department, playing the next 2 years on the boys' AAA team, paving the way for her to make the boys' major bantam level for the next 2 seasons. As a 13-year-old, Lisa had also attended the Rush College Showcase in Toronto, where her team won gold. Off the ice, Lisa is a studious grade A student, maintaining an excellent grade average, leading her to win the Education Award at the Riverside Educational Center, presented for distinguished achievement based on academic performance for all 3 terms in grades 6 and 7. I would like to congratulate Lisa on her success to date and ask you to join me, Mr. Speaker, in wishing her all the best in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make special mention of Mr. Eldon Turner of Lower Sackville. On any given day throughout the week, you will find Eldon in his kitchen at Eldon Soup and Sandwiches, whose motto is, quote, "where no one dines alone," unquote. Eldon has served the community 7 days a week by providing a variety of healthy meals such as baked salmon, lasagna, seafood chowder, and much more for a minimal cost. Last year, Eldon opened on Christmas Day to provide Christmas dinner to anyone who had no other place to go at no charge. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Mr. Eldon Turner for making a difference in the lives of so many by not only giving them a full belly, but also providing them a social venue to enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my concern once again at the number of people who are homeless or may soon be in Halifax, and to encourage Housing Nova Scotia to support innovative and nimble solutions, including modular housing units, which can be assembled quickly at a cost of about $25,000. I'd also encourage the government to reach out to JD Composites in Meteghan, which built a house with R30 values out of using recycled plastic pop bottles. That's 2.5 times more efficient than a typical home. David Saunier, the inventor behind the home, also showed me a shed which could be modified to a tiny home rather quickly that he built for $8,000. There are ways to respond to what is going to be a homelessness crisis if there is political will to do so.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share with you a story of entrepreneurial spirit in the heart of Canso, the success of the Harbourview Bakery and Cafe. Harbourview Bakery and Cafe, run by Mary, is an eating establishment serving home-style cooking, everything from soup, sandwiches, wraps, fish and chips, and burgers to full meals, as well as their delicious baked goods. Ever the optimist, Mary is happy to feed people. She loves owning her own business. Helping people and giving back to her community are priorities for Mary. For Mary, community is important. The hallway to her bakery features photos of days gone by, a tribute to the great history of Canso, with old pictures of the waterfront, many local buildings, the regattas, and so on. The wall has even become an attraction for tourists who visit the area. Known by locals and tourists alike for their friendly staff and top-notch service, the Harborview Bakery and Cafe has a reputation for big portions and fresh food. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Mary and the Harborview Bakery Cafe staff for their success in entrepreneurship, their talent in baking and food service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue on 50 years of service to Nova Scotia. Search and rescue officially started in November of 1969 after a 5-day search in the Cape Breton Highlands for a father of 5 who was found alive. While he was in the hospital recovering, Cape Breton Search and Rescue was created. Since then, another 23 teams have been created, plus the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue Association was formed. In the last 50 years, there is estimated to have been more than 1,000 searches, tens of thousands of volunteers, hundreds of thousands of training hours, and millions of search hours freely given to the lost and their families. On behalf of all those who have called on the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue in time of need for help, I wish to express my gratitude for their willingness to serve and the high degree of professionalism which they bring to that effort. Nova Scotia is a better place for having 50 years of ground search and rescue. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature join me in thanking all the volunteers of the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue for their service to our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Nova Scotia celebrating its 2nd annual Lebanese Heritage Month in November, I rise today to recognize the contributions of the Canadian-Lebanon Society of Halifax. This organization has played an integral part of the fabric of this province. Its first president, Edward Francis Arab, was born in Halifax in 1915 and was one of the founding members when the organization formally started at a meeting in November 1938. At another time, I will speak of the contributions of Lieutenant Edward Francis Arab, who we commemorate during remembrance as he was killed in action and is buried in the Canadian War Cemetery. But the Society has continued for 81 years to preserve and promote the culture, encourage innovation, and educate the youth. One such great example was the creation of the Lebanese Heritage School in the late 1970s. Mr. Speaker, on a personal note, I'm proud of my involvement with the Society over many years, having served as president for 7 terms, chaired the 75th year Jubilee celebrations, and was principal for many years of the Heritage Language School. I ask all members of this House of Assembly to join me in recognizing and congratulating the Canadian-Lebanon Society and all past and present members on their contributions to our province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the Cliffs of Fundy Aspiring Global Geopark. In July, 2 UNESCO evaluators spent 4 days evaluating the proposed Cliffs of Fundy Aspiring Global Geopark from Cape Shinekdo near Advocate Harbour through Parisboro Economy and down into Debert. There are 147 UNESCO global geoparks in 41 countries, and if this aspiring Cliffs of Fundy is chosen, it would be Nova Scotia's first and Canada's 4th after New Brunswick, British Columbia, and Quebec. 2 scientists completed the information and sent their recommendations to the UNESCO conference in Italy in September. The decision on the successful geopark is expected to be made public in the spring. Please join me in congratulating the people on the committee, Cumberland County and Colchester counties for all their work and dedication to this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a year ago was a very challenging time in our community when suddenly we lost one of our largest employers with a call center going down and 600 employees being out of work. It was a very challenging time, as many know in the community, but a year later I stand in my place to congratulate Anthony Marlowe and the team with MCI for opening the new call center that is now in Sydney. During that time when we had 600 employees displaced, we've seen our community come together like never before to support with donations to families, to support with food for families, and staff from various departments within government come together to support those families through a very difficult transition transition. A year later, Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to congratulate everybody that was involved in that process, especially the Salvation Army, who was distributing food to those families, to all the businesses that made donations, to Labour and Advanced Education, and all the interdepartmental staff that were involved to support those workers, and ultimately Todd Riley, who was the call center lead, and the new owner, Anthony Marlowe, for believing in our community. They continue to hire more employees today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, the Liverpool Lady Cougars hockey team was originated by Diane Hopper with a goal to provide recreational female hockey and a socially fun setting regardless of skill level. The team began with 9 players who had never played and 4 of them aged 46. Originals Shelley Conley, Leslie Robart, Sandy Gray Muse, Nancy McIntosh, and Christina Silmery are still playing, and the team is now home to 30-plus players aged 25 to 60. Mother's Day weekend 2020, the team will host their 8th annual Hot on the Ice tournament, complete with a skills competition. Off the ice, these dynamic ladies participate in various community events wherever possible. This innovative organization has thrived because of their belief that everyone is welcomed, skill is not mandatory, and everyone is capable. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Lady Cougars on their 10th anniversary and commend them for their mandate to promote and support as many female athletes as possible, all for the love of hockey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Mark Clamas of Hammonds Plains, an established photographer who recently won Tourism Nova Scotia's contest seeking photos for the cover of their 2020 Doers and Dreamers travel guide. Mr. Clamas's photos are on display on his website and social media channels, as he often shares them with local community groups seeking to share their favorite photos of Nova Scotian landscapes. His photos have been featured in a number of books illustrating the beauty of our province, including titles such as We Love Nova Scotia, A People's Portrait, Canadian Geographic's Ultimate Canadian Instagram Photos, and local author Charlie Toth's book of poetry, I Love You. Mark's photo of Grand Pré National Historic Site, a beautiful landmark with deep ties to the Acadian French culture in the Maritimes, was chosen for the French version of the travel guide. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask all members to join me in congratulating Mr. Clamas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the best curlers in the world are coming to Pictou County. Pictou County Wellness Centre will be home to the Grand Slam of Curling Tour Challenge, November 5th to the 10th. The Tour Challenge will feature 30 top men's and 30 women's teams from around the world. This is the largest event on the Grand Slam Tour, with more than 240 curlers from across Canada and around the globe. Co-chairs Jim Nix and Donella Buckingham and the organizing committee are prepared to host thousands of fans, curling fans, in Pictou County. We wish the co-chairs and their committee of 225 volunteers great success as the sport's biggest stars, as well as the future stars of the sport, begin competition next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize 2 incredible individuals who recently moved to Halifax from Happy Valley, Goose Bay. Brent and Melissa Haas are captains with the Salvation Army and in July joined the Fairview Citadel Corps family. The Haases are known for their generosity and their incredible community work. While stationed in Labrador, they hosted a community block party where more than 2,200 people attended. They also increased their kettle campaign contributions from $18,000 to $85,000 over the course of their 6 years in Happy Valley, Goose Bay. In addition to their many initiatives, the captains were involved with the Housing Coalition, Community Food Bank Board, and the Housing Shelter Board. The Haases have touched many lives, and I'm positive they will be missed by all. However, I couldn't be happier that these 2 amazing individuals have joined the Fairview Citadel Salvation Army. So I ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in welcoming Melissa and Brent to our new community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the young Nova Scotia 4-H'ers that make up the Nova Scotia 4-H Royal Beef Team, who headed today to the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto, Ontario. This team of 10 are showing their 10 beef heifers in the Master Feeds National Junior Beef Heifer Show. The 4-H'ers include Melanie DeLong, Connor White, Sarah Stewart, Lexi Ettinger, Elizabeth Heighton, and Hannah Stoydek, Drew Terrett, Austin Fraser, and 2 from Cumberland, Belle Carter and Jarrett Bacon. These members qualified at their local exhibitions throughout Nova Scotia between July and August and early September, and from there they went on to compete at the provincial 4-H show in September 28th. From there, from out of 60 head of heifers, these 10 4-H'ers qualified based on showmanship to compete and represent Nova Scotia at this show. 4-H has been sending a team to the Royal Winter Fair for over 20 years. I would like to thank the 4-H leaders, including Lacey and Jacob Fisher, for their commitment to 4-H and community leadership, and thank all those that support the 4-H movement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the many participants in the farmers' markets held each summer in beautiful Chester St. Margaret's. On Fridays, we have the Chester's Farmer and Artisans Market at the historical Chester train station. In Hubbard's, we have the farmers' market each Saturday at the world-famous Hubbard's Barn. In New Ross, we have both the Country Market, held at the New Ross Community Fairgrounds each Saturday, and the Rural Roots Market, held at the Ross Farm Museum every Sunday. Finally, in Upper Tantallon, the Village Farmers Market, held at the crossroads of St. Margaret's Bay Road and Peggy's Cove Road, is open every Tuesday afternoon. These farmers' markets give local farmers, artisans, and small business operators the opportunity to sell their products directly to the people in the community and from afar, and enhance the buy local economic model. I invite the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing, congratulating, and thanking all the farmers, artisans, and small business organizations who participate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Daniel Aucoin est une des membres fondateurs de la coopérative Radio Chéticon. Les auditeurs peuvent entendre sa voix chaleureuse de lundi au vendredi. Cette année, Daniel a reçu l'ordre de le Pléiade. Avant sa carrière d'animateur radio, Daniel a passé 10 ans en tant que directeur de programmation à la Société Saint-Pierre, une association communautaire qui veille à la préservation et la promotion de la langue, la culture, l'histoire et le patrimoine de la communauté acadienne de Chéticon. En lui présentant l'honneur, Daniel fut décrit comme étant un fier Acadien et ardent promoteur de la culture acadienne. Un homme qui a toujours travaillé fort pour assurer longue vie aux traditions acadiennes et la langue française dans sa localité natale. Daniel est ce qu'on pourra appeler un pouvoir discret. Jamais à la recherche de reconnaissance personnelle, il est un leader dont la passion pour les membres de sa communauté a contribué à préserver leur identité acadienne. Félicitations, Daniel.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Inverness.
Daniel Aucoin is a founding member of Radio Chéticamp Cooperative. Listeners can hear his warm voice from Monday to Friday. This year, Daniel was accepted to the Order de la Pléiade. Before his career, Daniel spent 10 years as program director for the Society Saint-Pierre, a community association which exists to preserve and promote the language, culture, history, and heritage of the Acadian community of Chéticamp. In presenting him his award, Daniel was described as a proud Acadian and ardent promoter of the Acadian culture, a man who has always worked diligently to ensure long life to Acadian traditions and the French language in his native village. Daniel has what could be called quiet power. Never looking for personal acclaim, he is a leader whose passion for the members of his community has helped them maintain their Acadian identity. Congratulations, Daniel.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Zupa Theatre Co. on the upcoming opening of its newest theatrical offering, Tiny, which is a co-production with Eastern Front Theatre and Vertical City Performance and the Glenbow Museum in Calgary. Tiny is an exploration of the everyday lives of superheroes. In it, a group of extraordinary individuals tries to live ordinary lives and alters the course of history in the process. Part theatrical performance, part immersive installation, and part museum exhibition, Tiny imagines a world where being different is cause for celebration and wonder, suspicion and anger, fear and denial, and finally, hope and new beginnings. The show opens November 5th at the old NSLC space in Scotia Square and runs till November 17th. I want to congratulate the whole production team, many of whom have been my closest collaborators: Alex McLean, Ben Stone, Stuart Legier, Bruce Barton, Shelley Thompson, Annika Riopel, Ursula Calder, Peel Hansen, Jess Lewis, Anna Shepard, and Lisa Hamilton. This is an incredible collection of artists, Mr. Speaker, and I am excited for their latest artistic accomplishment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, over the past weekend, we were able to throw our 5th annual community Halloween party at the Captain Williams Prize Centre. Hundreds of kiddos and families participated and packed the Captain Williams Prize Centre wearing cute, scary, cuddly, and funny costumes. My son Oliver dressed as Chucky from Child's Play, my daughter Rafina as a princess, and Isla, my youngest, as an evil princess. Their choices, not mine. Mr. Speaker, events like this are not possible without dedicated volunteers and community members. I am lucky to have a strong team surrounding me. So thank you to Neil Ross, Bill and Becky Field, Margaret Pegg, Patty Conrad, Pat Blakey, David Brown, Mary Frances Lynch, Kelly Gomes, Martha Reynolds, Heidi and Haley Mussolino, Hugh Fraser, and everyone else who made this a very successful annual event. I could not do this without them. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish all the kids in Halifax Atlantic and all kids in Nova Scotia a fun and safe Halloween. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Remembrance Week, which takes place this year from November 5th to the 11th. Mr. Speaker, we all have a responsibility to ensure that our veteran sacrifices are honoured and remembered. We must also take time to reflect on the values that our veterans and members of the Canadian Forces defend, and those values that live on in all Canadians. Values like the rule of law, democracy, respect, tolerance and acceptance, equality of opportunity, and freedom. These are core values.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are core values that our veterans and members of the Canadian Forces have defended abroad and at home. Mr. Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Week, I encourage our students and all Nova Scotians to reflect and learn as much as they can about Canada's involvement in World War I, in World War II, Korea, peacekeeping operations, and Afghanistan. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, let's be sure to attend a remembrance ceremony on November 11th and take the time to honour our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 3 students in my constituency who for the past 2 years have run a lemonade stand the same day of the Soapbox Derby in Mahone Bay. Simon Tanner, Patrick Yoden, and Sam Yoden organized the stand selling lemonade to spectators and participants of the day's derby. This past summer, these 3 young men raised $100, which was more than double what they had raised the previous year. All proceeds from their sales have been donated to the Bayview Community School Breakfast Program. It is heartwarming to see young students donate their time and proceeds from their sales to make a positive contribution to their school's breakfast program. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and the members of this House of Assembly please join me in recognizing Simon, Patrick, and Sam and thank them for their positive contribution to their school.
Thank you very much for those member statements. Just before we move on to question period, I think it begs repeating. I'm going to stick with the zero tolerance for unsolicited comments and remarks during question period. So once again, no tolerance for unsolicited remarks and questions. If I hear anything, the member will be asked to excuse themselves for the balance of question period. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, while I was talking about the FOIPOP practices, the Premier wanted to talk about immigration, so I figured we'll do that today and give him that opportunity. Figures from the 2019 Conference Board of Canada show newcomers as a percentage of population, and I'll table that for the benefit of the Premier. What it shows is that Manitoba has newcomers as a percentage of the population, 1.15%. Hold on there. Hold on now. Saskatchewan 1.34, PEI 1.64, Nova Scotia 0.49. Manitoba and Saskatchewan each brought in 10,000 more immigrants in 2017 than Nova Scotia did. 10,000 more in that year and all the previous years too. I'd like to ask the Premier, why are Manitoba and Saskatchewan running laps around this government in terms of immigration?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hopefully you'll listen to the answer this time, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, you know that both Saskatchewan and Manitoba have 5,000 nominees that were provided to them by the national government, Mr. Speaker. When we came into power, the province of Nova Scotia had 500 nominees, Mr. Speaker. We're now at over 1,400 working with the national government. Some of that was with the MP McKay when he was there, Mr. Speaker, and then with the current government, and we've increased the 2,000 nominees in Atlantic Canada. We are actually, Mr. Speaker, picking up more than our share when it comes to that 2,000, as well as if there's a nominee programs that are not used in other provinces, we negotiate with the national government, we could use those, and that's exactly why we're at an all-time high in population. It's exactly why we've attracted more people into our province. And we know we have more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and it's finally good to hear the Conservative leader stand up and say he supports immigration.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
10,000 more. The question was why we're getting lapped, and the answer was somebody else's fault. The reality is the Premier's been Premier for 6 years. He's had the benefit of a majority Liberal government in Ottawa, and guess what? Still getting lapped. In rough numbers, that means there's less than, how are we doing with the zero tolerance, Mr. Speaker? In rough numbers, that means there's less than one newcomer for every 200 persons in Nova Scotia. It's one newcomer for every 61 persons in PEI, one for every 75 in Saskatchewan, one for 87 in Manitoba, one for every 200 in Nova Scotia. I'd like to ask the Premier again, why are we getting lapped by Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and PEI if he's such a success story on the immigration file?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I feel like, Mr. Speaker, referring to the leader of the Conservative Party as the yeah, but. Mr. Speaker, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, our population is at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is, the last time the Tories were in power, Mr. Speaker, in their entire mandate, they brought in 10,000 immigrants, Mr. Speaker. In our mandate right now, Mr. Speaker, we're over 50,000 people, Mr. Speaker, who joined this province. Mr. Speaker, we've repatriated more young Canadians into our province, Mr. Speaker. Let's remember, Mr. Speaker, our population is all-time high, and young people are choosing to live and work here, Mr. Speaker, because they see a future for themselves on the east coast of Canada. Those are all problems. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you, I remember the last time the Tories were in power, Mr. Speaker, when it came to immigration. Remember the scandal we had around immigration, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You know, let's not let the actual question interfere with the facts of what's happening in this province. He may have 50,000. Guess how many they would have had in Manitoba and Saskatchewan during that time? Add another 0 or 2, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of work to do. It will never get done until the Premier accepts responsibility for what could have been with our population if we had done the proper work. And those young people that are staying here, Mr. Speaker, might it have something to do with the unemployment rate in Alberta going from 0.3% to 6%? It absolutely does, Mr. Speaker. And
Yeah. So what do we do?
we're okay. Okay. Question for the Premier. Why is Manitoba and Saskatchewan kicking our butt?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, to the yeah, but Conservative leader, Mr. Speaker, the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, he's wanting to celebrate, Mr. Speaker, Manitobans and people in Saskatchewan. Why is he so against Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who've had a record population, Mr. Speaker? He's standing in his place criticizing those hard-working Nova Scotians who continue to welcome more people into our community. Remember how communities embraced the Syrian refugees in our province, Mr. Speaker? Why is he opposed to that, Mr. Speaker? Why can't he just celebrate the success that Nova Scotians are doing instead of looking at Western Canada, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, it's 35 days since this House went into session, and in those 35 days, the three defining problems of this moment have continued to press on the lives of the people of our province: the health care crisis, the climate emergency, and the urgent situation of the affordability of daily life. So let me start with health care. Today in Nova Scotia, if a person is experiencing a mental health crisis and they call our public mental health services, they're given an appointment months and months and months from now. But in our neighboring jurisdictions, they're doing so much better than this. If you make that call in Newfoundland or you make that call in PEI, you're given an appointment with a counsellor within the day. And so I'd like to ask the Premier, will he admit that no concrete measures have been taken by his government over these last 35 days to get us closer to a mental health care system that will work for the people of our province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable for the question for what is a very serious issue in communities. He would know we continue to make investments in mental health, Mr. Speaker. He would know continue to make those investments, particularly in the wraparound services in our schools, ensuring that we're providing those supports, early identification, detection, Mr. Speaker, the issues around mental health. And we'll continue to work with our partners, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that happens in 35 days. It's been an ongoing effort and collaboration with our partners, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to look forward to working with them to ensure that we can support those young people in all Nova Scotians who require our support.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
These 35 days began on their first week with 10,000 people in the streets of Halifax calling for strengthened climate action. And in the last week of this 35-day session, we've had dozens of people come to the legislature speaking for stronger environmental targets. So I'd like to ask the Premier, will he admit that in the course of these 35 days, no measures have been taken by his government that will actually result in, for Nova Scotia's part, in keeping global warming under 1.5 degrees?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman for the question, Mr. Speaker. I completely disagree with his question, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Environment has tabled a bill that will be debated again in this House today, Mr. Speaker, with the most aggressive targets in the entire country. We as a province, through successive governments of all political stripes, have led the nation when it comes to ensuring that we deal with our environment, dealing with ensuring that we green our economy. We're continuing that, and this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, has in it some of the most aggressive targets globally, Mr. Speaker, but definitely the most aggressive targets here in our country.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, while we've been meeting here for these 35 days, people across our province have continued to be clobbered by their rent. People all over Nova Scotia are reporting increases in the rent in the hundreds of dollars, and we know that a fifth of the renters of the province are paying out more than a half of their income every month in rent. So I want to ask the Premier, finally, will he admit that in these 35 days, no concrete measures have actually been taken by his government to take some of the pressure off the renters of the province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the gentleman for the question. He would know, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with him, there are pockets and parts of our province where the issue of affordable rents are challenging, Mr. Speaker. It's what happens when you have a growing economy, one where unemployment is all-time low, Mr. Speaker. It's why, though, that we continue to look at the rent subs, provide those supports, working with our partners. He would know, Mr. Speaker, at the municipality, they're building a strategy. The Minister of Municipal Services and Housing, we're working in collaboration to deal with the very issue the Honourable Member is referring to. There isn't a single solution, Mr. Speaker, to how we deal with affordable housing. It varies across the province, and we look forward to working with all of our partners to ensure that we deal with this very important issue.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The process for developing a one-patient, one-record system for this province has been ongoing for years. I think the process started almost 10 years ago. Technology has changed a lot. The qualified bidders were identified 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Imagine how much technology has changed in 2 years. It's kind of like this government is standing with an iPhone in their hand trying to decide whether to buy the VHS or the Betamax. And the process has been marred by controversy. The two qualified bidders, Cerner and Allscripts, are now on the process, and there's concerns about the relationship between the incoming Nova Scotia Health Authority CEO and the past relationship and maybe future with Cerner. But electric health records are a positive thing if we can get it done. But I'd like to ask the Premier, given the delays, given the controversy that's followed to date and that is about to hit us as we go forward, what has the Premier done to convince himself that he should be confident in the process that we have and that we will get a modern one patient, one record system?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have all the faith in the process.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take the answer for what it is: nothing. Because the Premier is against electronic records and he is in support of more boondoggles for the province. A third-party review of the implementation of the electronic health record system in Vancouver Island found it had been mismanaged and was significantly over budget. We're probably looking at a $1 billion boondoggle in this process with the path that we're on. The incoming CEO of the Health Authority was at the center of the implementation in Vancouver Island. I'd like to ask the Premier, was the past experience with the one patient, one record a consideration in recruiting a new president and CEO for the Nova Scotia Health Authority?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader spends a lot of time on the West Coast here this morning, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is this province will continue to make the investments required to ensure that not only do we have electronic records, Mr. Speaker, but that we have modern healthcare infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to continuing to work with our healthcare providers to provide the primary care access in this province of Nova Scotia deserve, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to modernize our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, so it's a leader in the country, Mr. Speaker. For far too long, governments, Mr. Speaker, in this province have sat on their hands, afraid to make a decision, Mr. Speaker, afraid to move forward. We're moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Lands and Forestry. Yesterday, the Auditor General released a report that details how this government is not adequately accounting for the cost of remediating mine sites. The Auditor General's office found that the department has not completed sufficient investigations on all of the abandoned mine sites that may pose a risk to Nova Scotians. The government committed almost $150 million to cleaning up old industrial sites without knowing the bigger financial picture, which could be hundreds of millions of dollars. That leaves gaping financial questions in the province's accounting and a concern that the costs will be punted down the road for someone else to deal with. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister be able to tell Nova Scotians the full costs of cleaning up those sites?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said yesterday, we fully accept the recommendations from the Auditor General. It aligns with our government's priorities to look at some of the sites that have been left behind by previous governments and not dealt with at all, Mr. Speaker. So what we're doing is looking at the sites that are closest to communities and have expected higher levels of potential contamination. Not all sites that had this type of activity will have remediation, but we have prioritized 2 sites, and we have $94 million on the table for a site in the Montague area and another site in the Guysborough area. We're going to proceed with those 2 sites as priorities, and then we have a number of sites we're going to be looking at in the future, and we'll have a sophisticated plan that was not in place previous to our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, the minister assures us that the 2 sites chosen at Goldenville and Montague Mines were the most egregious sites and were prioritized for that reason. But the Auditor General's report makes it clear that we simply don't know that for certain. There's a whole lot we don't know about all the abandoned sites that are scattered across the province, and there are significant health and environmental concerns associated with them. Mercury and arsenic are 2 of the substances that may be leaking into local water supplies. Mr. Speaker, can the minister please explain exactly how those sites were chosen without having done a full analysis of all abandoned sites across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I can tell you is I do trust some of the professional advice given to our very capable public servants from not only the Department of Lands and Forestry, but those that have expertise in energy and mines, and Nova Scotia Lands that have expertise in how to deal with contaminated sites. These abandoned mines, there's 69 of them across the province. It's not a problem that just happened yesterday. This has been around for several decades back when there was very limited to no regulations for this type of industry. What we're going to do today and moving forward is what past governments did not do, and the we're going to address not only the sites that have been abandoned, but also sites like Boat Harbour and sites like Harrisfield. This government continues to put the money where our mouth is in terms of protecting the environment and cleaning up past messes left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaver Bank.
Mr. Speaker, within last year's March 2018 collective report from the Auditor General's, it noted that Nova Scotia, the top 3 sources for emissions were electricity, transportation, and building, and I'll table that report. There's no centralized data in existence that details the electrical consumption and GHG emissions of our own provincial buildings and operations. In fact, it was pointed out in the report by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, without this data, our province is unable to consider one day having renewables constitute 100% of our energy resources. I ask through you to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, it's now been over a year since that report has been tabled. Has any information been made a priority and collected by the Minister and his department yet?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure which report he was referring to. I will say this, though. Certainly when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, which is what we're talking about, we are leading in our reductions. We have ambitious targets that we're going to continue to set and work on. The topic around that is one that certainly I respect that there is a lot of interest in, but we are moving from coal to cleaner energy. We are moving to renewables, and we are working together. Our Minister of Energy has done some tremendous things in that world, and we're going to continue to move in that direction.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaver Bank.
Mr. Speaker, that report says that the department has no data or information regarding electric consumption and GHG emissions for provincial buildings and operations. When you actually think about that a little more, it certainly does raise a few questions. I think that government really needs to talk about reducing greenhouse gas emissions and setting targets, but yet it doesn't even understand what our own infrastructure is generating. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain to Nova Scotians how seriously can he actually be on reducing greenhouse gases when he doesn't even know what a full account of the province's greenhouse gas emissions are?
The Honourable Minister of Mines and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can say to the member, thank him for his question, that we are very serious about our GHG reduction goals. As a department, we have many conversations with departments across government on how we can all reduce our carbon footprint. I can say in the last number of months, we have been in negotiations with our federal partners. They're looking at greening all of their buildings. We are the manager of that program, where we're going to actually use reclaimed mine sites to generate clean technology so that we can green those buildings. So we're doing a tremendous amount of work in the Department of Energy and Mines, and I can assure the member that every day, every decision that we make, we put a lens on how we can all do our part to reduce our carbon footprint.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On October 18th, members of our caucus raised concerns around the termination of travelling cancer care clinics that serve patients in the Yarmouth and New Glasgow sites. The Minister knows that these clinics have provided patients of those regions with assessment services and peace of mind without requiring that they drive to Halifax and back. When we raised the matter, the Premier and the Minister both assured us that discussions were ongoing to find oncologists to fill those gaps. The cancer clinics were set to end on November 1st, which is this Friday. My question for the Minister, can he confirm that oncologists have been secured to continue those cancer clinic services beyond this Friday?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. As we noted at the time, having met with the head of Cancer Care Nova Scotia, I believe he had a plan in place with his team, Mr. Speaker. That plan was multifaceted, and I can assure the member and confirm for the members of the legislature, efforts have been taken as per the plan put in place by Cancer Care Nova Scotia. We've supported that plan as a department and the Nova Scotia Health Authority as well.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
I thank the minister for that answer. When we previously raised a physician overload that led to the suspension of these clinics, we were accused by the Premier of politicizing the issue. It's a shame that highlighting the needs and concerns of Nova Scotians is so often characterized as political trickery by the very government elected to serve them. This government has had so many chances over 6 years to make improvements at Nova Scotia's healthcare system, yet we keep encountering these situations. Nova Scotians want to know that the healthcare that they've been promised will be delivered and not delayed. So can the minister explain how the steps taken will help lessen the overwhelming workload on these physicians going forward, or is this simply a Band-Aid for the problem?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the member, Mr. Speaker, of our commitment, particularly in the area of cancer care services, Mr. Speaker. We're developing 2 brand new state-of-the-art cancer care centres as part of our revitalization of healthcare infrastructure, both here in Halifax and in Cape Breton. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with our healthcare providers on the front line, listening to them to advise us as to what steps need to be taken to strengthen our healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, the steps we're taking are having an impact. I'll just table this document, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Rob Green tweeted recently that he truly believes that we're on the right edge of right on the edge of some great things in Nova Scotia healthcare, Mr. Speaker, and he's proud to be part of those changes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll table that.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education. As the minister knows, the first priority of any childcare facility, school or sports program is the safety and security of our children. I know we're all agreed on that point, Mr. Speaker. On October 22nd, 2 children at a Lower Sackville Child Care Centre wandered off during a walk. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, this particular facility is very well respected in the community. It has a reputation of being safe. It's been since reported that the department has put this facility on probation, and I'll table that. But I worry that this is one incident at an otherwise well-run facility. It's simply a symptom of a much larger problem. My question to the minister is this: what steps is he taking to ensure this doesn't happen at any other facility? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the regulating body of our private and not-for-profit independent childcare centres, quality and safety is of utmost importance to us in the department. That's why we have a protocol in place when something like this happens, where there is a suspension or probationary license that's given until the centre itself, it's not a government centre, this is a private not-for-profit centre, is able to demonstrate that the appropriate actions are being taken to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And we are in the process of working with that centre right now to ensure that that happens. This is a terrible situation. Thankfully, the children weren't hurt. This is not acceptable for this centre or any private centre that's regulated by the province.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't doubt the minister's concerns with the well-being of these children. But, Mr. Speaker, I have my concerns regarding the extreme shortages of early childhood educators. This is a shortage that could have been prevented if proper planning had gone into this program before it was launched 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, we already know there are 2 sets of rules for staffing ratios, one for pre-primary and the other for child care centres, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. I struggle to understand how children in private child care require fewer ECEs than those in pre-primary, especially when child care facilities, they're a longer program. I have to wonder if these staffing ratios are part of the problem or if the staffing shortages are a problem on their own. My question is this: will the minister commit today to looking into staffing ratios in child care centres to ensure they are as safe as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To clarify for the member, there's a lower ratio of ECEs to kids in the pre-primary program than the regulated centre. The reason that is because those kids are older, they're 4 years old, and according to our safety standards, that requires less of a ratio. When you're looking at the regulated child care sector, which deals from 0 to 3 and under 4, the ratio is actually higher for the regulated child care sector. That is something that we're currently reviewing right now with the working group that involves ECEs, business operators from across the sector, not-for-profit, private, and pre-primary as well, along with looking at some of the other challenges temporarily the short-term challenges that we're facing, but I will inform the member there is not a broad-based shortage of ECEs. We are training hundreds of more ECEs every year. There's going to be 200 more that graduate this year, and all of these ECEs are graduating into a lucrative job market with the most competitive wages and best benefit packages that have ever existed.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could follow up on that, but my question is for the Minister of Business. Mr. Speaker, my question is around the crane. As the minister would be aware, many small businesses on South Park Street and Spring Garden Road remain either closed or open and severely impacted after the crane collapsed adjacent to them. While the government quickly acted to assume responsibility for the private developer's property, the small businesses have been forced to resort to an expensive and very likely risky class action lawsuit to endeavour to recoup their losses. The business's legal counsel stated that the lawsuit was born out of the frustration that these businesses have experienced in terms of seeing no solution to the desperate economic situation they find themselves in, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, will the minister please explain what support is available through his department for the many small, local business owners who face this desperate economic situation?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Again, obviously from a business perspective, the department, and just as a government who certainly has done a lot of work around the economic tools and the economic pillars of this province, we never want to see any business impacted by any events, unforeseen or otherwise. Obviously for us, the absolute priority was with respect to public safety, to ensure that we were making the proper decisions to make sure that the crane was removed, no one was hurt, and there was minimal impact on the physical infrastructure. Obviously, again, as the member stated, there was harm done to the local businesses in that area. I did hear through media around what would happen in terms of a potential lawsuit, some of the insurance movements that were going to take place, and some of the endeavours to recoup money through insurance. But certainly there's no direct incentives or anything that we can do from the Department of Business. This was about public safety, but if those businesses want to discuss that with me, my door is always open for sure. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank the Minister for that answer, and I'd be happy to arrange the meeting. Mr. Speaker, my next question is for the Minister of Transportation. Finally, the last pieces of the crane have been removed from the site 49 days after the crane's collapse, and now seems as good a time as any to step back and account for this decision. Along with the many small businesses impacted by the crane collapse, Nova Scotians are also left wondering we are the ones footing the bill. Mr. Speaker, with the safety risk now largely clear and the work mostly done, is the minister ready to reveal to the public what the final tab will be for the cleanup and who will pay it?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Member Roberts, for the question. And it gives me the opportunity to, where we're nearing the very final parts of the process of the crane cleanup, which we're attempting to see if there is an instance of this happening in the country before. We certainly know we haven't had it in Nova Scotia, and I am so proud of the people who stepped into the breach and took control of that situation on behalf of Nova Scotians, on behalf of those small businesses that were impacted, where there was gridlock in terms of between the various insurance companies and the legal advice that was there, and this government moved ahead and solved that problem expediently. Thank goodness we had no injuries when it happened, and no injuries or fatalities or any other issues during the cleanup. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Lands and Forestry. Last year, the department hired DG Communication to create a strategy for improving openness, transparency, collaboration, and accountability for the Department of Lands and Forestry, and I'll table that. In June, a forum was held in Truro on ecological forestry, where the new strategy was discussed with attendees. Also at that time, members of the new Ministerial Advisory Committee were introduced. However, as we know now, the Ministerial Advisory Committee was not appointed until October 18th. My question and I'll table that. My question from the Minister is, if this department is moving to be more open, transparent and collaborative, why did it take 4 months to appoint this?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I accept the question from the member opposite. We put together what I think is a good cross-section of people and different interest groups and people from industry, people from environmental NGOs, representation from the Mi'kmaq community. It was based on a list that Professor Leahy, the author of the actual report, provided, and it aligns with the previous natural resources strategy that was submitted to previous governments. So we actually wanted to make sure that we were able to meet the commitment and the recommendation from the DG Communications that advised to be more open and transparent with an advisory group, as well as making sure that that blended in with the commitment to ensure that we're moving forward with the natural resources strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you to the minister for that response. And I'm glad he referenced Leahy report because I'm going to go right into that. Leahy report indicated that the industry had a lack of trust in the department, and this was a recurring theme in the new strategy. The strategic approach recommended that the department be more proactive and transparent, which included welcoming and responding to input. The first recommendation is to expedite internal information handling, specifically to designate a staff person to access the department's subject matter. Many stakeholders are still waiting for a response from this department. Can the minister please inform the House if a designated staff person has been assigned to expedite this information?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do have a designated staff person. I'll get that contact to the member opposite. We are moving forward with the Leahy report and collaborating with all stakeholders. We actually had numerous sessions beyond the open session where everyone was invited in June to look at the Forest Management Guide, which is on a timeline to have a draft ready for the end of this year. We have another session scheduled already with a targeted group towards the end of November. We also have engagement sessions set up for our other project management teams. There's 8 of them. Each one of those actually has an external expert on those teams. So we're going to continue to move forward. We are meeting our timelines as we said we would, and we're continuing to be open and transparent in the department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is also for the Minister of Lands and Forestry. The Minister, in his response to the independent review of forest practices last December, promised a new forest management guide within 12 months. As we sit in the House today, it has been over 10 months and the industry is no closer to understanding where the province is headed than it was when the Minister spoke last year. There's a lot on the horizon for the forestry sector, and they're nervously awaiting the decision. My question for the Minister is, when exactly will the new Forest Management Guide be ready so that everyone in the forestry sector knows what this government is planning for the future of forestry in the province?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I committed to last December, the new Forest Management Guide will be ready this December for all Nova Scotians to have input. And in the interim period, we have been discussing with a number of industry players about the Forest Management Guide. We've had all our major Crown license holders as part of the targeted group for looking at our Forest Management Guide process. We're also going to have an opportunity for all Nova Scotians to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. In the Minister's response to the review, he said that the department would initiate a peer review of its current approach to natural disturbance regimes, mapping and methodology. This work would involve external scientific experts and input from stakeholders. Stakeholders that I have spoken to have not been asked for input. So my question for the Minister is, when can forest sector stakeholders expect to hear from the Minister and his department about the peer review natural disturbance regime mapping?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is another project team that the member opposite references. It's an important foundational piece. We wanted to make sure that we had a timeline to get the new Forest Management Guide ready for consultation in December. So that was the timeline we committed to. That complements the work that the other project management teams are doing on natural disturbance and all the other aspects of the report. There's quite a number of recommendations. So we have prioritized them in sequence. We're going to ensure that we reach out to our stakeholders, and that new advisory committee is going to be influential in how we set up those meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll stay with the Minister of Lands and Forestry, if you don't mind. In his response to the independent review of forest practice response last December, the Minister stated the province would be moving towards an ecological forest model. The model would adopt a new paradigm. The paradigm would be a new triad model. But the government has been largely silent on how to see this triad model working and what it will mean for Nova Scotia foresters. Will the Minister please explain for the benefit of this House how the triad model will be implemented into Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. That is actually how we're going to be able to adopt the ecological forestry paradigm by using that triad system. So the member would know a few weeks ago the Minister of Environment and I announced protected areas, so that lends itself to the part of the triad that has the no-touch forestry, basically no forestry at all, and then we have the matrix area, which is where we're adopting the new forest management guide that we've been working with all our stakeholders to get concluded in the near term, and then we also have the high production forestry side, so that we're going to be able to actually use less land to grow more trees. So that's the kind of the concept of the triad. We continue to make progress on all those project teams. As I said, we do have an engagement session booked for the high production side, so we are making progress in all three legs of the triad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for his response. In actual fact, the industry is waiting. And this year has been a major waiting game with other elephants in the room, if you will, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, business decisions are stuck in limbo, waiting for this government to offer directions. When will the forestry sector expect clear guidelines on clear cutting, herbicide use, high production forestry area, so on and so forth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are making the progress that we committed to adopting this new model. It is transformational change. I continue to speak with all industry players. I've gotten the opportunity to actually visit several sites, several sawmills, to hear direct input directly from the owners to me. And I also have ongoing meetings with all of our major players. My door remains open in between all the sessions that we have on an official basis. I'm happy with the response thus far from industry and their attention to make sure that they have the interim guidelines. That we've already reduced the amount of clear cutting significantly, and I'm appreciative of those concerns and response that we've had, which have been overall very positive from industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister responsible for housing. It is becoming clearer and clearer that rent supplements are not an adequate tool to address the worsening housing situation in this province. I will table an article that describes how 30 people on the wait list for public housing turned down a rent supplement when offered. And yet the Premier and the Minister continue to refer to this tool as a key piece of their response to the housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, of the 500 rent supplements targeted to be assigned this year, will the Minister table how many have actually been assigned to a Nova Scotian looking for housing?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And rent supplements are indeed a key piece and a key tool to what we do with regards to housing. Nova Scotia will continue with that program. It is a good program. There's a lot of uptake, Mr. Speaker, with rent supplements. I'm not sure what the Honourable Minister has for numbers walking into her office, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you where I come from. We assist people on a regular basis who are looking for that rent supplement, Mr. Speaker. We realize there are challenges. We've never at any point stood in my place and said there were not challenges with finding affordable housing. We continue to work on that. We've been very fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to have signed an agreement with the national government. We've got our first 3-year action plan out. We'll continue with the work that's going on within that in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, in our offices, we hear constantly from people who simply cannot find housing, and rent supplements are not working in the low vacancy, rising rent environment. The Minister will be aware that there are 3,500 people on the wait list for public housing. Some of those people have been assigned a rent supplement, but landlords have lineups of people looking for every rental unit. And in this housing market, there's no compelling reason for a private landlord to house low-income Nova Scotians with a rent supplement, especially when supplements come with paperwork and stigma attached. Mr. Speaker, of the 500 rent supplements targeted to be assigned this year, again, will the Minister table and share with this House how many have actually resulted in a Nova Scotian family being housed?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we realize that there are issues along the lines of affordable housing. Here in the HRM right across this province, we do have programs that have existed. They'll continue to exist, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to reach out, Mr. Speaker, to our private sector, to our not-for-profits, Mr. Speaker, and develop as we are able, and there will be agreements, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker. We already have individuals and municipalities and others coming by way of partners that we will extend conversations to help us develop more affordable housing right across this province, Mr. Speaker, for all those in need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Lands and Forestry. Cape Split and Blomidon are incredibly important to the people of Kings North. In fact, all provincial parks are important to the people of Nova Scotia. Our provincial parks represent a $60 million infrastructure investment. The allocation of resources, both financial and human, is supposed to be in line with the 2012 Provincial Parks Public Value Consultation, and I'll table that. However, during estimates last spring, the Minister was unable to share what capital investments were planned for this year. During the 2012-2013 fiscal year, a total of $2,448,943 was spent improving provincial parks according to the annual report of the Park Improvement Plan. We have no idea where that allocation stands today. My question for the Minister is, can he share how much money was spent this year on capital projects and table a list of such projects in the Legislature?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have a document here today to table, but what I can tell the member opposite is we continue to make strategic investments in our parks across the province. And in this particular area, there is a full-out strategy from tourism to look at enhancing the Blomidon Cape Split area that was announced this past summer. We continue to make those types of investments that are important for our tourism strategy, and also the member from King South pushed very hard to make sure that Cape Split was actually designated a provincial park, and that was announced in the last month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer, and I do acknowledge those improvements in Cape Split and Blomidon. However, the last annual report for Parks Improvement was posted online for the fiscal year of 2012-2013 almost 6 years ago. Surprisingly, that is the length of time this most transparent and open government has been in power. That's 6 years without an articulated long-term strategy for investments in our parks. Hurricane Dorian caused many provincial parks to close and remain closed for the rest of the season. Without a maintenance plan, we don't know their condition before the hurricane. We certainly don't know their condition after the hurricane. My question for the Minister is, will the Minister outline the plan his department has taken to assess damage at provincial parks, as well as the actions to be taken to ensure all parks will be open for the 2020 tourism season?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And we do, on an annual basis, look at the capital that we have. $1.5 million goes towards our provincial parks. So we look at the priority areas that have damage, and obviously with the events of a recent hurricane, that we'll look at the capital in there. So we do have a list that we've submitted to ensure that Treasury Board considers that we have some possible incremental investment that is needed in some of our most trafficked assets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the minister responsible for Part 1 of the Gaming Control Act. Over the last few years, the Nova Scotia Exhibition Grounds in Truro has struggled financially. The Truro Raceway has continued to operate with the Nova Scotia Harness Racing Association leasing the facility. Races have continued throughout the last 2 years under their direction and through partnerships with Hampton Inn and Suites and Red Shores. But my question to the minister responsible for Part 1 of the Gaming Control Act is, can she update the House on the purses at the Raceway and whether the Raceway is actually back in the black?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And she's welcome anytime to come to the track. Maybe we can share our winnings at the track. Mr. Speaker, the harness racing industry is critically important in the communities in Nova Scotia where there is currently harness racing, and it's particularly important in the whole circuit within the Maritimes. We know that whenever you take one part out of a circuit, it has a negative impact. So we know that it's important that we pay attention to the track in Truro and to make sure that it is viable. We will continue to work with the association to make sure that their needs are understood and that we can provide any support that will help them be better managers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
So we don't know if they're in the black or not. What we do know that there has been many challenges with the industry, and the Atlantic Harness Racing Commission was created to direct these operations. So in recent years, Prince Edward Island has seen new cooperation with the industry and Atlantic Lotto Corporation. We know that this government gives Nova Scotia 3 raceways $1 million, while PEI has 2 raceways and they invest $3 million. I will table a document here and proof that the minister did go to PEI to investigate and look and see at their industry and how maybe we could take suggestions from them. And it's also noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, that a report on harness racing has been commissioned by this government, but we don't know the cost, and it's not public information yet. So I'm wondering if the minister is planning to make changes to the harness racing industry here in Nova Scotia, and will consultations be conducted after the report is made public? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm the one responsible for harness racing in the province of Nova Scotia. And there was indeed a report commissioned, and we have not released that to the public yet. I've made a commitment to the harness racing people in Nova Scotia. They can read the report independently. There's a FOIPOP that's come in for it, but when it went out, there was no information on it.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health and Wellness. The number of empty beds at Ocean View Continuing Care Centre, long-term care facility in Eastern Passage, continue to climb since their admissions were halted when the only two physicians there resigned. I was advised a couple of days ago that Dr. Jenkins has retired or is shortly retiring from the Riverview Enhanced Living Facility, which looks after vulnerable adults with intellectual disabilities. Can the Minister of Health confirm if that report is correct, and if the Department of Health and Wellness has found a replacement for him and for the Ocean View Continuing Care Centre in Eastern Passage?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg the member's indulgence to respond to a question from late last week. I'd just like to table these org charts, Mr. Speaker, for the Nova Scotia Health Authority and Department of Health and Wellness that were requested last week. To the specific question, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the member that the Nova Scotia Health Authority is responsible for the recruitment of healthcare providers and the delivery of healthcare services within the province. It's not the Department of Health and Wellness that performs those recruitment responsibilities. So I don't have that information on hand as she's requested.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mistake. I assumed the Minister of Health might know what was going on in that area. Mr. Speaker, this week, with written consent that I will table, I was called by the mother of a young woman who took sick 16 months ago. Her ongoing severe pain, bleeding, and 40-pound weight loss were not investigated despite repeated pleas from her family, who were her decision makers. She continued to get worse. It was only through a routine provincial stool test that turned up positive did this young woman learn that she had cancer. Despite urgently scheduled surgery for an ileostomy 6 months ago and a pending abdominal amnioperitoneal next week, she was advised that she is terminally ill, and now she has no doctor because the doctor at Riverview Enhanced Living Facility has resigned. My question to the minister is, will he provide the family with free of charge copies of their daughter's medical records and residential records, and meet with me and myself with the family to help them find post-operative and ongoing medical care for their daughter?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly any time a Nova Scotian is touched by cancer or other terminal conditions, it's a situation that touches many of us and is tragic. Mr. Speaker, we certainly expect and have many great healthcare providers on the front lines to diagnose and provide treatment and care. Certainly, as the member has referenced, some specific inquiries, we'll certainly connect with her with the appropriate team within the Health Authority to help navigate and ensure that the individual in question receives the care and support that they require.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have the last question of the sitting. Maybe I'll get the first answer. Question for the Minister of Transportation. Access to the town of Mulgrave from the Trans-Canada Highway at exit 40 in Alds Cove has long been a site of close calls and near head-on collisions. The situation is so bad that the CEO in Mulgrave has declared the situation her single biggest concern. I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, this exit is in close proximity to the recently expanded Irving Big Stop. Mulgrave Town Council has had enough of the close calls and has decided to write Irving and the minister about the situation. Irving responded quickly saying they're reviewing it. When will the minister commit to working with Irving and the Mulgrave Town Council to prioritize safety for exit 40 and ensure any safety changes are made to it?
Order, please. We'll have to allow the minister to get together with you after question period. Time allotted for oral questions put by members has expired. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to bring the House's attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to bring the House's attention to the Eastern Gallery, where we're joined by a very special guest, someone whose love and commitment to me has been unwavering, selfless, and at times a bit obsessive over the years. But I do want it on the record, Mr. Speaker, how much I love this particular guest and how lucky I am to be her son. If the House could join me in welcoming my mother, Joanne Bashara, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, would you call notice of motion?
We'll now call notices of motion.
I'd like to call resolution number 18, the operative clause being that all members urge the Liberal government to acknowledge there is a health care crisis, make health care the #1 priority, and take immediate action to fix the system.
We'll now call resolution number 18. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, it was a very short time after being elected that we started this session in the legislature, and the concerns echoed on the doorsteps in Argyle-Barrington were very fresh in mind. And the #1 concern echoed right across the constituency was health care. Our caucus has focused and discussed health care extensively during this session of this legislature. And health care is of utmost importance for the people of Argyle-Barrington and for the people of this province. I continue to be perplexed by the fact that this government continues to ignore the fact that we are in a healthcare crisis. I was listening to the radio the other day during my commute, and there was a healthcare advocate discussing her point of view on the healthcare crisis. And I really appreciate the analogy that she used, and she alluded to the fact that the government continues to deny the reality of this crisis, and to paraphrase, the government's referring to the healthcare crisis as a challenge rather than the crisis. Hurricane Dorian and post-Hurricane Dorian have been stated to be a crisis, but no one died because of Hurricane Dorian. The reality is that each and every day in this province, people are dying because of the mismanagement and the inaction of this government and related to the healthcare system. I concur that the state of healthcare has taken some time to get to where it is today. However, regardless of what this government is saying, they are failing to properly deliver healthcare to Nova Scotians. They have had 6 years to deliver, 6 years to deliver on promises, a promise of one family doctor for every Nova Scotian. They are failing healthcare workers. They are failing Nova Scotians that desperately need healthcare. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all healthcare workers and support staff for their dedication to Nova Scotians, to our healthcare system. Each and every day, they do the best that they can with what they have. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the issues that were brought up on the doorsteps in Argyle, Barrington, and that we've discussed previously in this legislature, as well as around our caucus table. ER wait times and closures. It has become a sad reality across this province. And in my region, it's a daily occurrence to learn that Roseway is closed. Some communities in Nova Scotia that have like a sort of a weather report that radio stations are announcing to Nova Scotians which hospitals are closed and which hospitals are open. And it's sad to see that. People are relying on emergency rooms, and again, that's when they are open as a family practice. In Western Nova Scotia, there continues to be over 20,000 patients without a family practice. And regardless of what this government says, I'm not convinced that the numbers are that accurate, that the data is skewed. Because I wonder how many people have not yet registered and reported with the health authorities need a family practice registry. Emergency rooms should be for emergencies, and it's an unfortunate reality that Nova Scotians have no other options, that Nova Scotians are going on a daily basis to overcrowded emergency rooms for basic healthcare needs, such as prescription refills. Nova Scotians cannot get the care that they desperately need by emergency room physicians. There's no proper follow-up. I question how proper follow-up for chronic conditions such as diabetic patients can be properly managed. People that don't manage their diabetes appropriately end up with eye conditions and kidney problems and cardiovascular disease. And that further compounds the issues that we're faced with in our healthcare system. It's sad that people will put off feeling unwell and wait months to finally make the decision to go to an emergency room and may learn there that they have cancer. And I do not agree with that option, and I believe that we should be serving our communities better than that. Long-term care waits. In Yarmouth County, they're the highest in the province, 326 days. It's sad for my constituents and constituents of neighboring communities to have to wait nearly a year to get into long-term care placement. Discussed previously about poor access to services in this province, whether it be cancer care clinics, dialysis, or specialty services for our youth. Extended wait times for diagnostic testing and surgical procedures, and that's if they're not cancelled, like we've discussed in this House in Cape Breton. That's completely unacceptable. Like I've mentioned previously about the ambulance system in our province, as goes with other healthcare professionals in this province, the demands of our healthcare system are greater. It's a busier system. For paramedics, they're experiencing a greater call volume, a greater transfer volume, a greater offload time in hospitals. And this is happening right across Nova Scotia. I'd like to reiterate that the solution is beyond just new offload guidelines. And that's why we've pressed this government to release publicly the Fitch report. We've discussed it previously in this House. The minister acknowledged that he does have the report in its entirety. And I called on the minister during my address and reply to present an unredacted copy of the report, like it is as accessible from 2001. Nova Scotians paid $145,000 of their taxpayers' dollars for this report, and they deserve to see this report. Continuing on the ambulance system briefly, I spoke again about my constituency having 3 paramedic stations, and there's one in Pumlico, one in Woods Harbor, and one in Barrington. And at times, unfortunately, the realities of the system create some voids and gaps in the system, leading to greater response times. And greater, not better. Greater, I mean longer response times, leading to one ambulance covering a greater geographical region. These communities have been lucky to have had paramedic stations in their communities, and in recent years have seen longer and longer response times. 30, 40 minutes, even sometimes greater, when there's a paramedic base within 10 minutes from your house is unacceptable. This government sets the guidelines for the ambulance system in this province. And again, I'd like to reiterate that I believe that the Fitch report includes very valuable information to help guide improvements to our healthcare system, including the ambulance system. It goes without saying, it's been publicized in media, that morale is at an all-time low for paramedics and other healthcare professionals. They're missing breaks, they're missing their lunches, they have to wait extended periods of time before using the washroom. They're parked on the side of the highway, like I've mentioned. There's human resources challenges due to paramedic burnout. Healthcare professionals are getting denied vacations, they're getting extended shift overruns, they're missing very important milestones for their families. And this all contributes to a poor working environment for our healthcare professionals, leading to a low morale. The mental demands of the jobs in healthcare are surreal, enough as is, and compounding all this together. Healthcare professionals are feeling underappreciated, devalued due to these poor work conditions and this lack of support by this government. They deserve to have this government has a responsibility to commit to improving work conditions for healthcare workers across Nova Scotia, to support their mental health, and at looking to improve the healthcare system should be looking to build a better workplace for all. Although relatively small in geography, Nova Scotia, I often wonder if the government realizes how far it is to southwestern Nova Scotia. It doesn't matter which way you look at it, Mr. Speaker. If you look from Halifax to southwestern Nova Scotia, or from southwestern Nova Scotia to Halifax, it's the same distance. Although we are 3 hours away, Mr. Speaker, there are people in southwestern Nova Scotia, people with serious healthcare concerns. And it's time that the government realizes that there are people in southwestern Nova Scotia beyond Bridgewater that have serious concerns and needs in regards to healthcare. I've stated this before. Our current state of healthcare has not happened overnight. However, the current government has had 6 years to act. Although they boast different numbers, I can assure the members of this House that health care continues to be a strong reality and concern for Nova Scotians and in Argyll-Barrington. I'd like to end my remarks, I guess, on a little bit of a positive note, by commending the work of community leaders and community organizations in southwestern Nova Scotia that are doing the legwork of this government. Community Navigator Rebecca Rose for the Yarmouth and Area Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Chamber themselves. I'd like to thank them for their dedication and their commitment to doctor recruitment and retention. So I'm so happy to hear the great progress that they are doing to help improve healthcare in southwestern Nova Scotia. There remains a lot of work to do, and I look forward to supporting them and working with them on this important initiative. Recently, they've announced that the our health workforce in Yarmouth now has 2 new full-time anesthesiologists, with 2 more going through the qualification process to work in Yarmouth. And that's thanks to their dedication and work. As a result, Yarmouth region could be at a full complement within months. 2 family practitioners, or family medicine residents, have recently completed their education and are deciding to stay in Yarmouth, and that's positive news for my constituents and constituents of neighbouring constituencies. And there continues to be discussions with other healthcare professionals. And this is not that part there. I know some members opposite were heckling a little bit about the contributions that this government has made to that initiative, but I believe that this initiative should be taken at an upper hand, and that it should not necessarily be always left to communities to end up in crisis before the government reacts. This government should be proactive rather than reactive. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Argyle Barrington for bringing some points here. Before I start, and I have a lot of facts here that I would love to share. It was until I became an MLA that I have heard anything negative about our healthcare system. I worked in the healthcare system for 20 years and couldn't believe the service and the care that the patients I accompanied were receiving. And it was so difficult for me to accept all the negativity that our healthcare workers are hearing day in and day out. To me, that's what is causing a lot of their morale being down and being unappreciated for the work they're doing. There is so much is being done that, and stories that I have come across, and those stories never make it on the news. I'll give you just one quick one. Last year with my father-in-law, who's 92, a 92-year-old, quite frail, ending up in hospital in emergency for a very sudden thing, and we honestly thought we've lost him, right? They moved him to Dartmouth. He got one of the best care that anybody could receive. I remember it was Saturday, and they had, he got in on Friday. Saturday, they were deciding whether to operate or not. Will he survive this? For his age, he was quite frail, but they went ahead. Before, we all giving him a kiss goodbye just in case, he asked that he wanted a priest in there. This is a huge thing to him. They delayed everything until they found a priest, and they actually gowned the priest to go in to give him his last rite just in case. This is not a healthcare in crisis that can do this. This is a healthcare that gives beyond the expectation. This, honestly and truly, I have another case that we're going through. It's a difficult case because this gentleman, who is the healthiest person, just out of the blues, gets some funny feelings and funny taste in his mouth, and look it up, it is brain seizure. Monday, he sees his family doctor, I believe either Tuesday, Wednesday, a CAT scan, MRI, all within the same week. Saturday, he was operated on by apparently one of the best doctors in that field. This is not a healthcare in crisis. Please. This is happening to all your members as well. Do these stories make it to the news? Never. We have to tell the truth. We have to tell there is issues. We are not 100%, and no government has been able to get healthcare into 100%. We are number 4 in the country in having doctors, patients connecting patients with doctors. We are the highest number of doctors per capita, and we keep complaining. We keep complaining about the small. We have 5.5% of people who do not have doctors, and that's all we hear about, and it's true. They deserve that. And no one, and the Premier told me that. He said, how can I say to anyone that they don't deserve a doctor? that he will try. He is striving to have that 5.5% without doctors to 100%. He will not take anything less than that. So this is what this government's trying, and I would love to give you a lot of what is happening that is positive, and we need to start to share that, guys. We truly have to. Otherwise, we are hurting our healthcare professionals. We keep putting them down for the services that they're offering and the miracles they're performing that I personally have witnessed. So I would love to add some information. So we have 51.014 on the list, but that equates to 5.5. And we're constantly adding doctors. We're doing so many things to help our doctor situation. But that doctor situation is across Canada. My parents are in Oakville, Ontario, in Toronto. My father was in the corridors in the best hospital in Oakville until they operated on him, and he received a wonderful service. But we cannot, there is so much demand and so much volume. Our population is getting older, especially here in the Maritimes, and we are slowly trying to increase our health dollars. We only have so much money. We spend almost half of our budget on health, and we've spent another 297, I believe, almost 300,000 extra this year, 300 million more this year in health. We're definitely making healthcare as our number one. This government has done so many things, and please let me share some of them. First, let's talk about the financial incentives for doctors. We have doctor recruitments. We have doctor training information. For example, we have 209 new doctors and specialists recruited since April 2018. 79 doctors since and 31 family doctors and 48 specialists. They launched new 200,000 fund to support creative, innovative efforts by communities to recruit and retain doctors, a maximum of 25,000 for each. They created new practice-ready assessment program to help internationally trained family doctors work in Nova Scotia. 5 candidates referred this year alone. They've created physician immigration stream, 44 doctors nominated through this stream since February. These are wonderful initiatives that we are taking the ship in the right direction. And it's really making a difference. We may not see the difference right now, but it's definitely coming in the future. We have, for doctor training, adding 16 new medical school seats at Dalhousie, 4 added this year in August, 12, new seats are for Nova Scotia students for rural settings, and African Nova Scotians, Mi'kmaq, are really encouraged and given special incentives. First time new seats have been added in more than 10 years. We are the only province to add more residency spaces to train and recruit more doctors. 10 for family medicine and 15 new space for specialists. These will make a difference. I know that. And unfortunately, this is a national. Everybody is trying to recruit doctors. So we're swimming against the tide, but we are making big strides in that aspect. We are providing more educational opportunities outside of Halifax for third-year medical students through new clerkship program. 4 students are spending their entire third year of medical school training in Cape Breton, outside of the city. There is also I have it right here. The other financial incentives that have really helped are, we are working with Doctors Nova Scotia to develop $39.6 million package for family doctors. These are wonderful incentives We're paying them more money, we're creating incentives. Other financial incentives we're offering to doctors are tuition relief program, up to $120,000 for medical student tuition if they work here for 5 years. Family medicine bursaries, $60,000 to start a practice in Nova Scotia if they work here for 3 years. Debt assistance, $20,000 to $45,000 for up to 3 years, offered to eligible new grads who choose to work in Nova Scotia. These are real incentives, and we are doing so much more and continuing to add more all the time. I know my colleague talked about also, excuse me one second. About emergency. We have some real programs, and we're offering doctors emergency shift premium to help cover hard-to-fill ER shifts. 8 hospitals across the province have used this new program. Offering locum incentive program to help with short and long-term vacancies by making it more financially attractive. This program has been used at 12 hospitals across the province. 576.5 days have been covered at various sites across Nova Scotia, keeping emergency department open. We have done a lot, but we will be doing more to make sure our emergency doctors, our emergency hospitals are covered and doctors are working there. We also have, for me, it's about the future. And this government has really thought about the future, are putting so many steps to improve healthcare for the future. Their biggest thing that they've really done is our infrastructure. There is so much money that we are spending so that we can improve. There was nothing worse for me than to sit in the basement of the Victoria General and look at that building, how old and how depressing to be down there for those dental health workers where I spend a lot of my time doing interpreting with patients, and I looked and I said, we can do better than this. This is more like third world country, and we're finally putting the money into infrastructure so we can attract doctors, so we can have the best care for our patients. We are building new dialysis units across Nova Scotia to improve access to patients in Kentville, in Digby, Glace Bay, Bridgewater, Halifax, and Dartmouth. We're building new primary healthcare centres in Middleton and Shelburne. It is all over Nova Scotia. We're investing billions of dollars in the redevelopment projects to modernize existing healthcare and build new ones. I really can't wait to have that happen and to move our centralized from downtown to 3 locations. To me, that was a very smart decision. Put healthcare where people are and lower the congestion and the cost of parking. And it was so difficult for patients to find parking, to pay for parking going downtown. Hopefully that will be relieved in the future. We have for the CBRM healthcare redevelopment in New Waterford, building a new community health centre and a long-term care home. In North Sydney, we're building a new community health centre, long-term care home, and a laundry centre. In Sydney, we're building a new emergency department, cancer centre, and critical care department at Cape Breton Regional Hospital. In Glace Bay, expanding the emergency department. CBRM launched a community-based paramedic program. 203 calls to date. CB Regional, 148 community paramedic visits, 39 virtual RN visits. In Glace Bay, 9 community paramedic visits, 7 virtual RN visits. These are all amazing numbers and really it brings so much optimism for the future. We need to look forward. We need to move forward with our government and stop pushing the word crisis. That is a negative, and it destroys morale. Please, let's look at the positive and help to continue working hard to make it to 100%. Thank you again.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy to speak on this resolution today. I have a lot to say, but I'd first like to address a couple of the things I've heard so far in this debate. I sit on the Health Committee, the Legislative Health Committee, and there are some really great things happening in healthcare and things that, as my colleague from across the floor has pointed out, things that are getting put in place now, which we will hopefully see the benefits of in a few years. And I don't deny that, and I'm very pleased to see that. I'm happy that the list of family doctors is growing, but the fact is that we are in a healthcare crisis still. We might not be in 5 years if some of these best laid plans actually come to fruition, but it is too soon to tell. Now, I remember my mom worked as a Catholic chaplain in the HI in the Halifax Infirmary for many, many, many years. She worked in the acute care floors of the Halifax Infirmary, and she came home with stories of amazing, amazing things that happened in those units that she worked on. She did rounds with nurses, doctors, physiotherapists, social workers, and she was there for many, calling in the priests and making sure the priests were there for various reasons, usually pending deaths. But she was also there as a chaplain for deaths. She did a lot of that amazing work. And I will say to the member across the floor, who has, I know, lots of experience in hospitals, that yes, there are many, many amazing things that happen in hospitals. Her family has received excellent care. Colleagues that I work with, their families have received excellent care. My families have received excellent care. I have received excellent care in the hospital, and I have. Yes, I have. Hold, I'm not done. I have a point in this. The fact is that because many people or some people receive excellent care, it does not negate the fact that there is a serious issue happening in our province, and many, many people aren't accessing care where they need it and when they need it. We only have to think of the many, many people, the terrible numbers of youth mental health situations, and the people who have decided to end their lives because they haven't been able to get the care that they need, Mr. Speaker. So we need to actually take a moment, take pause, stop. And I know unfortunately, I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but we have to stop patting ourselves on the back and congratulating ourselves for all these things when, in fact, there are some serious issues to deal with. Yes, we're getting more we have 45 new doctors since we started that's fantastic, because it is 45 less than we had before. But guess what? It's 55 less than we need. I'm sorry, I was told there would be no math in this job. I would say that yes, while there are many, many amazing things happening in hospitals, the member's father-in-law who got a priest, whose healthcare team delayed the surgery because they wanted to get a priest, that is because of the healthcare workers on the ground in that moment being amazing. And we have to also remember that most of what's happening in our healthcare system right now is not because of, infrastructure and systems and the amazingness of systems. It's because of the amazing work of dedicated healthcare professionals in this province who are working in spite of the system right now. And we are hearing that the system is crumbling around them because they can't take it anymore. We have heard that from many, many, many healthcare workers. So let us take pause. Let us orient this discussion in what is actually happening. Thank you for that preamble, allowing me that preamble. I want to speak about Dartmouth North and the healthcare situation in Dartmouth North. And I would say that people in my constituency are feeling the impacts of the healthcare crisis very acutely in Dartmouth North. So where I want to focus my comments are on the people who are living in poverty, and there are many who live in Dartmouth North. And I would say that those folks are doubly affected by the lack of access to primary care and because of the social determinants of health. And we have heard these terms many times in this House, and we have had this discussion many times, and I know that I am probably getting branded as the MLA that speaks about poverty all the time, but Mr. Speaker, there it is. Poverty is a serious contributor to health issues, sickness, the social determinants of health, of course, but it's also connected to all kinds of other things that happen in our province. And so I'm going to focus my comments on that. So let's talk about primary care for a minute. In Dartmouth North, we do have one primary care clinic. It is not taking any new patients, and anyone who needs a walk-in clinic must go to other places in Dartmouth. There are two that we tell people about, the Woodlawn Clinic and the one downtown on Portland Street. And the fact is that many people in my constituency do not have real access to primary care. And let's not forget about a certain population in Dartmouth North where getting around, transportation and actual crossing over Victoria Road is a major issue for many people in my constituency. And it might seem, oh well, we're urban, we have access to transportation, but it is more than a bus pulling up on a certain road, Mr. Speaker. It is a whole bunch of other things. And so we lack primary care services in Dartmouth North. We definitely do. And why is it important, Mr. Speaker, that a primary care provider would know something about someone's social and economic situation? Well, we know that lots of illnesses are exacerbated by poor housing, inadequate grocery money, chronic stress of working several jobs and trying to make ends meet. And while we're talking about housing for a minute, I would also like to point out again all of the great self-congratulatory comments that we've been hearing from this government about housing and all of the amazing things they're doing about housing. Instead of looking at the housing crisis that is happening in Metro, but also all across the province, straight in the face and saying, yeah, we recognize that this is an issue and we are the government and it is our job to pull up our sleeves and meet this issue head on. We see that there is a problem and we're going to do something about it. Instead of all of the deflecting that has been happening for the last 35 days, it's unbelievable how we can't get a straight answer about any of these things. All I want to hear is that someone hears that there is a problem and that someone is doing something about it. But we can't get that from this government. So we know that social determinants of health have physiological consequences. Here's an example. Chronic stress caused by the body chronic stress causes the body to produce a hormone called cortisol. And sustained levels of cortisol sustained elevated levels of cortisol are found in people who live in chronic economic insecurity. And sustained elevated levels of cortisol are a direct contributor to the development of type 2 diabetes. Diabetes is a terrible thing to have. Type 2 diabetes is a terrible thing to have to live with, but it's also a major stress on our healthcare system. And it's completely preventable. Poverty is a cycle, and it's a trap. And our social systems that we have in this province and the government that we have who refuses to address any of the problems in the social systems makes it very difficult to escape. We know that there are doctors in the ER in Dartmouth General who are now naming poverty as a diagnosis, Mr. Speaker. That's bad. While the society-level issues that create inequality and poverty do need to be addressed at a structural level, primary care providers are well placed to use medicine to help people who are struggling under the burden of poverty. Some primary care providers have started prescribing income. This is what you need. You need some money, sir. Imagine. In Ontario, there's a project at the Centre for Urban Health Solutions at St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto. They're piloting an automated patient screening process, which sensitively tests for income security and offers patients sort of patient-tailored support so that doctors and nurses can connect their patients to. Through individual assessments and group education sessions, the program works to increase income. For example, improving knowledge of government benefits and assist with applications, encouraging tax filing, all of these issues that we see when people are encountering poverty, all of the things that they need to put in place to ever get at all any of the benefits that they can be qualified for. Reduce expenses, for example, identifying free goods and services, and improving financial literacy like budgeting and debt management. And when, as a person who is economically vulnerable, one doesn't have access to primary care, they're missing out on opportunities for support, and they're missing out on the chance to be counted. While we in the NDP would put these programs into place because we know that they make sense and that it's the right thing to do, screening patients at the point of access to care would produce granular data on the vulnerability of many members of our community that might spur this government to act in ways that they have so far refused to do. For instance, if the government could see how many Nova Scotians making under $15 an hour develop type 2 diabetes and connected that figure to how much it costs our healthcare system to treat that population, perhaps finally that they would understand why it's important to make a meaningful and substantial increase to minimum wage. Maybe if the government understood what percentage of our province's many cases of asthma and cardiovascular disease occurred in people living in unfit rental housing, they'd be more inclined to believe the thousands of tenants across Nova Scotia demanding new affordable housing and protections against rent increases on the substandard dwellings that they are already living in. Perhaps if we knew the many cases of depression and anxiety are tied to being stigmatized by our ESIA system, they would raise the rates and make the application process less brutal and allow people to retain their dignity when they need help. People in Dartmouth North are facing all of these issues, and when I am speaking obviously as the MLA for Dartmouth North, but I'm also speaking about people all across the province. There is no community in this province that is not, I'm sure that there are not people that are facing these kinds of issues. But the people in my community are facing them, and it's taking a toll on people's health care. With the rising rents, we see people choosing between their rent and their medication, Mr. Speaker, and we know what that does. We know if it's a medication for a mental health issue, well, it throws people into mental health crisis and people are tail spinning. If it's a medication for diabetes, well, we know they're going to get sicker. We know that there's going to be chronic issues, and so we're choosing between rent and medication and food, which is obviously also very important to maintaining one's health. I will mention again, for instance, that many cases of people looking for housing in my constituency. Here's the latest. I got a Facebook message on the weekend of a single mom who has a 3-year-old, completely, responsible, engaged woman in our community who is now facing eviction. Where is she going to go? Where is she going to go if there's no MRHA housing left, and there is nowhere, literally nowhere, that is at all affordable now in Dartmouth North to live? A woman with a 3-year-old child, maybe she could go and get a tent from her ESIA worker like the other person in my community who was also offered a tent to go and sleep outside somewhere. This is what is happening right now, folks. The crisis in primary care affects all Nova Scotians, but those who are already struggling stand to sink deeper into the struggles if we don't have access to a healthcare provider who can help them. Just in my last couple of minutes, I would like to shout out, as my colleague from Argyle Barrington did. There are many people in Dartmouth North working on the ground on these issues. People who are working in housing supports, people who are working on improving access to healthcare in Dartmouth North, people who are working to get primary care support in our community. And also, I want to shout out especially a couple of the amazing pharmacists and pharmacy technicians who are working. The pharmacy on 6 Primrose, the Lawtons there, the main pharmacist is, oh my gosh, I'm going to have a blank, so Irene Glinsky. Irene and her team, Mr. Speaker, are acting as healthcare navigators now in the community. They are pointing people in the directions of services that they can try to access if there wasn't such huge wait lines. Without those folks at that pharmacy, and I'm sure the other pharmacies in Dartmouth North are doing the same thing, people would be a lot less able to access the services that are there. So I want to thank all of the people in Dartmouth North who are working on these issues, and I really encourage the government in the space that we have until the next sitting to actually grapple with these issues, come up with some meaningful plans to address some of the issues facing people in poverty, and really do the right thing and get people back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the members for their comments thus far. It's great to see such a rosy picture of healthcare in Nova Scotia today. In some fantasy world, I'm not sure where it's at right now. Coming from being a frontline healthcare provider myself, this couldn't be further from the truth. To suggest that burnout amongst healthcare workers is from negativity is an absolute joke, really. Nonetheless, it is what it is. I just want to talk specifically from kind of a Cape Breton perspective, I guess, today. Is kind of my goal. So in order to understand what's going on right now, I think in Cape Breton, it's important to understand the health of the population of most Cape Bretoners. I was fortunate in my graduate studies to be able to conduct an executive summary on the health of Cape Breton, especially specifically regarding chronic diseases, incidence of diseases and those sorts of things. So I'm going to go back to 1995, many years ago, the amalgamation of the Cape Breton Health Authority under then a Liberal government as well. So we lost 110 beds long 25 years ago. Much has changed since then. But nonetheless, we're in an even more trying time, I think, today. The incidence of chronic disease rates in Cape Breton, specifically diabetes, hypertension, obesity, substance abuse, what else? COPD, for example, are significantly higher than the national average. For example, 26.7% of Cape Bretons have hypertension, 64.6% obesity. Just for two, which are well above the provincial average for the mainland and the country as a whole. The life expectancy in Cape Breton is 1.6 years shorter than the rest of Nova Scotia, which is also pretty telling in itself. So like I said, chronic diseases could be classified as diabetes, high blood pressure, cancer, heart disease, and COPD. Many healthcare providers, myself included, many of my colleagues in Cape Breton, believe that most of these chronic diseases can be attributed to the social determinants of health, which are very well known in the literature in Canada, especially with the Public Health Agency of Canada. Well-versed for policymaking, both at a federal and provincial level. I'm just going to list a few of those off and then talk about how they're related to Cape Breton specifically. Income and social status, employment and working conditions, education and literacy. Childhood experiences, healthy behaviors, and access to health services. They're kind of the couple that I would like to concentrate on. Like I said earlier in this House, childhood poverty in Cape Breton is astronomically higher than the rest of the country, much higher than the rest of Nova Scotia, actually. The unemployment rate is 2.5 times what it is in mainland Nova Scotia. And we knew this was coming for quite some time. I have an article here from actually from 2014 from a local physician. The island has twice the national average of people being admitted to hospital for chronic illness, according to the Canadian Institute for Health Information, and it's going to get worse. This is almost 6 years later since this article was written, and it has gotten a lot worse. Like, we knew this was coming. I just don't know why we didn't prepare for it properly, which is very unfortunate. This can also be attributed to a high rate of substance abuse, poor diet, alcohol use, and long-standing working in the coal and steel industries, which can also be attributed to much higher incidence of lung cancer, COPD, and respiratory issues as well. For example, Nova Scotia was the only province in the country that showed a growth in child poverty rates between 2015 and 2017, as cited by Stats Canada. Being a healthcare professional myself, as many colleagues and mine across the province would agree, the current model of care and delivery in Nova Scotia, I think, is fundamentally flawed. By fundamentally flawed, I mean a focus on hospital-based inpatient care. There needs to be a focus on preventative community-based care for these chronic conditions through the form of walk-in clinics, preventative health lifestyle changes, and access to primary care and a family doctor. So these situations don't snowball and escalate to the point where when you're finally admitted to hospital, you're at the point of no return, as they say. I'm just going to use a couple examples here. The current emergency room at the Cape Breton Regional, for example. 15 nurses resigned in August alone. So, I mean, that's a pretty straightforward statistic. Due to burnout, lack of resources, lack of help, stress, mental health fatigue. I know this because many have called me to tell me this personally. The Glace Bay ER was open for 4 days this summer, which is supposed to be a pillar of the new redevelopment strategy, which will just be a new building that's empty, basically, under the current game plan, which is unfortunate. Moving on to the Badek ER. There's been a lot in the news lately in regards to issues at Badek. That facility was designed to see approximately 200 visits per month when it was designed initially. Now it's seeing upwards of 700 visits a month, 50 to 85%, which come directly from the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. There's an article last week where the doctors are actually approaching their own municipal leaders in order to hire their own private recruiter for physicians. This is just a quote from a local physician that works at that facility. We've sort of sucked it up thus far and dealt with it, but they're getting run down, and it's not sustainable for us to do that. So it kind of gives you an impression of a frontline, what a frontline healthcare worker really thinks that's kind of working in the trenches. Moving on to long-term care. Personally, myself, I've worked in long-term care for a couple of years. Nova Scotia has an aging population. It's not a surprise. It's been called the tsunami by some critics, which I'll table that momentarily. And it's estimated that we could need 50% more long-term care beds by 2030. So in basically 10 years' time. So not hundreds, we actually need thousands and thousands. Or we're going to be in big trouble. Personally, myself, I worked at a long-term care facility in Glace Bay. I was hired, I think when I started, there was 2 RNs and LPN on nights. Then it was a RN and an LPN, and then there was an RN, myself, for 116 residents. Just to give you an idea. And so I remember one shift, there was a palliative patient, a patient had a fall, and a patient with chest pain, all at the same time. So, I mean, budgetary constraints and staffing ratios, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, I think. I'd like to also mention the Homes for Special Care Act, which is severely outdated, lacks updates, lacks staffing ratios. In the last couple of years, there's even been far as cuts in dietary allotments for residents, decreasing meals, and basically affecting the nutrition in the vulnerable states that they're in. Now, coming from a background in mental health as well, let's talk a little bit about violence in the workplace, especially in healthcare. That healthcare workers in Nova Scotia are 10 times more likely to report violence on the job than workers in other industries in the province. This ranges from yelling to violent assaults. There's specific incidents here also from Cape Breton describing a physician who refused to prescribe narcotics to a patient. The patient lambasted the physician with a punch to the jaw and knocked him to the floor. And that, sadly enough, that's commonplace in the current healthcare system. I'd like to talk about a little bit about mental health of actual employees in the healthcare system, especially Nova Scotia. This is an article from September 18th talking about paramedics. Morale among paramedics in the Maritimes is at an all-time low, said the union president. Staffing is a huge issue, lack of compensation, and equipment resources continue to be a constant concern, affecting employee morale and public safety. Next is a physician discussing physician burnout, which he classifies as a very serious issue in Nova Scotia. There was actually a survey sent to physicians, 2,287 physicians, and only 372 responded. So I believe that in itself is a response. They suggested cynicism and exhaustion that play a significant factor in the response rate in physician burnout. They're calling for an improved relationship and collaboration between themselves and the provincial government and Nova Scotia Health Authority. This next story I'd like to talk about is from Antigonish, actually. It discusses how 10 doctors left Antigonish last year. This is from last April. I was reading this last night, actually, and it's quite remarkable, the story, actually. And talks about a young physician moving to the area after 13 years in medical school, significantly high student loans, a spouse, a small child. And just discussing how, apart from their full-time duties as a physician, they were either on-call, pre-call, post-call, every day of their life. I had zero ability to modify that. I was just burnt out and I just needed a little bit of help. This just goes on to discuss the life stresses, the long hours, the issues of money with a significant loan debt, and a spouse who couldn't work due to scheduling issues. I mean, these are people that work in the system, people that are in the system right now. And it also discusses how nurses are often asked to come and work beyond their scheduled hours, yet are not offered any overtime pay. Now, why in the world would anyone give up the rest of the day, leave their family behind to come work for straight time, which they're unlikely to see anyway due to taxes? So what happens? They usually decline to come in for the shifts. Roadblocks are put up, and furthermore, it goes on to discuss just the poor remuneration and a lack of flexibility for lifestyle and personal beliefs with physicians. There was then the example of the gentleman from Annapolis Valley who died awaiting a ambulance transfer for routine CAT scan and further treatment. I mean, I could table these documents for days from the last year alone. There's just too many, so I picked what I thought was significant. There continues to be significant negative issues in Cape Breton prescribing to mental health and addictions, especially the constant lack of inpatient beds for both psychiatric and inpatient detox patients, the lack of a child adolescent psychiatrist, no addiction treatment programs for anyone under the age of 18, having families with children under the age of 12 traveling to the IWK for severe mental health issues. I think these issues resonate on the doorsteps of my recent by-election because this is what come up 95% of the time. I do commend the current government for implementing infrastructure that's coming in the coming years. But I do think this problem is a human capital problem, a human resource problem. It needs to be resolved right now, not in 5 years. I think that's the primary issue. And I hear that time and time again from people. Anyways, on that note, thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to call Resolution 853. The operative clause, therefore, be it resolved that the government acknowledge that the Nova Scotia healthcare system is in crisis.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to grab this here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored, as always, to be able to stand in my place and speak on resolution number 853. We are speaking on this resolution that I had put forward so that all members, if they wished, could take the opportunity to stand in their place and share their stories, good, bad, indifferent, on the healthcare crisis here in Nova Scotia that we all face, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what frustrates me the most is that when I first took my place in this House in the fall of 2013, nothing has really changed. The questions that I asked back then are still the same questions that I'm asking today. I remember one of my very first questions was around health care. I remember standing in my place and asking questions about doctor shortages, overworked paramedics, and for that matter, all allied health care professionals. I remember speaking about my local hospital, the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital, and the wonderful services and staff there. There's some incredible people that work in our healthcare services, and at the Pictou Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital, in that one building we have blood collection, we have a dialysis unit, we have restorative care, we have the veterans unit, and we have a health clinic. These services are much needed in my area. But, Mr. Speaker, in 2013, I was asking the then Minister of Health about the expansion of a dialysis unit at the Sutherland Harris Memorial Hospital. And I was reassured that there would be reviews and that they were looking at Pictou. But yet, Mr. Speaker, I stand here still today and I find myself asking the same question to the now Minister of Health. Again, not a lot has changed. Services are decreasing across the province, and it's making it more and more difficult for Nova Scotians to access the medical care they need, whether, Mr. Speaker, it's primary care, whether it's home care, long-term care, mental health and addiction services. They're not there. They're not easy to access. And speaking of long-term care, Mr. Speaker, we find, well, basically, let's just get to the heart of it. There is no doubt in this chamber that every single member in here wants to see improvement in our healthcare system. We do identify that there are many good things happening in the healthcare system, but as we often say in this chamber, no one comes through our door with good news, unfortunately. And yes, I wish that sometimes media would pick up on more good news stories. But the reality is that we have to listen, Mr. Speaker, to the narrative of Nova Scotians, those Nova Scotians that are coming through our constituency office and sharing their personal health care stories, their crisis of being in the health care system in Nova Scotia. There will always, doesn't matter what government, the Liberals, the NDP, or the Progressive Conservatives, there will always be room for improvements, Mr. Speaker, because success is never ending. However, the reality at this very moment, Mr. Speaker, is that Nova Scotians cannot access the care they need. If we turn our attention for a moment to long-term care facilities, we know there is an increase of residents with very complex health care issues compared to 2 or 3 decades ago. Even just a decade ago was different, Mr. Speaker. I know that when I volunteered at the Shiretown Seniors Home in Pictou in high school, it was mostly couples sharing a room together. We would go in, we would read to them, we would do errands for them, but they were still very capable individuals. That is not necessarily the case now, because we see those individuals at the time when I was volunteering are staying in their homes longer, and we appreciate that. We want that to happen. So there's very complex cases that are happening. I know that we have to have a sincere focus on those with dementia, because we know that this disease is increasing rapidly. We also know, Madam Speaker, that there's a higher increase with those with physical, mental, and emotional disabilities, and this compounds the workload that our healthcare workers already experience. These complex healthcare issues require more and more resources, not just financially, Madam Speaker, but as well as more manpower. This Liberal government has recently announced more beds for long-term care, which I applaud them on this. That's great. They identified that we have a need. We still need more, and I hope that there's more beds that will be on the horizon. Madam Speaker, if this government neglects to address the inadequate staff-patient ratio, then what happens is patients or residents at long-term care facilities are neglected. And we certainly witnessed that in the case of Chrissy Dunnington. Chrissy should never have died, Madam Speaker. She was a beautiful young woman with a jovial spirit, and I know how much she is missed by family and friends. Madam Speaker, there is a group called MEGA. Now, I'm not certain if everyone in this chamber is familiar with MEGA, but MEGA stands for Make Emergency Great Again. Madam Speaker, there's no laughing matter over this group. This group was formed by doctors. Now, they didn't form this group because they have nothing to do. We can only imagine why they formed this group. And this group was formed by like-minded emergency care workers, such as Dr. Robert Miller. He ignited this group out of the sheer frustration of getting burned out and seeing a system collapse around him and his colleagues. Now, if there was no crisis, if there was no healthcare crisis in this province, do people in this chamber actually think that doctors and allied healthcare professionals would create such a group and travel across this province on their own dime, trying to provide information, trying to meet with members of the Liberal government to try to make suggestions to improve our healthcare system? No, they have better things to do. Madam Speaker, the system is broken. And look, it took all governments. We're all at fault here. But what is so frustrating is that this government does not want to listen to the ideas and suggestions that are coming forward from the people on the front lines. It still frustrates me deeply to this day that when I ran in 2013, that I continue to hear on the doorsteps, well, Carla, the Liberal government, is promising a doctor for every Nova Scotian. And you know we have a doctor shortage here in Pictou West. So, you know, I'm going to go with the, you know, the party that is going to ensure that I have a doctor. Well, guess what? We still find ourselves today without a doctor, myself included. And my colleague earlier from Argyle Barrington spoke about how people are going into emergency and finding out that they have cancer. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? I'm from a family where that happened. My mom didn't have a doctor. She wasn't well. I said, we're going to emergency. Within 3 hours, the doctor, who was absolutely fabulous, said, your mother has cancer, and it's not good. And she said, the doctor said, how do you want us to address this? Because she doesn't have a doctor. Do you want me to go in and tell her, Carla, that she has cancer, or do you want to go in and tell her? And it just deeply, deeply resonated with me that, oh my gosh, my parents don't have a doctor. They've never needed a doctor, but when they needed a doctor, they didn't have one, Madam Speaker. They didn't have one. So I had to go in and tell my mother, you're going to die. You have cancer. They're giving you X amount of months. I had to do that. But it would have been really nice and comforting to know that the support would have been there for me to take her back to her doctor and go in with her and have someone that knows I was compassionate, but it was unfamiliar territory for me. Just recently, my father, 75 years old, is not well recently and doesn't have a doctor. And the last 2 months, trying to navigate the system, we've been lucky enough to get into different specialists. We've seen about 7 or 8 different ones, but each one keeps saying, where do we send this information to? Where do we send these test results to? Who's championing for my father? Who's looking after his files? Where is this all going? Who can put the pieces together to identify really what's going on with him? You know, Madam Speaker, my father, 75 years old, has never been sick in his life, doesn't have a doctor, but didn't need one. But now, again, he needs a doctor and doesn't have a doctor. He worked 46 years with the same company, Madam Speaker, and did not call in sick once. Not once. And now we find ourselves trying to navigate a system that is completely broken. And it's very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. Madam Speaker, we heard earlier from our leader about the system that this government's trying to put in place, one patient, one record. And I will advise, not that anyone in this chamber believes that I have the credentials, but I would advise, with all my research and investigating, that this government should stop in your tracks right now. You're investing what will be, at the end of the day, mark my word, at the end of the day, this system is going to be close to $1 billion of Nova Scotia taxpayers' money. And guess what? It's already ancient. This system is already ancient. It has been proven time and time again that it doesn't work in other places. We need to go back to the start. There's nothing wrong in saying, look, we did a little bit of investigating. I think we spent X amount of money to this point, but this isn't going to work. Madam Speaker, this government needs to take immediate action to create more long-term care beds, to unload overcrowded hospitals and emergency departments, because we are on the cusp of approaching a rough winter flu season. We've got the warnings, we've heard, and there has been a lot, Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of great bills from this side of the floor. Lots of practical bills that could be implemented almost immediately that would assist this government in improving the healthcare system. But every time opposition, whether it's NDP or the PC party, introduces bills around healthcare, they're never even considered for second reading, unless, of course, we call them on our opposition day, but they're not even considered. I hear a member across the floor saying they will. You know, just yesterday, in question period, Madam Speaker, I spoke about Bernie Clark, an 88-year-old friend of mine who's going to be starting dialysis. And again, guess where Bernie's going to have to go to receive that life, that treatment that will save his life. He has to find a way to get to Halifax, possibly Antigonish, which would be closer, 45 minutes. But more than likely, he's going to have to, at 88 years old, travel to Halifax to receive that treatment. I could go on and on and on all day. But Madam Speaker, I just want to reaffirm that we need to collaboratively start working together. We take the fault together. Let's start working together in order to ensure better health care in Nova Scotia. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham. No? No? You're next? Okay, sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Needham, Atlantic, we're pretty close. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite on healthcare. The resolution, the last line does acknowledge the healthcare crisis, but it also speaks about the great work done by our nurses and our healthcare professionals and our staffing. So I want to touch on that, but there's a few things that I wanted to say before I get started. There was a comment made about one patient, one record. I know that BC, for example, has had this type of program implemented for a long time. You know, one of the biggest complaints that I've heard from people, not just in my community, but in the members' community and communities right across Nova Scotia, is depending on what facility they're going to, the healthcare records are not being shared. And one of the things that they've done in BC very successfully for a long time is they have access to patients' records. So imagine, Madam Speaker, being type 2 diabetes and being picked up by a paramedic in Vancouver and them being able to put your name into the computer and know immediately if you have type 2 diabetes, if you have allergies, when the last time you went to the hospital, what you went to the hospital for, and things like that. Imagine how helpful that would be. So I do want to say to the member opposite, while I appreciate her enthusiasm, I think that if done correctly, as we've seen in other jurisdictions, this would be a huge help for our frontline workers, and it would take a lot of stress and it would take a lot of resources that are being used for diagnosing and contacting other medical facilities and finding out what treatments and what kind of care they've had. It would take that out of their hands and let them deal with the issue at hand. You know, one of the things that was said was that our system is completely broken. And that was said several times over and over and over, that our system is completely broken. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker, I don't agree with that because I don't think our system's completely broken. We have hardworking men and women working on the front line, working behind the scenes, working in the Department of Health, and to say that a system is completely broken is to insinuate that for some reason they're part of that, and that's part of what our system is broken. I don't believe that. I can tell you we've heard some stories about our healthcare system, and the member opposite had said essentially that nothing's been done.
Barely anything's been done over the last 6 years. Well, I'd like to tell you a story, Madam Speaker. When I first got elected, a friend of mine, Tracy, who's a nurse practitioner, had reached out to me. She was working in Muscataubbit at the time. We sat down, we had a long conversation about everything nurse practitioners can do. Opened my eyes. I'd never actually, I have a lot of friends that are nurses, but I had never actually knew the difference between a registered nurse, an LPN, and a nurse practitioner. So she said to me at the time, there may have been a dozen nurse practitioners working in Nova Scotia, that no government had ever invested in nurse practitioners. In fact, I called Dalhousie, the School of Nursing. I spoke to members of the School of Nursing, some of the educators there, and they said the biggest problem they had was they were telling nurse practitioners that you're not going to be able to, once you graduate, get practice. Because there was no nurse practitioners in Nova Scotia. There was very few. So what was happening is these nurse practitioners were moving away, or they were letting their licenses expire on nurse practicing. 6 years later, we have over 200 nurse practitioners who are working directly in our system. And I'm proud to say that Tracy has now moved from Muscataubbit to Spryfield and has taken on a whole host of patients there. She's working with doctors, she's working with family practice nurses, and they've never felt more valued. Nurse practitioners have never felt more valued than they do right now, because they can actually go to school, they can actually get educated on this. In fact, there was a program that was introduced that said, that we just introduced, which I think was for about $1.2 million, where there's 10 seats open for registered nurses to become nurse practitioners, and they don't lose their pay. So while they're in school for those 2 years getting educated, becoming nurse practitioners, which are an extremely valuable part of the healthcare system, which can help offload some of the tremendous amount of work and stress that are on our doctors, and we all recognize that. You know, we keep hearing words like, you need to say this word, you need to say that word. Well, they're just words. What we need to do is action. And the last budget we just passed was a healthcare budget. The capital budget that came out was a healthcare capital budget. There's money for hospitals, there's money for machines that are needed for healthcare practitioners. There's money for new technology. There's money for dialysis. There's more seats for doctors. There's more seats for nurses. Those aren't words, Madam Speaker. Those are actions. And actions are what are going to help the healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we are working every single day with frontline workers. We are working with the Department of Health, we're working with the frontline workers, we're working with doctors, we're working with nurses, we're working with everybody to figure out what we can do to make a healthcare system better. When you've had decades of underinvestment, and if we want to speak about investment, one of the things that popped in my mind while we've had this discussion is that I remember there was a certain leadership race going on, and one of the individuals that was running for leader had said and put it on social media that there would be no increases to the healthcare budget, but they would find money within the current healthcare funding. So what I would say to the members opposite, and that individual went on to become leader of the Progressive Conservatives, and they may deny it, but it's on the internet. It's on the internet. In his own words, well, I mean, I just heard another member say, that must mean it's true. Well, it's his own words, it's his own face, it was on his site. So I asked those members, where does the money come from? Where does the money come for raises for doctors? Where does the money come for new seats for physicians? Where does the money come for a brand new hospital and hospitals in Cape Breton that need to be upgraded? Where are you going to find the billions and billions of dollars within the healthcare system, the current healthcare budget? Who's going to suffer? Where does that money come from? It has to come from somewhere. So you either reinvest new money or you're taking it away. And what we heard was, and what I read, and everybody read, was that the Liberal government is wasting money on healthcare. We will find
Billions. And I heard the member from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage just say yes. Maybe she can stand up and tell us where they'll find billions and billions and billions of dollars in savings in the healthcare system, because Nova Scotians want to know, where are you going to find the money to build new hospitals? Because when I talk to physicians, when I talk to young physicians, when I talk to young physicians and nurses and frontline care workers from all over, one of the first things that come out of their mouth is, we need new technology. We need new infrastructure. It's not just about money. It's not just about resources. They're saying, imagine going to another jurisdiction and seeing state-of-the-art technology and seeing brand new hospitals that aren't leaking, that have safe water in them. Imagine having that. And then tell me, this is what they're saying to me, then tell me what the initiative is to stay in these old hospitals. And what we said was, you're absolutely right. You're right. We need to invest in new infrastructure. We need to sit down and have discussions with Doctors Nova Scotia, with the Nurses Union, with the NSGEU, with CUPE. Have these conversations, because I've been here for 6 years, and I heard the member say that no health care bill from the opposition has ever been approved. Well, I'll challenge her on that. I remember a former member, Dave Wilson, sitting over there and getting a health care bill through. One for paramedics. I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I'm pretty sure paramedics are part of the health care system. I remember that bill did not come from the Liberal government. That bill came from the former NDP member for Sackville-Cobequid. I wasn't, well, I mean, the member just said it. The member just said, the member for Dartmouth South just said it took him 9 years. Well, you know what? Part of those years, you were in the NDP were in government. So I would say to you, if it took 9 years, what were you guys doing for 3 years when you had a majority government? That's what I would say. I mean, he was the health minister. He was the health minister. Why did it take a Liberal health minister to put
I'd like
through...
to remind the member to address the chair.
Madam Chair, why did it take a Liberal health minister and a Liberal premier to put through an NDP health minister and an NDP premier who at the time had a majority government's bill? And I'm not, listen, I don't want to pick at the NDP, because I know that was a great bill. I've had many conversations with the former member, and I've had many conversations with him, and he was extremely passionate about it. And it was the right thing to do. But I just wanted to clear the record. Like, it's not fair to stand up and say you've never done something when it's clearly in the public record. It's not fair to stand up in this House and say, I didn't say that, when you've given interviews, when you've put it in your platform, when you've run on it. People in Nova Scotia are smarter than that. It's absolutely not fair to stand up here and say things to one person and then turn around and go into another community and say something different. And I know they're going to get up and they're going to say all kinds of things, and that's fine. But the truth is, I'm not making this up. This is fact. And I see members over there rolling their eyes and sighing and things like that, but it just takes a 30-second Google search. I did a 30-second Google search and saw that a progressive Conservative government will not increase health spending. But I bet you if we stand out there today, that's going to be different. It'll change. They'll stand out there and say, we're in a crisis, we need to increase spending. But the Liberals don't believe we're in a crisis, and they're not going to do anything about it. The last bill, we increased spending on healthcare. We've recognized every single year that there's a healthcare issue, and we've increased funding to healthcare every single year. We've hired more nurse practitioners than have ever worked in this province. And you know what? I will say this. You're right. This isn't about standing here and patting ourselves on the back. There is a lot more to do. A lot more to do. But one of the issues that I have is that the members opposite refuse to even acknowledge, not all of you, some of them that stand up and talk about the healthcare issue even refuse to acknowledge that there's positive steps happening, that new dialysis machines are positive, that hospitals that were built under my former MLA, John Buchanan, need to be replaced and updated. You know, it was good spending then, it's bad spending now. Why is it bad spending now? When we hear, you know what, it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. We need bodies. Yes, we need bodies. That's why we're investing in education. That's why if doctors stay in Nova Scotia, we invest hundreds and thousands of dollars in them individually to keep them there. We're a small province, but I would argue that we're a mighty province. But we are, it's not easy to compete, but we do. I just saw it today, and I've heard for the last 3 days the members opposite attack immigration, say Nova Scotia is not doing anything, they're below this, they're below that. And I just, in spite of us, our immigration system is horrible, and I just read an article today in CBC where, in spite of us, these new streams that were created in spite of us brought in 45 new doctors from the UK. So I have absolutely no problem with the members opposite being critical. That's their job. I think everybody in this chamber, I know we all want what's best for Nova Scotians. We all want what's best for our children and our parents. And yes, we sometimes have different ways of getting there. But all I ask is that when you stand up, that you acknowledge some of the positive things, as we've acknowledged, as we've personally acknowledged, not just through words, but through our actions, that we need to do more. So appreciate the debate, and I hope that they take those words and they at least let it sink in a little bit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Oh, Madam Speaker. Okay. I'm going to begin by responding a little bit to what we just heard. And I will acknowledge, I will absolutely acknowledge that there is amazing health care available in Nova Scotia. And I would say particularly our healthcare system has been designed to be effective when it comes to acute care. And the fact is that there are many healthcare challenges in Nova Scotia, and not all of them present acutely one time. And one of those challenges that does not present acutely one-time emergency sort of situation is mental health care. So that is going to be the focus of my remarks. But let me first say, before I get there entirely, that while I appreciate that it is important to recognize where things are good and what progress has been made, frankly, I would suggest that the biggest failure of this government was in not acknowledging the good work that had been done by the government that immediately preceded it and stopping those things in their tracks. And particularly, I would signal, I would highlight the mental health strategy, which had tremendous engagement from all the right stakeholders across the province, and was just at the early stage of its implementation. But I would also highlight collaborative care centers. Not collaborative care centers, I'm sorry, collaborative emergency centers, using paramedics. The strategy that Maureen McDonald, working with Dr. John Ross, developed to respond to emergency room closures across Nova Scotia. At the point that this government took office, there was a list of the next round of collaborative emergency centres that were slated to be opened across the province. And instead of following through on that work, which was in the end not particularly partisan work, it was the hard work of looking at a system and working with the healthcare providers and the public servants who worked in that system, you know, this government chose instead to just turn the page. Let's do something fresh and new. Let's consolidate the health authorities. And while there are some benefits to, you know, breaking down the silos that sometimes existed between health authorities, a lot of that work could have been done without that dramatic focus and the kind of like, let's stop and pause for 2 years. Let's stop and pause while we reorganize the deck chairs. That was not necessary, and it was not productive, and we lost time and we lost momentum. And that is on this government, 100%. I will also highlight that a major contributor to at least, no, not to the sense of crisis, but to the real challenges of our healthcare system at this moment was the signing of a healthcare accord that did not recognize the particular demographic profile of Nova Scotians, of Nova Scotia. And one question that I have asked it in budget estimates, I believe we have tabled it as a written question during this session, is what is the average age at which a health card is issued in Nova Scotia? And the reason I am asking that is because if you just, you know, picture a population reproducing itself, who would get the new health care cards? Babies, right? So you might think that the average healthcare, the average card would be issued to somebody, you know, at 0 months of age or 6 months of age, or maybe, you know, if there's some immigration coming into the province, maybe 6 years of age or maybe 12 years of age. I want to know what the average age at which a healthcare card is issued in Nova Scotia, because I can tell you from my own family, I can tell you from going door to door, you know, in my constituency, that there are many older people who migrate to Nova Scotia for their retirement. So not only is our population aging naturally, because we know that we know that our population as it is today is older than most other Canadian provinces, but also, and why wouldn't you want to? A lot of people are choosing to retire here and have always chosen to retire here. People who have worked, you know, worked in Ontario for much of their adult lives, worked in British Columbia or Alberta, where wages are higher. Military people, many military families that have been stationed in Nova Scotia for one tour, one period of their career will say, oh, where did I like living best? Nova Scotia. Let me retire there. So, and that's wonderful. I mean, we want those people. We welcome those people. But when the government negotiates a healthcare accord that does not recognize our demographic challenges, we are saying yes, we will welcome people at the inevitable end stage of life, because in the end, we all die, and most of us die when we're old. We can be grateful for that. And most of us will need more health care at the end of our life. I mean, just as the member for Pictou West just told the story of her father who was healthy his entire life, didn't need a doctor. That is not an uncommon story. It is, in fact, the very story of humanity. And so knowing that, how can a government responsibly accept and sign and come away with healthcare funding that does not recognize our demographic challenges? So that is a very real underpinning rotten plank underneath our healthcare system. So, all of that said, let's talk about mental health care. Nova Scotians report one of the highest lifetime prevalence rates of mental health disorders in Canada, 41.7% compared to 33.1% nationally. And there are barriers to publicly funded mental health services that create a two-tier system in our province. If you can pay for mental health care, whether out of your pocket or through insurance, you can seek treatment through a private provider. However, if you are not able to afford fees, which are generally between $125 and $250 an hour, entering a therapeutic relationship in the public system can take months, if not years. Nova Scotia has seen a number of high-profile mental health crises in the past decade. Access to mental health care is a high priority for Nova Scotians, but our spending on mental health makes up only 4% of the overall $4 billion healthcare budget. In 2017, the Liberals ran on a promise of creating a single point of entry into the mental health care system, meaning that in order to get any service, patients must first be seen for a choice and partnership appointment. That intake appointment determines their eligibility and how long it will take for an individual who is in mental distress, how long it will take for them to connect with a service provider. This is a patient flow management technique that requires the province to choose which mental health issue they want to focus on at their intake appointment, rather than actually having their story and their needs unfold organically. And the lack of funding for the services that clients are asked to choose between or choose from can extend the wait time for actual treatment substantially. Nova Scotia imported this approach from the United Kingdom, where program evaluations have consistently found that while this choice and partnership approach can reduce listed wait times, without adequate resources in the broader system, clients get stuck between the choice appointment and the partnership appointment. How this manifests in my constituency office is that we hear from constituents who have had that choice appointment and now feel like they have been slotted into some sort of service, some sort of response that doesn't actually meet their need. But also we have heard from people who have had that first appointment and been provided a list of resources in the community, many of them from nonprofit organizations that do not have the ability to respond to those needs. We are consistently seeing that this government is relying on nonprofit organizations that want to and are striving to respond to critical mental health needs in our community, but the government is not interacting with those nonprofits as real partners. Instead, they're downloading the need and abdicating responsibility. I spoke recently, I had an interaction with an executive director of a nonprofit who is frequently cited by this government when they're talking about one of their strategies. And yet that organization is struggling to meet payroll. We've heard from people in my office who have been told at the choice appointment, when they've gone into the mental health clinic at Bayers Road, that they need cognitive behavioral therapy. But sorry, the government doesn't offer cognitive behavioral therapy. How's that? In 2012, the NDP government put the first ever mental health strategy in place after extensive community consultation and collaboration. And while the Liberal government has praised the work that went into the report, as of spring 2018, no official program evaluation has been completed, and a number of important tasks, such as the collection and monitoring of alcohol, drug, and gambling data, hasn't even begun. So, effectively, that strategy is tabled. A sustainable and just approach to mental health in Nova Scotia must be guided by principles of client and family-centered care, authentic community collaboration, and community-level service delivery, deeply informed by an understanding of the social determinants of health. I'll say that the mental health system interacts with the other challenges in our health system. Another story that I have heard at my constituency office is of patients who have been under the care of psychiatrists and have either relocated to Nova Scotia and cannot find a family doctor, and therefore are unable to continue the care that they had previously. They have a psychiatrist in another province who's ready to hand over a file to a psychiatrist here, but because the patient cannot find a family doctor, there's a disconnect, and they fall into that gap. I've also heard from family doctors and other primary health care providers who are caring for patients who have been to see a psychiatrist and have had that care, and for whatever reason, because we know that mental health care is complex and it's ever changing, the regime that was established after consultation with the psychiatrist is no longer working, and somebody needs adjustments of their medications. But the family doctor cannot connect with the psychiatrist to do a consultation on the phone, and the patient is left having to try to navigate up to that sort of almost holy grail of an appointment with a psychiatrist. Because that's the only option. The only option seems to be to start back at the beginning of that very arduous journey. We know that this has real effects. It has real effects on families. It has real effects on patients. And I think while, you know, the government may want to debate the use of the word crisis, I think we can all agree that Nova Scotians, not all of them, not all the time, but many of them, and too often, actually are in crisis. And when they are in crisis, we should be able to provide them with the sort of health care, including mental health care, that they need. In other jurisdictions, including jurisdictions that, you know, have similar budgets and similar populations to ours, same day and next day mental health appointments are becoming the norm, because effectively, when you are in mental health crisis, an appointment that is 6 weeks away might as well not exist. You need help today. And that is particularly true for youth. And while I appreciate what the government has done in terms of expanding Schools Plus and placing mental health resources at schools, and I certainly know some of those people, not every person who needs that kind of assistance is in our school system. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a big topic put before us today. And in preparing my notes and my thoughts for this speech, I thought, where do I even start? This is an overwhelming subject. Our healthcare system is complex. We all know that. So I speak this morning, guess this afternoon it is now, as a woman who cares deeply about people. Most here in the House know that I am a registered nurse, and my husband is a family physician who also practices obstetrics. Healthcare has been our lives, and it's been in our lives by choice. By the young age of 5, I lost my mother to cancer, and I've always felt my purpose, the core of my purpose, is in healthcare. And one thing that I have witnessed as a registered nurse, and now as MLA, is that the constant thing that keeps our healthcare system going is the dedication of every nurse, of every physician, of every lab tech, of every healthcare provider in this province. It's their dedication and their caring for the people of this, for their patients, that is the foundation of what keeps our healthcare system afloat. But Madam Speaker, I feel compelled to speak on their behalf. And that is that they are drowning. Madam Speaker, the healthcare professionals in this province are drowning. And these are not just my words. These words came just 2 days ago from a local psychiatrist who I know well, and she was crying on the phone with me. And I feel compelled to make sure that I share her exact words. How can our healthcare professionals effectively take care of their patients that they care so deeply about when they themselves feel like they are drowning? We have a responsibility in this House to each and every citizen that we represent. We have a duty that is too great to pass off as if it is someone else's responsibility. It is our responsibility, each one of us here in this government. We set the tone of the province. We set the culture. We set and make legislation for our healthcare system. We must take responsibility for every problem that exists in our healthcare system because it starts with us. It starts with legislation. My colleague mentioned earlier there's always been challenges in our healthcare system. We know that, and I'll recognize that. But there's no question that since the Health Authorities Act was put in place, this new piece of legislation that was created to make one Nova Scotia Health Authority, our system has definitely been in chaos. This Nova Scotia Health Authority that we know was run for the first 4 years by a board of directors that had no physicians on the board. Now let's compare this to the well-respected Mayo Clinic that we all know is our world leaders, whose board is led by a physician CEO and whose mandate, whose policy it is that 50% of all board members are physicians. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that legislation and governance matters. Governance structures matter. How can a board responsible for the healthcare system have no healthcare professionals on the board? Typically, in good governance models in any industry, board members are made up of industry experts. Now, I will give credit to our Minister of Health, who did take our suggestion a couple of years ago and did place one voting member physician on the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board. But governance matters. Legislation matters. The Premier, let's go through who is responsible. The Premier is responsible to appoint a Minister of Health. The Minister of Health is responsible for the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board of Directors. They are accountable to the Minister. And I heard the Minister earlier today make a comment to my colleague from, I believe, Cole Harbour Eastern Passage to say that, it wasn't his responsibility, it was the Nova Scotia Health Authority. But let me remind us all here that he is responsible. It's his responsibility to make sure that board and that organization is effective. The Nova Scotia Health Authority Board of Directors is responsible to make sure the CEO is effective, and the CEO is responsible for the operational effectiveness of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. The operations of the Nova Scotia Health Authority in the past 4 years have failed. We hear in this House day after day, story after story of patients that we have failed. As a nurse, I have watched over the last 6 years as my colleagues have worked in this province with no clear management structure in place. Surgeons who cannot locate a manager to repair software for the colonoscopy. Nurse practitioners who cannot find a manager to speak to for months because they wanted to request a vacation to attend a family wedding. Physicians in the province whose chief of their department lives 3 hours away. The real-world experience of healthcare professionals in this organizational structure is chaos. And earlier, my colleague from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage had asked for a copy of the organizational structure, and that's because it matters. Leadership and strong management matters, and I look only to the military as a good example. There's a clear chain of command. Roles and responsibilities are clear, and I believe this is what is needed for our healthcare system. Strong governance and leadership for our healthcare professionals. Why does this matter? Because I can tell you, as healthcare professionals, we put patients first. So when you have a board of directors for a healthcare system that has at least 50% of their board members healthcare professionals, you're going to be sure as anything that they're going to be making sure that board are remembering that every decision on that board should be taking into consideration the patient and how every decision impacts patient care and impacts patients and their families. The needs of the patient must come first. I believe one of the reasons the Mayo Clinic is so successful is because they have a legacy that is called Patients First Legacy. The patient comes first. So now some of you may be thinking, well, you can't really compare the Mayo Clinic, it's a private system. I disagree. It's their governance model that contributes to their success. Their #1 founding principle, even though they're in a private system, is this: continuing pursuit of the ideal of service and not for profit. So their goal is about ideal of service. It's not about profit. Service excellence, service. The purpose of our healthcare system should always be serving the needs of the patient. When those governing our healthcare system have their main motive as serving the needs of the patient first, we will have a very different experience in this province for our patients and for our families. We stand in this chamber day after day and we hear story after story of patients whose needs were not put first. And I could share more and more stories about that today, Madam Speaker. But I do think as legislators, we should be looking at the high level. We should be looking at governance and legislation and coming to accept that we have a responsibility to put changes in place that will impact the patient care. I want to make a statement about partisan politics. I believe they have no place in our healthcare system. Last week, I was told that a hospital in Tatamagouche is now offering incentives to the ER docs so that they will go there instead of working at the emergency room in my constituency. And I have had 2 nurses and now just today a physician verify that. Yet I had someone, when I asked the question in the Nova Scotia Health Authority, say, no, that's not true. So somewhere lies the truth, but I tend to believe my colleagues, my nurses, and the physicians that I've worked with. And I believe that's wrong. I don't believe an emergency room that has the same level, that a designation, just because it's in the Minister of Finance's constituency, should be offering incentives, taking away emergency room positions from my constituency. That's partisan politics. That has no place in our healthcare system. This week, actually it was last week, I brought up an article that was in the paper about partisan politics in healthcare and the fact that our Premier can make an announcement about a healthcare facility that's going to be built in his constituency, and that the announcement is made, ground is broke, and construction is done all within a year. Yet the people of Cumberland North were promised a new healthcare facility in April of 2017, and no one still has seen the plans. And he has assured me that he will keep his promise to the people, and I hope that is true. But I don't understand, I don't believe it's fair to the people of this province that partisan politics is being used in our healthcare system. It's not right. It's wrong. Earlier, I mentioned that our healthcare professionals are drowning, and I know some of my colleagues here in this House that are also healthcare professionals have also mentioned that. And I do believe that our government, if puts in proper legislation and proper governance, focusing on the patient, that will help our healthcare professionals. When our healthcare professionals are drowning, what happens? They stop coming to work because they can't handle it. They either leave the province or they leave their profession. I'll share with you just an example of what happened just yesterday. My husband was up through the night. He delivered 2 babies. He went home. He got 2 hours of sleep. He went into his office, got called up for another delivery, And unfortunately, the baby needed some help. The baby needed to be transferred to another hospital, and they needed a registered nurse to go that knew the proper airway management. But, Madam Speaker, there was no registered nurses available because of the shortage of registered nurses. So my husband had to cancel his entire office and go with that baby, because that's the most priority, a sick baby. But that is a result of the problems in our healthcare system, that there was no nurses available to go with this baby. So now what happens to those 12 to 14 patients that were canceled yesterday, because his office is fully booked for the next 3 to 4 weeks? Out of those 12 to 14 patients, you can guarantee some of them, their medication's probably running out this week, and they're gonna have to go to the emergency department to get their medications filled. Some have a teenager that's going through a crisis. They're desperate. They're gonna end up in the emergency department. Everything affects everything in the healthcare system, Madam Speaker. I want to bring up, before my time is finished, continuing care. I believe strongly, and I've mentioned this in the House, that we need to stop paying for empty nursing home beds and residential care facility beds in this province. And I also believe we have some problems with continuing care. We need an overhaul with continuing care. I believe assessors should be registered nurses. They need to understand clinical skills and be able to do strong assessments in making their decisions. I've already brought up in this House, and I'm disappointed to say that though an appeal was made, I have an 85-year-old woman in my constituency who's starting to have falls. She stopped driving. She's decided she needs help after living independently for 85 years. Her and her physician agreed it was time. There's numerous empty residential care beds in our area being paid for. They're empty, and she was denied a bed. She's leaving this province to go live with her daughter in Ontario because we will not give her a bed, even though they're empty, and we're paying for them to be empty. It's wrong. An 85-year-old woman who's contributed to the economy in this province deserves better than that, Madam Speaker. We need to start putting our patients first. Our healthcare system, our government should be focused on putting the people first, putting patients first. And if we do that, we'll start seeing much better service. And Madam Speaker, it's time to put the patients first in this province, and I believe it needs to start today. Thank you.
I recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
And the Speaker now like to call resolution number 508. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly urge the Liberal government to admit our health care system is broken, acknowledge the fear and frustration of Nova Scotians, and make fixing the system a priority.
I call resolution 508. 508? Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I refer to you as Mr. Chair, I apologize right now. My speech is written, and I mean no disrespect. Madam Chair, during my days in the by-election...
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. You're going to do that a few times. You're going to do that a few times.
I'm in a different chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, not off to a good start. During my days knocking on doors of the by-election, it was rewarding to get to meet so many great Nova Scotians. And there were two things that were paramount that myself and my team gathered. If we were knocking on a door of a senior, there was one thing they wanted to talk about. That was health care. If we were knocking on the door of a young family, they wanted to talk about education and health care. Madam Speaker, as I've been here for over a year now, there's not a week that goes by that I don't get a phone call about somebody in my constituency that cannot access that health care. And I want to be clear right now that I do agree with government side. There are good stories. Once somebody does get into that system and know how to navigate it, it's great. The downfall of what we're seeing in rural parts of Nova Scotia, like mine in Cumberland South, is a lack of primary health care professionals, a lack of ERs. As opposition, it's our job to bring the questions of Nova Scotians to the floor of this legislature, to seek answers, to give ideas. That's the democratic way. That's what's so great about our province. That's our job. But let's be honest, constituents don't come to our offices when there's nothing wrong. They just don't. Our offices are there when they're in time of need. So sitting here being accused from across the floor of demoralizing the healthcare system by asking questions or making statements, I don't buy that for 1 minute, Madam Speaker. As I've said, I hear regularly from constituents that can't access doctors, that they have no choice but to go to the ER rooms. And what's going on? Those ER rooms in Cumberland County are closed. So what are they left to do? To go to the regional. 15-hour waits. Hallway medicine. Is this okay, Madam Speaker? I think not. We can do better. We really can do better. Not once have I stated, as accused, that we need more money for health care. Not once, Madam Speaker. What we need in this healthcare system is better management. I hear from residents, can't access doctors. It's a long time to get to their nurse practitioner. When they get specialty appointments, the wait lists. And I think government has acknowledged that. The minister has acknowledged some of those issues. But I challenge some of the members opposite that have painted rosy pictures. Come and live in Cumberland South for a while, because it's not all rosy. When you're a patient with a severe cancer treatment that's needed and have no family doctor to go to and don't know how to navigate the system, where do Nova Scotians go? They come to our office. They come to our offices. And I don't believe by us asking questions or making statements that we're demoralizing it at all. Come to that ER room in Amherst, our regional in Cumberland County, and see those frontline nurses that are tired, they're worn out, they're flooded. And it's not because of questions. It's because there's a lot of patients out there that need better services. I want to recognize those frontline healthcare workers. Many of them my family members. It's a small area in Cumberland County. Many of those are from my family members. And I hear firsthand of what goes on. But once you navigate that system, Madam Speaker, and you get through it and learn how to get it, we do have some of the best services right here in Nova Scotia when you can get it. As I brought up in this House before, our ERs are closed in Cumberland County. I'd just like to point out what's on the Nova Scotia Health site right now. North Cumberland in Cumberland County, the most closed hospital in Nova Scotia, Tuesday to Saturday, closed. South Cumberland, Tuesday to Saturday, closed. Shame. And what I'm being told is it's a last resort. A last resort. I've been here over a year, Madam Speaker. We've had a lot of last resorts. Coming from an emergency services, paramedics are challenged with differences than what's going on in ER with offloads. Paramedics do, and we appreciate this in Nova Scotia and rural Nova Scotia, there are some travel distances. But what used to be a 15 to 20-minute drive waiting for an ambulance to come from the neighboring community is now getting to be a 40, 50-minute travel time from a neighboring county. And what are we doing? We're offloading this into the volunteer services and the fire trucks. We call 911 expecting an ambulance to arrive on scene, and what do we get? Firefighters. And I mean no disrespect to this, but a lot of the firefighters, and I know the fire service, a lot of those firefighters are doing it because they have to. They're being pressured into it. It's not because they want to provide this service, but they respect the emergency services and they want to do whatever they can. And it's wrong for us as a province to ask them to be burdened more with that. For risk of getting emotional, I don't even want to talk about the mental health services or the lack thereof what we have in Cumberland County. Or the hallway medicine. Madam Speaker, I did say I agree with the government on some things. It's not all doom and gloom. But Madam Speaker, it's also not all unicorns and rainbows either. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the fact all over the province there's communities and volunteers that are out volunteering, working on committees to recruit physicians back to our province, to recruit nurses. And we should be very proud of what these are doing, and we should congratulate them for that. But let's not get too excited about it. They have brought lots of doctors to Nova Scotia. How many, I couldn't get the number to quote. But the better ratio that we should be looking at right now, and not just as government, but as opposition, is what's the ratio to doctors in versus what doctors have gone out. And what's even more scarier, Madam Speaker, the retirement, the numbers of retired doctors that are eligible for retirement in the near future. And how does this all match up for the promise of the last election for a doctor for every Nova Scotian? How are we matching up with that ratio? So one thing I do, and I recognize my time's coming short, one thing I do, and I encourage every MLA in this House, doesn't matter what party they're sitting with, when I get a constituent that comes to my office and says, my MLA, I don't have a doctor. Are you on the list? Well, I'm only 30, 35, but I'm just having this little problem right now. Madam Speaker, it's time for us as MLAs to be encouraging those people to call that number, to get on that doctor's wait list, because I know there's hundreds of people in Cumberland South that tell me regularly, I'm not on that wait list, I'm young, I don't need a doctor now. Well, you're going to need a doctor in the future, and that's what this government's talking about, is in the future. So let's give this government the numbers they need to work with to know how many doctors we need to bring to Nova Scotia for the future, not just for now. In my short minute left, I come from a trade, electrical trade. When I get a call about a trip breaker, and I will stay on subject, I'll get to that. When I get a call for a trip breaker, I don't go reset it time and time again. I sit back and troubleshoot. I have a look at what's going on. And for a year and a half I've sat here, almost a year and a half I've sat here, and I've heard that it's a last resort that we close the ERs, this is what we're going to do, we don't want to do it, but I'm going to be honest, Madam Speaker, one of my hospitals was closed this year, not because of just a doctor shortage, it was closed because of a nurse shortage. So let's not continue to reset that breaker. As an electrician, I sit back and troubleshoot. Let's stop resetting that breaker. Let's stop resetting this healthcare system. Let's sit back as a group and troubleshoot, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Whitney-Pear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to take a few moments to rise on this important topic. To the member from Cumberland South, thank you for your comments. We've always had great conversations about whether it's healthcare or anything else, so appreciate you and everybody else who's given some time today to talk about their own communities and the positives and some of the challenges that they face. Specific to this resolution, one of the things that I see immediately is one of the clauses where it says, whereas 100,000 people without a family doctor. So as everyone knows, we've debated this in the House. We've seen significant progress in attainment to doctors. That number is now around 50,000. So that shows progress across the province. A lot of my comments, we've talked about our communities today. So, Madam Speaker, appreciate the comments from the Leader of the Opposition, and I'll reiterate again how happy I was to see him come down and support our investments in Cape Breton. If you look at access to primary care, I go back to Cape Breton, and I go back to other communities across we've seen peaks and valleys when it comes to those numbers. You know, I provided examples last time I was given the opportunity to speak on it. But if you look in particular communities within Cape Breton, and again, I encourage everyone to get on that list, whether you're in Cape Breton or across the province. The wait list in Shetty Camp at this point is one person for 3,900. In Dingwall, it's one person for 2,567. In Inverness, it is 20 people on the 811 list for 6,932. And in Badek and Waikagama, it's 13 people for the list of 3,654. So in the CBRM, of a population of 100,000, we have 2% that are on the wait list for 811. So again, we're doing every day. We're doing our best to ensure that we can eliminate that list. As I've said, it's peaks and valleys. I've seen it adjust up and down throughout my time as MLA. Throughout the conversations today, we talk about how how we need to do a better job of collaborating with our communities, engaging our communities to ensure that we're providing the best care we can for the residents that we represent. I have those conversations in my local office as an MLA. We have people that will come in that need support in the healthcare system, and I want to recognize all of the healthcare professionals, both at home and across the province, because anytime we've ever had those situations, the wonderful staff at home have been very quick to respond to the needs of those families. So I want to thank them. But I think when I look at home and what's happening, and it's the largest development in the history of the CBRM. We're a new cancer center, new critical care, new emergency, hospice, ER, dialysis, Glace Bay. First in Canada, collaborative center in Waterford, state-of-the-art facilities, increased long-term care support. These are really being driven by the medical professionals at home. This is not government saying this is what we believe is the right thing to do. What we have done is we have engaged Dr. Kevin Orrell and an entire leadership team that has looked at the healthcare needs of our community at home, whether it's primary care or specialized care, looking at the facilities that we have at home. Are they adequate? We know that the Cancer Center at home was built to support 18,000 families, and there's 40,000 families that access that center in the last year. So these are the things that we've been having discussions about, ensuring that accessibility plays a part in these new facilities, that education plays a part in these new facilities, that we expand the supports within the specialized units that are going to be there. So the point being is that we are making these decisions based on feedback that we're receiving from those professionals. Government has told them, build the blueprint, and we're going to be there to support you along the way. And as a result of that, I'm very excited about what we're about to see at home. It's revolutionary. It's a once in a generation opportunity to really enhance healthcare for families and outside of healthcare, because that was talked a bit about today in the economy and whatnot. I've had the opportunity to meet with the Buildings and Trades Councils and the various unions at home who are very excited about what's about to take place, not only in Cape Breton, but really right across the province when it comes to the infrastructure that we're going to be putting in place to support healthcare. So it's been positive. It's been open, it's been transparent, but it hasn't been about painting a rosy picture. It's been about appreciating and reflecting on the fact that we've had a system in place for decades that governments of all stripe have tried to address. It's not about pointing fingers at anyone. It's about saying that as a government, we said the system as it stood wasn't working. We had facilities at home that quite frankly were not, you couldn't rebuild, like you couldn't renovate. They're old buildings, there's accessibility issues, there's new programs and services we want to implement, there's new equipment, the state-of-the-art technology that comes with this, and these buildings just they weren't adequate. So this was an opportunity for us to make some very significant moves in partnership with the community. It's not about painting a rosy picture. You know, of course, as the MLA for Home, we're going to do whatever we can to promote the constituencies that we represent on the island. But it's about getting the job done. It's about making tough decisions that successive governments weren't willing to make. You know, for me, I would rather make those tough decisions and not be successful in an election than to do nothing at all, because I seen it myself. I seen the challenges. I heard the conversations from residents. I seen the infrastructure that we had in place, and it is no longer adequate. It's just not. It needs to be done. We need to support it, and we're going to support it. And you know, healthcare is always going to evolve. There's no question about it. You know, we're sitting here having a conversation today, and I said this in my last opportunity to do this, is that regardless of who sits on this side of the floor, healthcare is going to be their #1 issue, because it is always going to evolve. You're always going to be looking at new ways to recruit medical professionals. We've had some success. We've had a lot of success in our immigration stream, as we've heard earlier. We've seen 45 new doctors come in through the UK. I was just handed this by my colleague from Halifax Atlantic, and I'll table it. It's Canada Immigration Newsletter. Nova Scotia draws 430 registered nurses from the Federal Express Entry Pool. Like, these programs are paying off. We're bringing new residents into our communities to support healthcare for Nova Scotians. So we are going to continue to implement new ideas. Governments before us did the same thing. I don't look at those as negatives. At the time, those governments were doing what they thought was in the best interests of the province. We're doing the same thing, but we're going to continue to invest money. We're going to continue to provide services. We're going to continue to aggressively recruit to keep driving those lists down. With my last minute that I have left, this is what I would say to everybody here, is that this is a very passionate discussion. We've heard lots of various themes today, from hallway medicine to government painting a rosy picture to even talking about private health care to an extent. But what I'll say is this, is that we're going to continue to provide suggestions. I appreciate the feedback we get from opposition, because that's okay. That's what we're here for. It's about debating issues. But what I would like to hear, and I've said this before, is that we're providing a number of suggestions to improve healthcare across Nova Scotia. I'd like to hear some more from the other side of the floor. If it's going to be an open debate about what we all think we can be doing better to support healthcare, we've put our plan on the table. It is one of the biggest in history, and I would ask that we would hear some suggestions across the floor, because my 5 years as MLA, I haven't heard a suggestion. Good job.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to be having this conversation today. I'm going to mostly constrain my remarks to Dartmouth because I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk about some of the healthcare challenges we are facing in Dartmouth. I was interested that the member opposite ended his speech by inviting us to suggest some solutions, and in a specific way, I'm happy to do that. This resolution that we're speaking to talks about the fear and frustration around the healthcare system. But I want to start on a positive note, and I want to start by saying that Dartmouth is served by an amazing hospital. The Dartmouth General Foundation. The Dartmouth General is a jewel. It's full of incredibly smart people with good, innovative ideas, and they make those ideas work. But unfortunately, what I have seen in my time in this seat in Dartmouth is that the Health Authority has happily taken a number of those good ideas incubated in Dartmouth, like their innovative approach to improving ambulance offload times, but hasn't offered, on the other hand, support for them to continue to innovate in the ways that they need to. This is because, as far as I can tell, Madam Speaker, most healthcare decisions these days are made in Halifax. And while this is frustrating for those of us in Dartmouth, which is, by all accounts, not that far away, I probably have one of the shortest commutes of anyone in this House, including a number of people who live on this side of the harbour. We are our own city of lakes in Dartmouth, but I can only imagine with the frustration we feel with the centralized decision-making in Halifax, how it must feel for folks in Cape Breton, how it must feel for folks on the South Shore, Southwest Nova. I can only imagine. The centralization of healthcare management, I mean, we don't go back to the basics much anymore in this conversation, but this, as far as I can tell, Madam Speaker, is the root of what we're talking about here, is this centralization into a single health authority and the management of the entire healthcare system from Halifax with very little regard for local and regional realities. This centralization took away power from those local communities, and now we're paying the price. In Dartmouth, our hospital serves over 100,000 people. We're the third largest hospital in the province. And that hospital essentially should be able to manage itself, Madam Speaker. But the way that our healthcare system is now organized means that the Dartmouth General, along with the QE2 and the IWK, is part of the central zone. But, Mr. Speaker, the challenge with that is that the Dartmouth General doesn't actually have a lot in common with the QE2, other than they have to transfer patients back and forth a lot. The Dartmouth General has a site chief. The Dartmouth General has its own management. And yet it's managed through the central zone. So decisions about many of the things that take place in that hospital are not made at that hospital. They're made at a boardroom in Halifax. And from what I can see where I sit, that's a big challenge. But to speak to a few of the specific issues, the Dartmouth General has faced the same ALC backups as the rest of the province. We have people who are in beds much longer than they should be. And I would suggest that this is exacerbated by the fact that we have a very high number of seniors in Dartmouth. And we have a very high proportion of seniors who are living on very low incomes in Dartmouth. Surgeries at the Dartmouth General were cancelled several days last winter because there were no beds available for patients to recover in. The waiting lists for long-term care beds, as in Dartmouth as in the rest of the province, is extremely long. And so, Mr. Speaker, what happens is a senior will experience a health issue, perhaps a health emergency, and they will go to the Dartmouth General and they will receive excellent care, although they may have to wait a long time. And then when it comes time for them to leave, there is nowhere for them to go. And this situation is unfortunately referred to often. These seniors would be called bed blockers, Mr. Speaker. But that's really an unfortunate symptom of the situation we find ourselves in, because of course these bed blockers are our elders, are the senior citizens of this province who have spent their lives working and contributing and caring for people. And now, unfortunately, they're often referred to as bed blockers because we can't find a place for them to go and live the rest of their life in dignity. Another big issue that we face in Dartmouth is the recent move of the dialysis chairs from the Dartmouth General through the duration of the renovation. Dialysis patients have now subsequently been told that this move happened because it was necessary for the renovation. But Mr. Speaker, I submit that they could have worked around this. And not only that, not only do I think that they could have changed the renovation schedule so that the people who already often have to travel quite a distance to get to the Dartmouth General from further regions not only could they have been able to do it in the hospital, but even let's say they couldn't have been able to do it in the hospital, these patients are ambulatory, Mr. Speaker. There are other options for providing treatments like dialysis in communities. And we've heard this from other people in this chamber, but now we know that these patients have to travel to Halifax, and again, not just from Dartmouth, but from points much further out, and that they aren't receiving any support in that regard. We have a lack of psychiatric care in Dartmouth. We have no emergency psychiatric care at the Dartmouth General Emergency Department. We have heard of the arrival of some nurses with psychiatric specialties. I'm not aware of whether those nurses have in fact been hired yet. But the reality remains that if you are in an acute mental health crisis and you present at the Dartmouth General, you cannot receive care there. So you have to be medically cleared and stabilized and transferred to Halifax when Halifax has room. And when does Halifax have room? This is a conversation we talk about all the time. Halifax never has room. People are routinely in that ER, my family members included, for 8, 10, 12, 24 hours. And Mr. Speaker, that's a big problem. The minister said in response to a question in this House the other day that when the ambulance picks someone up in Metro, that they would be taken to the facility that has the treatment they need. That's not accurate, Mr. Speaker. If a patient is presenting in an acute mental health crisis and they are picked up by EHS, they will be taken to the nearest facility. They'll be taken, because that's how EHS works. And so if the nearest facility is the Dartmouth General, that means they're going to wait a few more days, if at all. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of providing solutions and asking specific questions for the Dartmouth General, which serves over 100,000 people, whose emergency visits have gone up over 20% since 2011, which serves a large population with very complex needs. Our ask, our need, is that we need local access to dialysis. We need emergency mental health services. We need more long-term care beds. Please help us solve these problems. The Dartmouth General Foundation, the doctors, nurses, staffs, frontline are incredible in Dartmouth. Now we need the government to step up and to organize our system in a way that it actually works for the citizens of Nova Scotia. Thank you very much.
Recognize the member for Pictou East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the benefit of the members opposite, the resolution that we are talking about is that therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly urge the Liberal government to admit our healthcare system is broken. Not having an easy time getting that admission, Mr. Speaker. Acknowledge the fear and frustration of Nova Scotians. Certainly not hearing that from the talking points that are coming back. Very little sympathy in the way of the actual, real challenges that Nova Scotians are facing in this healthcare system, and that they are fearful. That's the first step, Mr. Speaker, is showing some compassion and make fixing the system a priority. And I don't know where we will go on that, but I do know that the biggest budget item, $4.6 billion, requires the best possible leadership, requires the best possible management. And that starts with acknowledging the real issues. That starts with a group of people that are willing to be held accountable. That's where we need to start. And I think the first step in that whole process would be for the government to acknowledge the abysmal failure that the amalgamation of the health authorities has been. It has been a disaster. And 6 years ago, when that bill was first introduced, I stood in my place on this side and I voted for that bill because I wanted to support the efforts of the government to improve the administration of healthcare in this province. I could not have anticipated how poorly they would do. And at points in the debate on that bill all those years ago, the government stressed their initial argument, which was the amalgamation would save money. And the cracks in the theory were obvious even if I ignored them. Because in the beginning, the then Minister of Health started saying that this amalgamation would save a lot of money. That was kind of the expression. And then it was, you know, when pressed, it was that it would save $12 million. And I think towards the end, it was that the savings would be somewhere in the range of $6 million. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's shame on me for not recognizing that even at that point that they really had no idea where they could save money, what they might save, so that they weren't willing to be held to account on their efforts on that. Now, there has not been money saved by the amalgamation of the healthcare system. In fact, on administration alone, this province is spending in the range of $40 million more each and every year. There has not been savings. The costs have went through the roof. And do you know what has not happened from that additional money? No member opposite could point to a single Nova Scotian that has benefited from that $40 million a year that's been spent on the administration. The savings have not materialized. The cost has ballooned, and the effectiveness of the delivery has declined. Healthcare is much worse in this province right now than it was before this government. And I wish this government would acknowledge that and take certain steps to return local decision-making to communities, in whatever form that might take. I'm not suggesting we need 9 health authorities again, but I am very, very convinced that we need to restore local decision-making to communities. They know what works in their community. And I can assure you that the needs for doctors in certain communities were not near as great when local people felt responsibility, when local people felt the pride to hold themselves accountable. The recruitment was happening. When it was moved to Halifax, that went away. And if the minister was sincere about listening to ideas from opposition, he'd listen to that one. And he'd go back to his cabinet and he would push that. And I know that the government has, in their own little way, they're not great at apologies. They're not great at accepting accountability. And I know in their own little way, they've acknowledged that local communities can recruit better than they can from Halifax, because they put little tiny pots of money, I think $20,000 to this community and 20 to that one, to try and get those communities to do the work that they're not doing. So local decision-making is important, and it's also important to look at what is, the file is complex, as my colleague said, and we have been saying to pull out addictions and mental health, make somebody at the highest levels of government accountable for making sure that people can access the services they need around addictions and mental health when they need them. That's a pretty significant idea that might have been lost on the minister when he wasn't listening for ideas. There's a lot that can be done, and I could go through the order paper here, and I could pick off dozens of ideas submitted from this side of the House, many from my colleagues in the NDP, about how to improve healthcare. But what's required is a government that's willing to listen to Nova Scotians, and that's not happening. And that's why we are seeing nurses in incredibly staggering numbers talk about their fears about fulfilling their responsibilities. They're worried when they go to work. Can they deliver the care? Because they'll be short-staffed. The patient ratios are through the roof. Nurses are worried, and doctors, of a staggering number of doctors, I think it was in the range of 70%, that said they don't trust this government's ability to improve healthcare. That's the frontline workers who every day are trying to improve healthcare in this system, and they are asking for help because they are frustrated and they are fearful. But we need to acknowledge on the government side that there are issues and there are things we can do. Just in this House, we had a focus on this session on prevention. talking about vaccinations, talking about addressing the youth vaping epidemic we have. These are things that we are raising every single day in this legislature, and the shame of it is that the government is tone deaf to not only us, but to nurses, to doctors, to Nova Scotians. Just today, Mr. Speaker, just today, and I will say, I know the Premier has a very specific talking point that there are less Nova Scotians looking for a doctor. It's not true. The government's own list says 50,000. The government's own experts say that there's at least that many that don't even see the need in putting their name on the list. 50 plus 50 is still 100. This resolution is as true today as it ever was. And just today, I received 2 private text messages, and I would not be dissimilar from members of this House that are willing to listen to Nova Scotians. And I don't know who's screening out the messages from the government members to insulate them and make them say statements like I heard from the member from Clayton Park, like I heard from the member from Halifax Atlantic, like I heard from the minister. I don't know who is insulating them from what's really happening, but here's 2 messages that I received today. And this is not an odd day, Mr. Chair, for me. I'm heading to Ottawa for treatment for my cancer. The Nova Scotia system has...
Just to remind the member that you have to table that. Thank you. The member from Pictou East.
I'm heading to Ottawa for treatment for my cancer. The Nova Scotia system has let me down at least 3 times. Received that today. And I received another message from a person who's undergoing cancer treatment. I know, God bless her, she's right in the middle of her cancer treatment. I'm so fearful for her. She said, "Hi, Tim, a question for you to ask the Premier. Why is there no supply of the cancer drug Quimosin and Danzerol in our province? Should there not be regulated amounts for the drugs? The doctors are being told it's there, but when they go to get it, it's not there." That's today. That's how you describe a crisis. This is her life. She's in the middle of treatment. And the members opposite can say, nothing to see here, no problem. Premier tells me I'm good. I'll read what he puts in front of me to say, but it doesn't change the reality for Nova Scotians. And I'll finish with a quote from the very learned Jim Vibert, who said, accountability is easy. Accountability is easy when
Order. The member will have to table that also. Member... Well, you know the rules. The member for Pictou East.
I thought it made a difference, I'd table it. Accountability is easy.
Order. The member has been here for 6 years. You know the rules when it comes to quoting. Order. The member for Pictou East knows the rules. I will give you your time back. But if you're going to quote somebody into record, then you have to table it. We've been through this. The member for Pictou East.
I'm not going to. 3 minutes? 3 seconds. Accountability is easy when you get to choose what you're held accountable for. Choose the right things. Be accountable for health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I ask the member for Pictou East table both, please. And I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes our opposition day for today. Now turn the business of the House back over to the Government House Leader.
Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Leader of the House Leader for the Official Opposition. We would like to call private bills for 3rd reading.
Private bills for 3rd reading.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 183, an act to exempt from taxation the property of the Digby Town and Municipal Housing Corporation in the town of Digby.
Bill 183. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
I recommend moving Bill 183. I hereby move 183. For 3rd reading.
So many rookies in this House. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our PC caucus supports this bill.
If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Clare Digby, it is to close debate on 3rd reading. Bill 183, was it 183? The honourable member for Clare Digby.
I do hereby move Bill 183, move and do hereby pass.
I recognize the clerk.
You have to say motion. All those in
All in favor of the bill? Opposed? The bill stands. Motion carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill number 183, an act to amend Chapter 80 of the Acts of 1975, an act to exempt from taxation the property of the Digby Town and Municipal Housing Corporation in the town of Digby.
Okay. I don't. Order that the bill do pass and the bill be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 195, an act respecting the union of certain churches therein named?
Bill 195. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I hereby move third reading of Bill 195.
Question. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
And I hereby move that Bill 195 do hereby pass.
With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill number 195, an act to amend Chapter 122 of the Acts of 1924, an act respecting the union of certain churches therein named.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Switch.
You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for third reading?
Public bills for third reading.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 204, the Workers' Compensation Act?
Bill number 204, the Workers' Compensation Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before I move third reading.
Approved.
Today we have special guests in your gallery, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to introduce. Joining us today are a number of courageous firefighters who help protect us, our loved ones, our community, and thank you to them for everything they do. We have Jim Roper, past president of Fire Services Association of Nova Scotia, Dave Spoonagel, firefighter in Thorburn, Ryan Stewart, firefighter, CFB Halifax, and president of the Union of National Defence Employees Local 80412. Gerald Roussel, firefighter, CFB Halifax, and vice president of the Union of National Defence Employees Local 80412. Yves Bourgeois, captain, CFB Halifax. Angela Morash, firefighter, CFB. Randall Davidson, captain, CFB Halifax. Tony Boyd, retired firefighter, CFB Halifax. Renee Alexander, firefighter, CFB Halifax. Rob Zink, firefighter, CFB Halifax. Bill Falconham, Chester Basin. It's an honor to have them join us here today, and I'd like to give them the warm welcome of the House.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994 and 95, the Workers' Compensation Act, be now read a third time and do pass. The proposed amendments we put forward will ensure all volunteer firefighters have access to the Workers' Compensation Board workplace injury insurance, including the cancer and PTSD presumptions. Additionally, they will permit our federal firefighters at the Department of National Defence to have access to the cancer-related presumption. Mr. Speaker, the changes will also create authority to limit or expand presumption in certain cases through regulation. Firefighters put their lives on the line for us every day. Mr. Speaker, they deserve to be protected, and we have the opportunity to help and expand WCB coverage to do that. These amendments will ensure all firefighters across the province are adequately protected. And Mr. Speaker, I've heard through law amendments that other volunteers who do not currently have coverage would like to be included. I am committed to engaging with municipalities and fire services to understand the needs of these additional volunteers and what changes may be needed. And Mr. Speaker, we are also committed to protecting all the workers who currently do not have any insurance. Mr. Speaker, I also know there are a lot of questions and expectations around increasing the number of cancers covered by the presumption. I also want to see the list expanded, but it's important that we do this in a way that is efficient and beneficial to all firefighters. I value the incredible services our firefighters provide, and their questions and concerns have been heard. Throughout this fall and winter, I look forward to speaking with firefighters, WCB, our partners and stakeholders to have a thoughtful review of these concerns and work towards positive change. I would also like to thank all of the firefighters, their employers, the WCB, and our partners who have sat down for discussions. I would like to thank again our brave firefighters who protect us each and every day, and as we did with presumptive PTSD coverage, I want to make sure all firefighters are provided with the help and support they need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very brief. Some of the guests in our gallery here today I've had the pleasure of serving with and training with, and this bill has been a long time coming, many years that this has been looked for. It's a very positive day for the fire service. I'm enthusiastic to hear the minister address the bill. That there's other sectors that aren't necessarily in this bill. The department's working towards to get them covered. As we heard debate yesterday, opposition might have been a little disappointed with things that are going to be in regulation. I did state yesterday that I've talked with some of the fire service. They're pleased with the progress it's going, and just congratulations to the fire service on this big step today. And the PC caucus will be supporting this bill.
Honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy to add my support of this bill on behalf of the NDP caucus. I would like to just say a few words about the importance of firefighters in our communities. I grew up in a small town, so it's not even a town, small road, Prospect Road, and when I was growing up, we had 2 volunteer fire stations in Terrence Bay and on Prospect Road, and those fire stations and the firefighters that were there, all volunteer, were truly a part of the fabric of the community. They were literally from the community. They were from the whole road, Terrence Bay, Prospect, Dover, all of those areas. But also the presence of the fire station was part of the community. You know, it's the place where you go to play ball. It's the place where you go for the lobster supper. It's the place where you go for the fair, the fall fair, the spring fair. The circus would come, and you know, like all of those things centered around the fire department. And so growing up, it was a really, both stations were really important to our community. But I do have this burned-in memory, pardon the use of the word burn, but when one night coming home in March, driving home from the airport, we noticed tons and tons of smoke in our, it's emotional to think about, on the road. And my parents, we decided to sort of follow what was going on. We saw fire trucks filling up in Whites Lake. Must be a big fire if they're filling up in the lake. And it was our school burning down. And we watched, the whole community came and watched the school burn to the ground, and that memory will be forever in my mind, and the work that those firefighters did in basically an unwinnable situation. They just controlled the fire, but were protecting the people in the area. It was so, well, still to this day, I was in grade 5 at the time, so that's like 100 years ago. It was a real, it's a memory that will stay with me forever in terms of the commitment of those firefighters to our community. So we're very happy. We're obviously very happy that the government has brought forward these changes to protect all firefighters in Nova Scotia, and that updates to the list of cancers that will be on the presumptive coverage list will be forthcoming. We did speak last night, of course, that we wish that that list of cancers were being included in the legislation, but we understand that the consultation obviously is a very important process, and we will make sure, we will continue to hold the government to account to make sure that this legislation is as strong as it possibly can be. Firefighters are there for all of us, Mr. Speaker. When we go to bed at night, when we tuck our children into bed, we know that if we need to call 911, someone is going to answer. And so we know those the firefighters and first responders protect us. We need to do what we can to protect them. And so we need to make sure that they are covered with this list of presumptive coverage for cancers. We want to make sure that we add the following cancers to the list: ureter cancer, penile cancer, testicular cancer, esophageal cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer, skin cancer, digestive tract cancer, multiple myeloma, pancreatic cancer, ovarian cancer, and cervical cancer. And of course, that's in addition to brain, bladder, kidney, colon, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and leukemia, which were covered in 2003. We need to ensure that these cancers are rightfully recognized as workplace illnesses so that firefighters can get the support that they need. And we owe it to our firefighters to extend these benefits to them. Too many people have already died without presumptive coverage, and the firefighters cannot afford to wait any longer. Mr. Speaker, when not fighting fires, as I've already mentioned, from growing my childhood, but currently living in the city, we know the firefighters are community ambassadors. They organize toy drives. They show up at school and at civic events. They allow little children to crawl all over their trucks and equipment and have fun. And to me, that is the definition of a hero. that they allow the kids to do that. The firefighters are children. They're somebody's children. They're people's siblings. They're people's parents and people's spouses and people's friends. They put themselves in harm's way every day, and we are very grateful for their service. So we are happy to support this bill, and I'm thankful, grateful to the government for taking this on. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour. It will be for third reading of Bill number 204, the Workers' Compensation Act. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the members who got up and spoke on the bill. Part of putting it into regulation was to have that flexibility. It went 17 years before we added cancers to the presumptive list, and we don't want to go that long. Through regulation, we do have a lot more flexibility now. I can also add for members on the floor to know that another aspect we're looking at is adding cardiac events, which we now have the ability to do once this bill passes, and that's something we'll be talking with the firefighters to add as well. So I'd like to thank everybody for their comments, and it's been great working on this bill, and thank you to the firefighters for everything they do. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Labour.
And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I rise to close third reading on Bill number 204.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 204, the Workers' Compensation Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. Just before we move on to the Government House Leader, I want to present a ruling on October the 1st. The Honourable Minister of Immigration raised a point of order respecting a question raised by the member for Argyle-Barrington on September the 27th and tabled some emails respecting a proposed meeting with La Fédération Acadienne de Nouvelle-Écosse. I took the point of order under advisement at that time, and as the question was posed in French, I had to avail myself of the translation as provided by Hansard. It was provided to me. I have read the translation, and there is no point of order. This is a disagreement between members over facts. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 180, the Fatality Investigations Act?
We'll now call Bill number 180, the Fatality Investigations Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 180, an act to amend the Fatality Investigations Act, now be read a third time.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to this Bill 180 on second reading and committee of the whole House. And I will say again that we are pleased to see the establishment of these two death committees. We certainly wish that the government would have taken into consideration the submissions of the Privacy Commissioner, representatives at law amendments, and amendments presented by my colleague from Dartmouth South. This is a very important bill and with much to be left to regulations. So we certainly hope the minister ensures that Nova Scotians will get the answers that they deserve. Families deserve transparency and families and victims deserve openness. Nova Scotians expect accountability and they expect transparency to ensure these committees' recommendations drive change in the province. We will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are also generally supportive of this bill. I think it's important that we begin to investigate these types of deaths for a number of reasons, many of which the minister has spoken of. But also in particular, we are pleased to see that trend analysis will be conducted. Our caucus has often pushed for better data collection because we believe that that can lead to better approaches, particularly in these kinds of tragic situations. We know that there are systemic aspects involved in these issues, deaths of children in care and intimate partner violence. And we have to identify where those systemic failures are so we can take steps to address them. But there are many ways, Mr. Speaker, that this bill could be improved. We heard at law amendments and in the days following the introduction of this bill from organizations like East Coast Prison Justice, the Elizabeth Fry Society, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioners, and others, that this bill is simply not good enough, Mr. Speaker. And based on the feedback that we got and in the spirit of collaboration and offering constructive suggestions to our colleagues in government, we presented 4 amendments. And I will briefly revisit those amendments for the benefit of the members of this House and anyone else interested. First, we introduced an amendment which was suggested by the Acting Freedom of Information and Privacy Commissioner to remove the clause from this bill which exempts it from the protection of our Freedom of Information and Privacy regime. The Commissioner and our caucus saw no reason for this clause to be included. If there is a concern about the liability of people participating on these panels, our understanding is if a professional is asked to participate in one of these review panels, that they would be participating in a professional capacity, and that liability would attach to that professional capacity just like it would in any other case. We know from the scores of redacted documents that we receive on a regular basis that the government is well able to protect people's privacy. So we feel fairly certain that the government would find a way to be able to protect sensitive family information while not completely exempting the act from the regime. We were disappointed that that did not pass. Second, we introduced an amendment arguing that these findings, the findings of these committees should be filed with the legislature and should be made public. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with the redaction of sensitive information held in these findings, but just as we are pleased to see the inclusion of things like trend analysis We also feel that we should be able to see the trend analysis. The members of this House and the public deserve to understand what we learn from these committees, and how many there have been and how they have occurred, and we have no guarantee that we will have access to any of that information at all. Third, Mr. Speaker, we argued that an independent adjudicator should preside over these committees. So essentially, Mr. Speaker, this would be a quasi-judicial process that would ensure independence, that would give the adjudicator the ability to demand the production of evidence, and that frankly would put some teeth into a committee like this so that we can ensure that these committees could be effective. And last, Mr. Speaker, we argued vigorously at the behest of many others for the inclusion of a death in custody review panel as a third panel in this legislation. This has been requested many times by our caucus, Mr. Speaker. We were told and have seen through the media that the reasoning behind not doing this is that there haven't been as many deaths in custody as there have been casualties of intimate partner violence or deaths of children in the care of the province, but that's not our understanding, Mr. Speaker. The numbers seem to be in some dispute, but it's somewhere between 8 and 12 in the time period we're looking at. That is similar to the numbers in these other circumstances that we are discussing. And Mr. Speaker, in general, the correction system, for some valid reasons and many possibly less valid reasons, is a completely black box. And so we hear from families, particularly, but also advocates for people who die in custody, that they sometimes never find out what happened. And this is simply unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, when I took my seat in this House, I was advised by a couple of people who were political mavens that I shouldn't talk about prisoners, that talking about prisoners in the legislature or in the media was a real non-starter for a politician because nobody has a lot of sympathy for prisoners. And I don't remember the exact quote, Mr. Speaker, but I really believe that what we want for the least of us, we want for the best of us. And I think it's deeply troubling how difficult it is to get any information at all about what happens to the people in our correctional facilities. And in particular, when we're talking about people who die in our correctional facilities, who die of unnatural causes, the fact that their families may never find out how that happened, but for the purposes of this chamber, just as importantly, that we never really find out what happened. That maybe the system itself never has the opportunity to find out what happened, because in the end, we want to prevent one more death. Whether or not these people committed a crime, whether or not there's a valid reason for them to be incarcerated, they are in our care. They are in the care of the province. If someone dies of unnatural causes in the care of the province, I cannot think of one reason why that would not merit an investigation, Mr. Speaker. And so we are extremely disappointed to see that that panel has not been added to that legislation. There are a number of other things that I could say. I think the main one is that, as I said, although we are pleased that there is a death review panel being established for children who die in the care of the province, we in the NDP have been pushing for a long time for a child and youth advocate office, an independent child and youth advocate office. And while this addresses some piece of that need, we will continue to push for that because it does not address the totality of that need. Again, I think some of our amendments could have addressed that, could have had more independent investigative powers, etc. But because they were all rejected, we will continue to push for that. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that, again, on the topic of collaboration, on this and many other bills, the NDP caucus literally works overtime. I would probably like triple overtime if we were being technical about it, trying to come up with good, clear, nonpartisan, helpful amendments to add to the bills put forward by the government. We do so in not nearly enough time, with not nearly enough resources, and it's just disappointing that they are almost never considered. And if they are considered, we don't hear about it. We don't hear about it on the floor, except for one member debated us yesterday. That was nice. But we don't hear about it anywhere else. Occasionally, we'll hear about it in the media. But I guess I will just, I'll end by saying that I really hope that that changes. I think that this chamber could be a really productive place, actually. There's not very many of us. There's not very many people in this whole province, really. You know, we could come up with some really good solutions together, but we are not given the chance. The opposition is not given the chance. We are not consulted. We are not brought into the conversation. And in the tiny slivers, the tiny openings and opportunities we have, we throw everything at it. We do our very best, and we are constantly thwarted. And so, again, back to the bill. We will be voting for the bill, but we wish that we could have been able to collaborate on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. It will be to close third reading of Bill number 180, the Fatality Investigations Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their comments. I will provide some brief remarks before moving that we close the bill. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to stand in this Assembly to speak about legislation and bills and inherent amendments in these circumstances that strengthen the Fatality Investigations Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, these changes allow us to establish two important death review committees that my colleagues have referred to. One to focus on domestic violence and another on the deaths of children in the care or custody of the province. These amendments also give the Minister the ability to establish other focused death review committees as required. Mr. Speaker, the principle behind this is quite simple: to learn everything we can from these tragic situations so that we can prevent them from happening again. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that these standing committees do not replace any current investigations or reviews. They are another mechanism to support continued learning and better outcomes. We still have the Fatality Inquiries Act. The important work of the Chief Medical Examiner Service and his office will continue, and so will the investigations and reviews by government departments, health authorities, and others when someone in care or custody dies unexpectedly. Mr. Speaker, I do not, and I've said it publicly, do not dismiss any single death that happens within the province. We've created a mechanism, Mr. Speaker, that when those circumstances present themselves, we have the opportunity to strike stand-up committees to address those circumstances at that time. Mr. Speaker, I've said that death review committees give us another tool in our toolbox, one that we know holds great value based on what we've learned from other provinces. I've heard from several stakeholders, including my colleagues in opposition, on this bill through debate in the House and presentation at law amendments, and I want to address just a few of these points that my colleagues have referenced here today. Mr. Speaker, I've carefully considered their input and their feedback, and in doing so, we've brought forward another amendment that will enhance this bill. As a result of the Acting Privacy Review Officer's submission to law amendments, Mr. Speaker, we've updated the legislation to ensure that our municipal partners have the same privacy protections and the same authority to share information as their counterparts provincially. This will allow our municipal colleagues, including municipal police, to participate fully in death review committees without compromising privacy. Amendments to the Fatality Investigations Act now bring the Municipal Government Act into play, and I want to thank the Acting Privacy Review Officer for bringing this forward. Mr. Speaker, for these committees to work, they need to be able to collect, access, and disclose personal information around those committee tables. Many participants aren't all government employees, Mr. Speaker. Some do not work for the public sector bodies bound by FOIPOP and the Personal Health Information Act legislation. We have a legal and moral obligation to those who have died and their families to protect their personal information. Mr. Speaker, I respect the position of the Acting Privacy Review Officer. I know she's concerned about protecting privacy, and I want to assure those families of victims, I want to assure them that we are very conscious of protecting their privacy as well. We want to do this right. That is why we've included provisions in this legislation that prohibit death review committees from sharing the information they receive with anyone who is not a member of the committee. Privacy, Mr. Speaker, is of such critical importance to the effectiveness of these committees that we've built privacy provisions directly into the legislation. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of those privacy protections, we would not have individuals come forward to share the valuable information that they have within the confines of a death review committee with the sole purpose, Mr. Speaker, of analyzing the circumstances of any one death or collective deaths with the collective objective that we prevent these deaths from happening into the future. To be clear, the purpose of these death review committees is not to share the personal details of a tragedy with the public. Rather, their purpose will be to analyze information about what happened to a person, ask questions, extract learnings as subject area experts, and to make recommendations that help us prevent similar deaths from occurring into the future. Mr. Speaker, this work requires striking a balance between safeguarding personal privacy and the free flow of information among committee members. Mr. Speaker, I know there have been questions about our commitment to transparency as it relates to the work of the death review committees. You can rest assured that as Attorney General and Minister of Justice, I'm committed to not only learning from tragic situations, I'm also committed to taking action to prevent them in the future. That is why I brought these changes to this bill to the House in the first place. These tragedies need to stop, Mr. Speaker. We need to put an end to domestic violence. We need to put an end to family and community suffering after the unexpected loss of a child. When you know better, Mr. Speaker, we do better, and that's why I'm standing here today. Because I want to know more, and I know that all of us want to do better. For victims and survivors of domestic violence, for children in our care and custody, for families and communities who feel the effects of these tragedies long after their loved ones have been laid to rest. Mr. Speaker, we heard from Dolly Mosier, co-chair of Silent Witness Nova Scotia during law amendments. Dolly said, quote, "The lives of the deceased need to be honored, and the details of the tragic circumstances of their loss need to be treated with consideration and respect," end quote. Mr. Speaker, protecting the privacy and dignity of the deceased and that of their families left behind is non-negotiable. But I welcome accountability, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to reiterate that the recommendations from the Death Review Committee will be shared publicly in some form where we're able to without compromising the identity of victims and families. We will consider the input and feedback we've received on this bill as it's moved through the legislative process and carry that forward into our work with partners around the regulations. Any kind of disclosure, Mr. Speaker, will need to be done with a great deal of care. And I want to assure Nova Scotians that their privacy is a priority. Mr. Speaker, I know there's a great deal of interest in establishing a committee to review deaths of adults in the custody of correctional services. And I want to be sure my colleagues in this House know that we have a thorough review process in place today as it relates to unexpected deaths in adult custody. Mr. Speaker, our major incident disclosure policy at the Department of Justice includes not only public notification anytime there is a death in adult custody, but also public disclosure of our review, our findings, and the actions we're taking to improve the system as a result. The medical examiner service is also involved anytime there's a death in our custody. A forensic pathologist does a full autopsy, and this happens in every single case, Mr. Speaker. The medical examiner's role in investigating adult deaths in custody is embedded in the Fatality Investigations Act. The medical examiner's final report is always provided to the next of kin. And in addition, the chief medical examiner and his team also make themselves available to meet face-to-face with the next of kin anytime it's requested. And this is one area of challenge, Mr. Speaker, in that the medical examiner is restricted to sharing the circumstances with the next of kin. And Mr. Speaker, we know in some cases the collegial relationships among family members, and that information is shared willingly. But we also know, Mr. Speaker, that there are families that don't have those types of collaborative discussions, and that information isn't shared. But we as a government, responsible to respect the privacy of individuals, don't have authority to go beyond that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've said before that one of the amendments we've advanced with this bill allows the Minister of Justice to establish a new death review committee at any time as a standing committee or as an ad hoc committee through regulations. We'll be monitoring this closely, Mr. Speaker, but we'll also look to our Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Matthew Bowes, for his leadership. These amendments also give the Minister the ability to expand the scope of the committees at any time through regulation. This is important because it is our intention to expand the scope of the Child Death Review Committees to include critical injuries, something that the Ombudsman recommended in 2014. Further work is required, Mr. Speaker, to identify and define what a critical injury is. But it is our intention to ensure critical injuries to children in our care and custody are included in the committee's scope. My priority today, Mr. Speaker, and I believe a priority of all Nova Scotians, can see reflected in these amendments is to address these very two important issues, domestic violence and the deaths of children in the care and custody of the province. Mr. Speaker, Stats Canada data shows 25 deaths in Nova Scotia due to domestic violence or domestic homicide between 2007 and 2017. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is a staggering number. And I want to do whatever we can collectively, not only to better understand the circumstances that lead to these tragedies, but also, Mr. Speaker, how we can collectively prevent them. That is the work of a death review committee. Mr. Speaker, this work will drive real and lasting change in the province, and I look forward to hearing from the experts on the Domestic Violence Death Review Committee and the Child Death Review Committee on how we can make this province better, stronger, and safer. I look forward to sharing what we learn with all Nova Scotians. And with those closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 180, an act to amend the Fatality Investigations Act, do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 180, the Fatality Investigations Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 180, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. Just before we move back to the Government House Leader, one more ruling for you. We're housekeeping here today. Yesterday, the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition rose on a point of order which, when I read and answered, was phrased in the form of a question about the rules of the House. He asked, quote, "Is it necessary to create a new subsection under Clause 13 for the conduct of members, since the Premier repeatedly mischaracterizes what members of the opposite side of the House say to suit his own narrative?" End quote. Today, the Honourable Leader of the official opposition began to make a point of order in the same vein. That is, he was objecting to what he felt were various misrepresentations by the Premier on his positions of matters. Simply put, there is no point of order. If the Premier or any other member of this House asserts, for example, that the Leader of the Opposition or any other member of this House has taken different positions on a matter at different times, it is not the job of this Chair to adjudicate whether that is the case. The Leader of the Official Opposition and all members have freedom of speech in this chamber, and all members, including the Leader, are quite capable of asserting themselves in this disagreement. The Chair will not be drawn into disagreement between members over facts. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act?
We'll now call Bill number 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, I move that Bill 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, this is the third time that I've stood in this House to address this bill that's before us, the Sustainable Development Goals Act. And as I've done previously, Mr. Speaker, I want to call it the way that I see it. I, Mr. Speaker, see this nothing more than political rhetoric by the government when they come into session calling an emergency debate on climate change, and 35 days later bring forward a piece of legislation that still will not come into effect for another 12 to 14 months. Mr. Speaker, I think it's regrettable that the majority of the goals and targets are not defined within this legislation, but that they are going to have to be in regulations, which can certainly, as the minister previously had pointed out, be increased and enhanced. They can also, as I've pointed out, be decreased and adjusted down. Mr. Speaker, without being laid out in law, the people of Nova Scotia do not know whether or not the government is or is not meeting and addressing greenhouse gases and climate change. The fact that the goals had previously been embedded in EGSPA, the previous legislation that this one will repeal, itself encouraged nothing less than a complete accountability to the public. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there needs to be a period of public consultation, and we as a PC caucus support that engagement 100%. We do think, however, that it's regrettable that it didn't start years ago, and however is only going to start once this bill motion before us has started today. And it will take 12 to 14 months worth of engagement before something comes back. Mr. Speaker, this is just another example of this government putting the cart before the horse. Consultation should have been done before this bill was brought forward. It's another example of homework not being done. Mr. Speaker, at Law Amendments, we heard time and again, speaker after speaker, saying that this is a good start. Consultation should have been done. Targets should be in legislation, not in regulations. 12 to 14 months, Mr. Speaker. We expect that there be a robust and inclusive consultation, that it needs to be in person, it needs to be participatory, it needs to be within communities across this province and include all stakeholders. I would expect that Mi'kmaq, African Nova Scotian, newcomers, municipalities, workers from a broad spectrum, and even those representing society's vulnerability and the general public. The expectation for consultation in regards to this is large and must be all-inclusive. I'd further challenge the minister. Be bold and step outside of the box. Do something different and consult with the critics on the opposite side of the House. Be bold. It's a daunting task that's before us. I would remind members of this House that Nova Scotia is a signatory on the Vancouver Declaration on Clean Growth and Climate Change, which we signed in 2016, and it recognizes and upholds the amendments and those goals and objectives laid out in Paris Agreement. The bill that's before us today does not. There is a recognition both within the Pan-Canada Framework for Clean Growth and Climate Change and the Paris Agreement that there is a need for continuous improvement of reduction goals regardless at the point in the process that we begin. Mr. Speaker, it was regrettable that this bill did not take into considerations or accounts any of the amendments that were brought forward here by our party or the NDP party on the floor of the legislature, amendments which would have strengthened this bill to better serve Nova Scotians. It's regrettable that after an entire day, 7 hours of verbal submission at law amendments, and many articles of correspondence that were submitted in writing, that the government itself did not bring forward one amendment to this bill to try to address what we heard during law amendments. That is regrettable. Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable, as I pointed out last night, that as a caucus, the Progressive Conservative Caucus have to support this bill, not because it's good legislation and not because we feel it's strong legislation, but because if we don't, similarly to what we've been faced with our criticisms in healthcare or our suggestions in education or anything else that we bring up, we are painted by the brush by members on the other side of this House that we are anti-something, and I find that regrettable. I'm not anti-environment. I'm not a climate change denier. I'm here because I believe in it and I'd like to see it enforced. I'd like to see us to have the best legislation possible. And Mr. Speaker, based on everything and all those submissions that I sat for 7 hours through listening, I fundamentally do not believe that this is the best legislation that we can be having. For those and other reasons I've highlighted in the past, Mr. Speaker, I would move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words "that" and substitute the following. Therefore, Bill 213, the Sustainable Development Act, be not now read a third time, but that it be read at a third time this day, 12 months hence. I so move.
So just a reminder to all members, so now we're speaking to the motion as made by the Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again in this legislature, this government brings bills forward to tick a box, plan to the podium, and then walk away and do nothing. And as a matter of fact, we saw the most egregious example last week with the Bill 203, where significant amount of resources of this House were invested, a significant amount of emotion was raised up in Nova Scotians. Only to within minutes of passing that bill third reading have the Minister of Justice say, just kidding, not proclaiming it, because the homework wasn't done beforehand. And in that particular case, the negotiations weren't done beforehand. The homework wasn't done. And we saw what happens in terms of the emotional ramping up of the rhetoric during the week, where the Premier would take one point out of a whole negotiation and say, it's 17%, it's offensive, it's 17%. The Minister of Justice had some very derogatory comments about Crown attorneys, which he later walked back, but all part of a strategy to divide and ramp up emotions. And for what end? A bill that wouldn't be proclaimed. And today we stand here also talking about a bill that won't be proclaimed for some period of time. Might be a year before it's proclaimed, might be 14 months, But this government is not ready to proclaim the bill because they have not done the homework. And where have the consultations been? Where were the consultations in 2013? Where were the consultations in 2014? Where were the consultations in 2015? Where were the consultations in 2016? Where were the consultations in 2017? Where were the consultations in 2018? And now, as we run down the calendar on 2019, this government says they're ready to start the consultations. And they should not be bringing a bill before this legislature without having done that homework, because it is a sham. And it is a continuation of the sham that this session started on. An emergency debate on a topic that was an emergency for that 2-hour window, but now not so much an emergency that they can't start the consultations. It is the epitome of a government that constantly says one thing to one group of people and something different to another. This is how this government operates. 10,000 people protesting on the street. Hello, folks, we hear you. We understand that it's an emergency. Crowd disperses, people go away, next group of people walks in. We're going to start the consultations next year. No longer an emergency. Says one thing to one group of people, something completely different to another. Every tourism operator in the province, every tourism operator in the province say, we understand and respect you, and we hope you have a wonderful tourism year. We will do what we can to help you. One group of people, one message. Next group of people, here's $20 million. Don't worry about if you run the ferry or not this year. One message for one group, another message for another group. And the people are getting wise to it, Mr. Speaker. And this government can sit in this chamber and talk about there being no healthcare crisis. But the Nova Scotians out there, out in the real world, they know there's a crisis. And the Premier will probably say he's sympathetic to them because it's a different group of people at a different time. He doesn't mind saying different things to different groups of people. It's the way he campaigns. And so now we come to the situation of the urgent issue of the environment. We come to the situation of the urgent issue of the climate change, and this government says, we want to be able to go out and say that we passed a piece of legislation. So let's pass one, wink, wink, even though we don't intend to proclaim it for over a year. Now let's look at the pros and cons of what's happening here. On the plus side, I'm really happy that this government is finally going to get around to doing the consultations. Yay for that. On the plus side, a lot of Nova Scotians had an opportunity to come and talk about this piece of legislation. Now, mind you, 7 hours worth of pointing out the weaknesses of it, but they had the opportunity to put their oar in the water and talk about this important issue. On the negative side, total abuse of the Law Amendments Committee process once again, without giving really adequate notice so that people could rearrange their lives and make their way to Halifax and make their way to Province House to talk about a piece of legislation. Total abuse of the process there. That's a bad thing. And the biggest negative staring us all in the face, no significant targets in the legislation. Because it's easier to change them under cover of darkness away from the legislature. And we know how those changes will go, Mr. Speaker. They will be either non-existent, or they will be a watering down, or they will be something that is not to the benefit of Nova Scotians. Because if it was to the benefit of Nova Scotians, they would have a talking point. And it would be one of the 5 top misleading statements that are made, but it's not in there because they're not proud of what they're doing. As a matter of fact, I will be curious to see if any members stand up and give substantive comments on this bill. The opening of third reading for this bill, which this government would have you believe is a cornerstone of their existence. The opening of third reading was limited to a handful of words. Because you can pretend you're proud, but your actions show something entirely different. It is shameful that this wasn't renewed when it was due to be renewed. It is awful that a sham of an advisory committee, who I've heard from many members of, weren't consulted, that was not used. And it might be because this file has been passed around like a hot potato. Once again, probably an indication of the significance that this file holds in the mind of the Premier. But it might be because there was nobody to really have a good, solid look at what was happening, because there was nobody to really set a vision. But whatever the reason, I can tell you that this piece of legislation does not do justice to the history of this province. We can be proud of our history. We can be proud of EXPA. We can be proud of a government that had the courage of that day to set aggressive targets and to hold themselves accountable. We can be proud of that, but we can't be proud of a government who tries to put a tick in the box and doesn't do the work to establish what is possible, to establish aggressive targets before bringing something to the floor of this legislature. How can we talk about an emergency in one day and then on the next day say that we might get around to proclaiming this a year from now? I could have some respect if the minister would stand up and say, you know what, we haven't done our homework. We're going to do it now, and I promise you, we will come back with aggressive targets that are achievable, that we can be proud of. But instead, we hear something entirely different. And if the government has a piece of legislation that it wants to proclaim, it should bring it to the floor of the legislature and use its majority to do it. And to use the resources of this legislature to bring legislation to the floor of the chamber that you're not prepared to proclaim, that you're not prepared to stand behind, is Exhibit A for how this government operates. And we saw it last week, and we're seeing it again this week, and we will probably see it the next time this legislature sits, because the one thing that is clear about this government is they have no real vision for where this province can go. They have no real vision for delivering the services to Nova Scotians that Nova Scotians have a right to respect, and there's certainly not a government that the people of this province can look to and say, that's a group of people that's ambitious, that's a group of people that gets it. So with those few words, Mr. Chair, I recommend, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that the government do its homework and come back with something when they're ready to have a real discussion with Nova Scotians about aggressive targets, when they're ready to have a real discussion with Nova Scotians about what's possible, because they're not ready to have that discussion today because they haven't done their homework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our caucus listened at law amendments to the dozens of people who presented. We listened to the experts, we listened to the students, we listened to the grandmothers. We assimilated what we heard, we did the work, we made amendments. We did our best. But the one thing we didn't hear was that we should wait. This bill is not perfect. We spent a great deal of time yesterday talking about our views on that. But we will not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We are in a climate emergency and we need to act now, and for that reason we will not be supporting the hoist motion.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion that Bill 213, the Sustainable Development Act, be not read a third time, but that it be read at a third time this day, 12 months hence. I join my progressive Conservative colleagues in supporting positive changes that ensure sustainable practices here in Nova Scotia and believe, Mr. Speaker, that more consultation must be done. We care about our people, we care about our province and our future. Mr. Speaker, I was present during much of Law Amendments Committee on Monday and listened to the concerns of the people that presented. I learned Monday that there was an overwhelming message, clear message from the presenters that there was not enough consultation. I learned Monday that we have strong youth leaders that expect positive change, and I was proud of the young adults that came and presented at Law Amendments. I think, Mr. Speaker, of the words of the Dalai Lama, if you talk all the time, you only repeat what you already know. If you listen, you will learn new things. There was also something missing at Law Amendments and in this consultation, and that was with the private sector. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that the private sector must be consulted, as they will be impacted by any changes that are legislated. As we move towards more sustainable development goals, we must ensure that the private sector are consulted and embraced to ensure that Nova Scotia is business-friendly and is a competitive place to do business. Consultation must ensure that Nova Scotians, that businesses, that we are competitive when it comes to corporate tax rate, commercial tax rate, and commercial electricity rates. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a document that clearly shows we are already have the second highest electricity rates in the country. Creating a barrier in retaining existing businesses and attracting new businesses to the province must not happen. As I've shared in previous comments on this bill, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I believe there's glaring gaps, specifically in the areas of food and agriculture, as they were not even mentioned in this bill. And they were clearly part of the groundbreaking legislation of EGSPA. These issues of food and agriculture stand clearly in the United Nations and the Paris Agreement as goals that must be obtained and included, but they're completely missing in our provincial legislation that's been presented by the government. Mr. Speaker, our goals must hold us accountable. They must be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. One common piece of criticism of this legislation is that there's too much vagueness. The goals are not measurable and leaves too much in regulation. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this bill is weak in content and as there has not been enough consultation with stakeholders. I join my progressive Conservative colleagues in supporting positive change to ensure sustainable practice here in Nova Scotia. We care about our people, we care about our province, and we care about our future. And Mr. Speaker, we believe there is more work to be done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of moving this out 12 months. I spoke briefly
Order,
yesterday.
please. I just want to correct, I'm sorry, I forgot to provide a correction to the previous speaker, Cumberland North, as well as to the member for Sackville-Cobequid. And for purposes of clarifying for the whole House, the Hoist motion is for 6 months, not 12. 6 months. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. It makes my case, in my mind, even stronger then. My understanding is that the short time frame that we went through from introduction to second reading to law amendments to committee of the whole House and to today, the third reading, is a relatively short time. I believe the intention is not to make this proclaimed into law until after 12 or so months of consultation. I spoke yesterday of this House making uninformed decisions because we didn't all have the information. And if the purpose of the government is to go back and to consult to get better information, I think that's a good thing. It may even inform or change some of the ideas that we wanted to put forward in legislation. And I do agree with my colleague that perfect should not be the evil or the enemy of good. However, I'm not sure if this is good enough. There is no risk in delaying this for 6 months because the work, as I understand it, is going to be done anyway. People are going to be working on this anyway. And maybe in that, there will be nuggets of information, insight, that can better inform this bill and this House. I've heard about the goals that were in legislation versus having them in regulations. Maybe through the consultation, the public will say, you know what, we really would like to have it in regulation. We agree, and through that consultative process, we would all be on the same page. Perhaps not. Perhaps they would like to see it in regulation. I see no risk at all in delaying this for 6 months. It may not change a darn thing. Truly, it may not change a darn thing. So I do speak in favor of the term is hoisting this motion for 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question? The honourable member has already spoken on this motion. So if we're ready for the question, the motion on the floor is to delay third reading of Bill number 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Nay. Motion is defeated. If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North. Back on the original motion, on the original bill.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to speak on this bill. We need to move forward on the environment, and we need to recognize the significant need to renew this province's environmental goals. However, having said that, I'd like to register some very grave concerns with the bill as it is drafted, and our caucus's deep disappointment in the process so far. Other members have described their concerns with the inadequate greenhouse gas emissions target in the bill and with the startling removal of its most substantial targets, and I echo these concerns. We were privileged to hear incredible testimony for over 6 hours at Law Amendments Committee. And frankly, it could have gone on for much longer had it not been such a debacle about when to call law amendments and all of that. We spoke of that at the time at the committee. Much of that testimony, Mr. Speaker, was from young people, all of whom were heartbroken and disturbed by the indifference that they were met with by the government on that day at Law Amendments. when explained the process of how the bill would move through the next legislative steps, and I often do this with people. People will often email me and say, so what's the next step with this thing? When is it going to pass? When is it going to happen with it? And it's terrible to often have to say, you know, well, frankly, it's not going to unless there's a change of government, but not in this case. But when we explained the legislative steps and on to third reading, and the opportunity to observe what was going to happen in the gallery, the submitters asked, well, what is the point? And I would dare say that if anyone, and I know that there were people watching last night on Ledge TV when we went through the committee and the whole House, and we presented a number of excellent amendments to this bill, which could have made it stronger. And we were met with, I will say, disdain in the way that our amendments were voted down, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have to agree. What is the point? The young people have completely lost faith in the process. And that is a very dangerous outcome of the way that this government has dealt with this important matter of renewing this flagship environmental legislation. People are disappointed. Young people, many of whom have not even had the chance to vote yet, whose future we are currently debating, are disillusioned. Are disillusioned and disappointed with the legislative process, and I have no answer for them. They have to hope in some way because there's nothing else to do, and some people just can't hope anymore, and they have you know, gone into what my colleague describes and what other people have described as climate anxiety and climate depression. Mr. Speaker, when I was about 4 years old, I think, I remember very clearly one day walking down the hallway to where my siblings and parents were gathered in my parents' bedroom around a little black and white television. And it was supper time news that was on the television. I barely understood what was happening, of course. I was definitely, I was about 5 or 6, I guess. And the announcer on the television basically said that the news of the day was that the world would be annihilated by nuclear war by 1983. And again, I didn't sort of really understand what that meant at the time. All I knew was that I was very afraid of 1983. And I felt an extreme amount of anxiety about nuclear war, about all of this stuff that I would hear on the television and see on the television and on the radio news. And then I realized in about 1986 that 1983 had come and the world had not ended yet. But I'm still terrified from that day that I wandered down the hallway to see what everyone was looking at. I am still terrified of, you know, the idea that the planet could not be as we know it now. I mean, it already isn't, but because of the climate changes that are happening. But that, I think that what people describe as the climate anxiety and climate depression must be a similar feeling to what I felt and what I do feel about, you know, international relations and what's going to happen if so-and-so gets the bomb or so-and-so gets in power or whatever. And I have to say that as a, you know, again, as a parent of young children and as someone who, you know, I feel like I have lots of life, knock on wood, left in me to live, it is deeply, deeply concerning and depressing. And the fact that we are having this conversation and people are on their phones and like we were talking about before, that we're not really treating this as an emergency, even though the government did acknowledge that. That is extremely worrying to me and everybody that I speak to about this issue. So the young people have lost faith in the process. I've pretty much lost faith in the process. But I would like to actually use this process to underline and underscore some of the very important things about this bill and the process that need to be said. So I would like to remind the House that once the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act is repealed, which will happen when this bill comes into effect, we will no longer have any laws or regulations written anywhere that say what land protection, waste management, or mercury emission targets we must meet, along with a host of other targets. none save for the inadequate greenhouse gas emission reduction target. And again, we had a big, robust conversation about that last night, and the fact remains, nothing has changed from last night to this night. The target still needs to be 58% before of 2005 levels. The government will maintain that 53 is okay. Other members will talk about how we need systems in place to make sure we do achieve those targets, and that is all true. But the fact remains that 53% is not good enough if every country is doing 53%, and the IPCC report has asked countries who can do more to do more, and frankly, we are one of those countries. This means that there will be no targets written anywhere on electricity generated from renewable sources, a critical piece of this climate emergency puzzle. I would like to remind this House that we still have not met our 2020 target of 40% renewables in this area as we continue to wait for the Muskrat Falls project to come online. And so that not only leaves us, that leaves us not only without a target, but actually behind the target, which is now not going to be a target when the first bill is repealed. And while the experts at the Ecology Action Centre have put forward a target of as much as 90% renewable energy by 2030, we are left with no target and told that we should wait for another year or 6 months or whatever it's going to be for the plan to arrive on how to move forward. We are getting very close to 2030, Mr. Speaker, and we're not going to have enough time. It leaves us with only 8 years left until the 2030 deadline, wondering about an ambitious goal in the meantime. This not only leaves our prospects for addressing climate change in limbo, but it also abandons the incredible economic opportunities available from taking advantage of the incredible transformation that is required. We hear the Premier day in and day out get up and talk about how amazing the economy is. The economy's on an upswing. More people are moving to Nova Scotia. All of those things that the Premier has been speaking of ad nauseum, pardon me, for the last 35 days. Well, if he wants to talk about economic development and transformation of our economy, then he should be looking seriously at the issues with this bill. Because there's nothing in it right now to address that green transformation. The Premier continues to say, and I listen to it every day, we can green the environment without hurting the economy. That is, to me, that doesn't make any sense at all. We must green the economy, and then we will help the like that is the only way, really, to make the economy sort of kickstart in the way it needs to in Nova Scotia right now. So, as the EAC and Gardner Pinfold estimate, a massive shift to renewable energy could create over 38,000 jobs. Think about that for a minute, 38,000 jobs. This could be what true climate leadership looks like if we act quickly and we act boldly. And I would say right now that we are, with this bill, doing something, but we are not doing enough, and we are surely not leaders. I have heard from the Minister of Environment that we are leaders in the country because of this bill. It is not leadership to do just what is enough. It is too late to do the status quo. Another critical target of the many that are missing from the Act are the targets to do with energy efficiency. So I've already spoken in this House about how we have the highest rates of energy poverty in Canada and here in this part of the country. Bold investments in energy efficiency across the province can help to address this disturbing fact while fighting climate change at the same time. But this too is missing from the bill. Energy efficiency is often referred to as the invisible climate solution because it could account for up to 49% of Canada's share of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. It is the cheapest way to achieve those targets. It is hands down cheaper than solar, than wind, than tidal, than any of that stuff. And we already have the programs in place. The Efficiency Nova Scotia programs are awesome. Let's triple them. Let's quadruple what's happening. All it takes is a signing of a check. Oh my gosh, really? Because everything is already in place. It's part of what would be considered a Green New Deal. Money must be invested up front, but imagine what could happen if that money was there. It would create thousands of jobs. The EAC and the Gardner-Pinfold estimates that by tripling our energy efficiency targets by 2030 could create over 37,000 jobs. Here's another idea, because I know that the government loves ideas. How about a real incentive for purchasing electric cars? Imagine if you could purchase an electric car for roughly the same amount of money that it costs to purchase a gas combustion car. The federal government's giving $5,000. Hey, government, how about a $10,000 tax credit? That would make it actually possible for an average family who's buying a new car, not that every average family can buy a new car, but those who can, could buy an electric car. And then let's give incentives to businesses to provide charging stations. All of this is doable. It's doable next week, Mr. Speaker. You could do this now. It is scary and sad that this government will not act decisively to include measures such as these, such as the energy efficiency measures in the flagship piece of environmental legislation that we are debating today. We can do it, and we can do it now. We must do it now. The costs of inaction are too terrifyingly high, and the risks are very great. The next 5 years are the most important, as we will cross some of the most important and irreversible tipping points that will speed up global warming. We cannot afford to spare another year. The bill itself, in Clause 4C, states that climate change is a global emergency requiring urgent action, but then goes on to not include any of the substantial measures required to meet that emergency. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Mr. Speaker, the complacency or the self-satisfaction with this government, with the pieces of legislation that they are tabling, is frankly obnoxious. And that's a kinder choice. That's a kinder word than I was going to say. It's obnoxious. There should be no self-satisfaction here. This is fine, but fine is not going to save the world from burning or the floods from happening. And I'm sorry to talk in apocalyptic terms, but frankly, that's what we're looking at. Again, Mr. Speaker, as others have done, I will echo the climate strikers when they say, don't tell me, show me. I would also like to take a little bit of time briefly to note how this bill relates to our responsibilities as settlers on this land. Everyone will know that we gather in this House on unceded Mi'kmaq territory. We are in Mi'kma'ki, and we gather here under the peace and friendship treaties. And I know everyone in this House has heard the phrase, we are all treaty people, and we say this when we go to announcements. It's in all of the government ministers' notes to say it when they make an announcement. And yet, it means that we're not only connected by those treaties, it means that we have responsibilities under those treaties. And I would submit that those of us in this House have heightened responsibilities here. We also have a responsibility to the path forward in truth and reconciliation with the Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia. And honoring those responsibilities means listening and following the lead of our Mi'kmaq leaders and neighbours who are imploring us to protect the land and air and water of Mi'kma'ki and of Turtle Island. It means hearing and absorbing rather than ignoring the Mi'kmaq people who came to law amendments this week and told us loudly and clearly that this bill does not go far enough. And it means allowing Mi'kmaq communities to lead the solutions through the climate crisis. And I will also add that it means honoring the Boat Harbour deadline of January 31st, 2020. I know that the bill sets out the principle of Nedugulemek, as an aspiration for elements of the bill to follow. I don't know, because I was not involved in the planning of this bill, but I certainly hope that the department consulted and gained permission from Mi'kmaq communities to include this concept and its definition. I haven't heard anything from the minister about this in any of the speeches he's made about this bill. And so I put that out there and would love to hear the minister's comments at the closing of third reading about the consultations with Mi'kmaq communities. I'll just say that again because I'm not sure that the minister heard me. I would love to hear in third reading if the minister could comment on the consultations he has done with Mi'kmaq communities in terms of using the principle that is so clearly laid out in this bill. If not, I would submit that this government should return to this principle and gather the appropriate community permissions to use the idea. This government has repeatedly referenced the consultations it will do to develop further targets in this act, but we have seen what consultation looks like from this government, and we are deeply skeptical. First, it was less than 30 days online with 3 little questions quietly announced to ask for submissions in the drafting of this bill. Next, it was scrambling and arguing at the Law Amendments Committee to make sure that all members of the public would have a chance to speak. And then it was not a single amendment to the bill after such a significant and moving outcry of urging this government to do better from members in the opposition, but more importantly, members of the public. It's no wonder that we hear people who have become disillusioned with this legislative process. So I will close, Mr. Speaker, in deep disappointment that this government has not been able to rise to the challenge required to meet this moment of a real climate emergency. And I will close further by echoing the youth who have been the ones to show true leadership in this urgent situation. Number 1, hey, hey, ho, ho, the status quo has got to go. And number 2, act like your house is on fire, because it is. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a few minutes to talk about Bill 213. One of the things that you quickly discover when you become an MLA is that what you suspected as a member of the public is often true about how politics really works. And I know for me as a healthcare professional who was concerned about the direction healthcare was going over the last couple of decades, frankly, I tried to join as many groups that were considered stakeholders as I could. VON Board of Directors, Ocean View Manor Board of Directors, Serving Seniors Alliance, CARP Nova Scotia. And I was part of the people who were getting consulted by government agencies. And at the time, it was always excited to be asked for your opinion. And you always felt a sense of hope that the things that you were saying were going to be listened to and acted on. And then what happened over the years is you get to become disillusioned and frankly a bit bitter that you get the sense that the consultation process is a bit of a show, that you get the sense that government agencies had already decided what they were going to do, but they were going to make a show of consulting with people. So I thought, well, maybe I'll have a bigger voice if I actually get myself into the legislature. And one would think that our voices would be even more significant. And I think a member on this side of the House earlier today said, how often does a member from the government side actually come and ask the opinion of the opposition? And I can tell you in the 2.5 years that I have been here, despite having 35 years of healthcare experience, I have been consulted exactly 0 times. So unfortunately, I was consulted more before I became an MLA than after. So for those who came to law amendments, or for those who have been watching this bill speed its way like a rocket through the legislative process to become law, they too have been disheartened by the sense that law amendments itself is a bit of an illusion, that what people say in there actually makes a difference. But I wasn't naive when I started here. I went to law amendments with great enthusiasm and listened to what people said at law amendments, and then I watched with bated breath to see how much of what they said over there turned into an amendment that the government accepted. And I don't know how many happened. I can't recall any. So I'll stand corrected if there were 1 or 2. But in 2.5 years, you know, it's my personal thought that law amendments might be the wrong name. Kind of like question period, we don't call it question and answer period. Law amendments should be a time where the public have some confidence that their voices matter. Because if you're not going to listen to the opposition who represent their voices, then perhaps their voices should at some point translate into an amendment to one of the government's laws. So some of the things that people wanted me to say, and I will table it for the Speaker, is that the bill that is being introduced now weakens one that we already had. That's kind of the last thing you think is going to happen, is that the government's going to take a good bill with strong measures and accountability and timelines into it, throw it out, and then bring in something that is not only already outdated, in some cases has already been achieved. People have said to me, I beg you to consider the implications of not acting fast enough or with the urgency required on the climate. And Mr. Speaker, I know from my community, one of the first things that I got approached about was about the constant coastal flooding. The Cole Harbour Eastern Passage constituency is bordered on 3 sides by the ocean. When it changes to be just the Eastern Passage constituency, the entire border of that constituency will be ocean. I have already brought to this House several times about the flooding along Shore Road, that there's a provincial beach called Noonan Beach. It's very small, but it overflows every time we have a storm, and then we've now left it up to the municipality to have to come and repair the road every time seaweed flows across the road and into the neighbors' houses. We've talked about here, because I brought it up, the breach of the berm. Many years ago when that happened out the Eastern Shore, it got repaired by the provincial government, and now no longer so, and those houses are now, the people who own those houses are now left on their own with no provincial assistance. People have said to me, we must set net zero carbon emission targets to a stronger, sooner goal, because we can't waste any more time. And we need to have a safety net should we miss those targets because of unforeseen changes in the environment moving forward. People have said we must invest more in natural CO2 capturing initiatives, both on the land and in the sea, with things like reforestation, living shorelines that were talked about so eloquently during law amendments. We know and have been told that the offshore wind has the potential to create more electricity than we need and to create more new green jobs than we currently have. And this legislation, by the people who spoke at law amendments and those who've contacted me, feel that this doesn't go anywhere near far enough. This act talks about prosperity, but I wanted to mention for one last time about the disparity and the discouragement that I feel as an opposition member that our voices are not only not listened to, but often ridiculed every time we raise an issue, that we're then against something. And I heard someone say today that we were against Nova Scotia. And as someone whose family's been here since 1747, I found that offensive. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask this government to consider the words of everyone who has spoken in law amendments, and that moving forward in the next and perhaps last session of the legislature in the spring, that perhaps during one of those law amendments, they might actually amend a law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford on a quick introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I would direct the member's attention to the East Gallery, where I'm joined today by my Executive Secretary of the Department of Community Services, Perline Wright. As you can see, Perline is quite shy and retiring, and but she, I adore her, and she's been a wonderful support, and I'm just so delighted that she had to bring some documents down to me today. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to this important bill. And I would argue that it is not as important in that it is not as weighty as the original Environment Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act was. And so that is really the fundamental basis for our disappointment. I just took off my glasses. My kids missed the school bus this morning, and so I ended up taking the bus with them, and I couldn't find my glasses, and I had to grab a very old pair that are extremely scratched up. So I'm going to speak today without glasses. I can't see you. That's all right. So I am going to take some time, though, with this speech, because I think everyone in this House knows that I care. So I wanted to share, and this is kind of for the young people who appeared at Law Amendments yesterday. I don't think I have to table this because I wrote it. And this is something I wrote in 2013. So at that point, I had a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. Parenting at the end of the world, wanting to cry at traumatized elephants and missing monarchs and floating continents of garbage in the dead ocean. What to do but learn to be present in the small, immediate moment. String earrings missing their pair to make a Christmas garland. Turn pot lids into a drum set. Avoid the dollar store. Try to stroller or bus or bike to preschool. Not add to the doom. Be grateful we live on high ground. Give our beautiful children years of memories so that they like me can grieve for a time when they weren't aware that the world was ending. Now, I don't feel that all the time. I don't stay in that place all the time, but I really relate to the young people who were there. And I think it's really difficult for us to recognize that their level of anxiety is not irrational. It's not some of the people I follow on Twitter, which is my social media of preference. I've picked up different groups of people who I follow at different times, and some of them are climate scientists, and sometimes they engage in conversations themselves about how difficult it is to do the work, how difficult it is to actually be watching. And I think we saw that at Law Amendments. There was one presenter, I don't remember her name, who works on oceans, and you know, what we are seeing in the ocean in terms of acidification, in terms of the increased temperature, in terms of the changes in oxygen levels in the ocean, like all of this is super worrisome, super concerning. And I think for older people, I think of my own parents, for example, who still worry about whether I'm saving enough for my children to go to university. And that's what they worry about. And like, they can't compute that. For me, that's not my worry. In the last year that I went back to work between my children at CBC Radio, where I used to work, I collaborated with Tara Wright, who is a professor in environmental sciences at Dalhousie, on a series where we talked with Nova Scotians who, at that time, so that would have been 2011. We're trying to turn over a green leaf, and we talked to them about those different choices that they were making, and what that looked like. And we spent some time with a family living in Enfield or Elmsdale. Sorry, I always get them confused. And you know, we're commuting. One of them worked in one direction, one of them worked in the other direction, and they were both trying to do what they could, and feeling the inadequacy of their efforts. Anyhow, so I bumped into Tara maybe 8 months ago, and she was preparing to speak at a convocation ceremony at Dal. And I asked her, like, oh my gosh, like, she's with young people who are looking at the science all the time. She's in front of classrooms of students who are feeling that anxiety all the time, who are choosing to study environmental science at this moment. And I asked her, like, what do you say, you know, in a convocation address? And she said, you know, that she was going to riff off of an idea from another environmental scientist and thinker, David Orr, which is that hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. Hope without action doesn't fly. It doesn't have any power. We cannot say to young people, be hopeful, don't worry, your youth should be, you know, full of optimism. We can't say that if we are not both providing them ways to roll up their sleeves and help make the huge changes that we need to make. But also if we're not actually ready to do that ourselves. And that is the role of government. We have ways that we can roll up our sleeves and that we can make changes. And I really think that some of the anxiety which young people are expressing, be it in climate marches or at law amendments, is generated by the incoherence. It's the incoherence of, on the one hand, the urgency, and on the other hand, the action. Is the action lining up with the urgency? Are we acting with the deliberation and the boldness and the resources and the focus that this demands? And in this bill and with this government, I would say, no, we are not. We are not. So in the moment that I was really, I guess, you know, with young babies in my arms, feeling this in a huge way, and I was waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes to nurse them, but nursing them and then feeling my heart pounding with anxiety. And what helped me was actually turning my focus away from the world and the planet and into my neighborhood, and getting engaged in community development stuff, including, you know, building community gardens and hosting community meals, and actually the sort of stuff that, while it's small, helps to build resilience at a community level. And the irony is that then landed me back here, where I have to look up from my neighborhood, and I feel like I have to, as a public servant, actually look at the whole picture and sit with the great challenges that we face. And as much as I appreciate the great concern for the environment expressed by some of our colleagues in the official opposition over the last few days, I will say that it was extremely distressing to arrive here in my first session and see day after day question period be led by questions about, if I could paraphrase, you're going to charge a carbon tax, aren't you? And like, no, we're not going to charge a carbon tax because we're already leaders. Like, that was it for like weeks. It was weeks of it. And I'm like, can we please stand up and say that we're in favor of a carbon tax? And the advice I was given in caucus was like, that's between them, we're not getting into it. But I'm like, Nobel Prize winning economists have determined that a carbon tax is the most effective way to try to make change. So let's try to be a little bit coherent, please. Yes, and also, for the benefit of the member who clapped, we actually don't have a carbon tax in Nova Scotia. We do have a cap and trade system about which I remain highly skeptical about its impacts. So, and so are many experts who have considered the various possible effective mechanisms that we could take. Well, okay. Let me get back on my focus, please. I can't see you, but I can hear you. So, all at the same time, and I mean, and so that exchange, that Woodley question period, was especially like perplexing, because sometime early in my career in politics, I heard about EGSPA. I heard about that really significant piece of legislation and that it had all party support. And in fact, when in my first sort of 8 months between my by-election and the general election, I pretty much binge listened to all of the On the Record Off Script podcasts by Springtide. And the interview with Mark Parent about EGSPA is the most fascinating half-hour conversation about politics that I think I've ever heard. And for anybody here who harbors hopes of one day not just listening to your leader and doing what you've been given permission to do, but actually like seizing a moment of opportunity and showing leadership, I really suggest it, because basically a moment of opportunity opened up, and he, with his deputy minister, Bill Leahy, a man who has continued to enjoy pretty much an unparalleled reputation in this province for public administration, seized that moment, and that is why we have EGSPA. And I look forward to that moment, and I hope I am as ready. And before the 2017 election, I spoke on behalf of the NDP at the environment debate that Bill Leahy chaired, and yeah, so I know that this bill was significant, and so I just want to speak for a couple of moments of why this falls short. EGSPA was not just about greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, and it wasn't just about all of those other goals, though there are many of them, drinking water and wastewater treatment standards and sustainable procurement. I mean, so many different specific goals were part of that legislation. But also there was a recognition that doing that work could actually open up economic opportunities for this province. And in fact, that one of our great assets in this province is our environment. I mean, it's one reason, it's unquestionably one of the reasons that people move here, that people visit here. And I don't think we necessarily have to think about economic opportunity in terms of growth. And in fact, when I looked at the very brief synopsis of the online comments that were made on this act, a number of people were encouraging the government to consider degrowth. But what I like better, the way that Kate Hayworth, who is the author of the book called Donut Economics, which was also referenced by some of the commenters, she talks about being growth agnostic. Maybe there's growth, maybe there's not growth, but maybe there's shifting. Maybe there's shifting of income and shifting of wealth in a different distribution, in a way that supports community. And so EGSPA was it was a broader kind of framework for looking at what our strengths are, at what is valuable, and at how protecting and developing that could actually result in economic opportunity. And the specific example that I heard about from Mark Parent was waste management. When Nova Scotia brought in its really stringent waste management standards and regime, it resulted in new streams of selected, separated products that actually became resources that resulted in new export markets and so forth. That's one example. EXPA was big because it had that broader vision. Also because it was 2007. It wasn't like a year after the IPCC report, that said we have only like a few years to get this right. I mean, it was a leader because it was ahead of the curve. I would say that this bill and this target puts us kind of, with the curve, but it's not the kind of stretch goal that that scientists and that youth recognize as actually leading us, and also because of the commitment to annual reports. And if anything makes me skeptical of this legislation, it is actually this government's track record on reporting under the old EXPA. We have not had annual reports. We missed the 5-year deadline for setting new standards. I've been looking for new standards ever since I was elected, and hearing about that from people. Where are they? Where are the new goals? Well, 3 years later, we have this. There's one goal, one substantial goal. I don't think it's a bad thing that stuff get developed through regulation, if that is done in a way that is really robust and really participatory. And, there were some really interesting examples of ways of consulting that were mentioned in the in-law amendments. I heard the phrase citizens' assembly. I heard study groups. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, but so in terms of the actual goal that is set here, my concern is both the insufficiency of it, 53% to 58%, but also whether this government is actually really, really committed to it. And that actually means wrapping our heads around change. And frankly, Nova Scotia has it easier than Newfoundland, where I grew up, because we don't have offshore oil resources that have been found that we have to contemplate leaving in the ground. And there are young people in Newfoundland who are making that case. And it is, I found the comments of Roger Grimes, the former Premier of Newfoundland, very illuminating. The fact that his comments as current chair of the CNL OPB, very illuminating about the real thinking in those rooms. He, framed himself first as a grandfather of an 8-year-old who I'm sure he loves dearly, and then he expressed concern about what was going to happen if young people like Greta Thunberg actually sway the world to her way of thinking. And the specific quote that got caught, though, I mean, his whole speech was recorded and has been played in various media. But the specific quote that kind of has been highlighted in some articles is, "Don't lose the ground to people who want to say, if you keep doing this, you're going to destroy the planet." The fact is, if you keep doing this, you're going to destroy the planet. And even here in Nova Scotia, here in Nova Scotia too, we don't want to close the door. We don't want to close the door to the possibility that we're going to hit that resource offshore that might suddenly wipe out our debt and create lots of money for us to play with. We still spend $2 million a year, even though we don't have any offshore oil or gas resources, currently in the offing. But we're administering, calls for bids on offshore blocks. The Premier went to New Brunswick to testify when there were federal hearings about marine protected areas. To argue that it wasn't fair game to restrict marine protected areas to offshore oil and gas development. We're still sending bureaucrats to Houston to try to attract attention here. This is from our own budget documents. The line around the $2 million that we spend on petroleum resources to promote, capitalize on, and expand both offshore and onshore oil and natural gas exploration, development, and production. It's really hard to wrap our heads around the extent that we need to change. And trust me, trust the scientists, trust the young people who showed up at law amendments. We absolutely need to. We absolutely need to. There is, there's going to be some disruption ahead. I mean, one of the things that I've seen said is that it would be irresponsible to not continue working on developing hydrocarbon resources because the renewable technologies are not there yet, and we can't have disruption. And yet, just some facts to contemplate. While we are, our population is relatively small, Canada is still one of the top 10 emitters in the world. And we are actually the worst emitter of greenhouse gas emissions in the world per capita. And Nova Scotia is emits significantly more per capita than other parts of Canada, than many other parts of Canada, more than the average. Nova Scotia, like Newfoundland and Labrador, we are per capita responsible for 5.8 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So we have a huge carbon footprint. We have work to do. We have work to do, and like the Gardner-Pinfold study commissioned by the Ecology Action Centre shows, having work to do is good. People need to do the work, and the technology is advancing, and we're in an excellent region for solar energy, and there is wind, and there is work to be done on electrification, and on battery storage, and on tidal, and yes, our power rates may go up, and our power rates have gone up, though they've gone up largely due to fluctuating prices of coal to date. But if we actually put in the work that can be led by government on efficiency and on electrification of public transit and expansion of public transit, people can actually end up spending less because their bills are smaller, because they're using less. So that is the path that we have to go. That is the path that we have to go. And there are many paths available. And my fear with this bill is that it will not be embraced by all of government. Because there's so much work that can be done in every aspect of government. Municipal affairs and housing. The number of people that come to my office, that contact my office and my colleagues' offices because their power has been cut off. Because they're living in affordable housing or private housing stock that they can afford, or old social housing stock or public housing stock, which is not energy efficient. And most of our work, most of our programs to date have been very much focused on homeowners, and yet we know that most low-income Nova Scotians are renters. Or I don't know if I've got that quite right, but anyhow, yes. Maybe I have got that right. It's percentages. Lands and forestry, ecological forestry, land conservation, agriculture, investing in dikes, but also in salt marsh restoration. Right now, most of our salt marsh restoration has seemed to be, we will restore this salt marsh because we are destroying the salt marsh over here, or we will, and we can just actually get way more aggressive. And again, like those are jobs, and that is carbon capture. Right now, we spend so much on highway construction, but also every time we build a highway or expand a highway, add another interchange, we're also committing into the future more bills for plowing, for maintenance. And of course, there's a safety argument, but I also think that at some point there's a diminishing return that comes by expanding our 100 series highway so much that we are facilitating people making choices to drive more because, oh, I'm only an hour from Halifax. Only in Nova Scotia can, it doesn't matter where people live. Everyone tells me they're an hour from Halifax. It's because we've made our highway system so robust, to use a preferred term from one of the deputy ministers. We have such a robust highway system that people from everywhere can say that they live an hour from Halifax. And then they all get to Halifax and there's massive gridlock. And again, that is also contributing to our carbon emissions. And it also contributes to less resilient communities. And I think when there is hesitation about being more aggressive because, well, we couldn't possibly disrupt things because that wouldn't be responsible, the technology isn't there yet. People in Cape Breton, at the Thanksgiving floods, they were disrupted. People on the South Shore during the drought, they were disrupted. Farmers in the valley with those crazy rains in such a short time. One of the farmers I regularly buy from said he voted Green in this election. I didn't argue with him. But he said, we're not sure if we can keep farming. The rain events are so extreme. People in California, wow, they're being disrupted. So, not wanting to wrap our heads around the scale of disruption that we actually need is perpetuating the disruption that is being visited upon us. And we don't get to say, oh, we're just small and we're a leader. We're a leader because we started from further back, because we were burning more coal, because our energy system was more coal dependent than many others. That's why we were leaders, because there was some low-hanging fruit here. Now the fruit isn't so low-hanging, but we still need to be gathering it. We owe it to Nova Scotians, and we definitely owe it to the young people who came to law amendments, and we owe it to my children. I have largely moved from, most of the time, I have moved from experiencing climate anxiety to experiencing, I think, equal mixtures of grief and gratitude. We are so lucky to live where we do, and we're so lucky to have this moment. And I think there's something about grief that can actually be really grounding. People who are either anticipating their own death or grieving the death of a loved one, they know what's really important. They know what's really important. And what's really important are our relationships and taking care of each other and engaging in culture and engaging in creativity and pursuing those pursuing those things that actually don't hurt the earth. And I think if we can take some clarity from those young people and put our minds to also where we can, mitigate what we can see is already here. If we really want to be, the leader that the Premier speaks so often of us as, then we have to do the work. And part of doing the work is getting really clear about what is important and then not shying away from it. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add some concluding words to the excellent thoughts that have been offered on this bill by my friends in the New Democratic Party. And I want to begin with this by saying that this bill, 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act, comes now to its third reading at a defining and pivotal moment in the history of Nova Scotia. The character of this pivotal climate moment is something that has been laid out for the government in many venues, in many ways, many times, by all those people who have been resolutely sounding the alarm about the climate emergency across the province. And just most recently, the government has heard roughly 40 such submissions of this type from people who laid out earlier this week 7 hours or so of testimony about this bill before the Law Amendments Committee. What a rich array of voices was heard there. The committee heard from high school students who fear deeply and daily about their futures. The committee heard from educators, experts at the Ecology Action Centre, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Council of Canadians, heard from the Healthy Forest Coalition, heard Mi'kmaq people, heard a marine scientist, at least one biologist, the executive director of the Farmers Market of Nova Scotia Co-op, and many others. And this remarkable compendium of testimony catalogued the whole landscape of the unease and the deep fear, and in some cases, as my friends have spoken about it, even the despair that is experienced by some of those who were presented. And the compendium of these presentations at the Law Amendments Committee earlier this week, it also made obvious the significant expertise and the remarkable conviction of those in Nova Scotia who are laying out a better path forward for our province. But most significantly, the testimony earlier this week at the Law Amendments Committee registered with a resonant clarity the profound falling short of the legislation that is before us. It registered most resonantly what a deep disappointment it is to so many people that the government with this bill is in fact not seizing the present opportunity to truly lead on the front of climate action. Now, in response to this rich landscape of presentations that was brought forward to the Law Amendments Committee, government members of the committee, I think it may fairly be said, as many presenters who were there a couple of days ago commented then and since, government members of the committee provided very little evidence that they had, by the testimony, really registered the gravity of the information and the submissions that had been brought before them. As a matter of fact, I want to say this word of criticism, that the Minister of Environment, before the Law Amendments Committee had even concluded its public submissions, found it fair to say publicly that he would not be entertaining a stronger greenhouse gas emissions reduction target. Now, as one of those who had come to the legislature, what a big thing to do, particularly for someone who has never done it before. The majority of these people, not professional lobbyists by any sense, but one of the people who had come to the legislature to be part of that landscape of presentation, said to me in some frustration, I think I've got her words exactly right, it's like they had no intention of listening. It's like that their mind was made up. What's the point? Now, my friend, the MLA for Dartmouth North, spoke earlier about this. I think she called it disillusionment. Now, this disillusionment, this disenchantment or disappointment, which was so widely shared amongst those who were here to engage about the bill earlier this week, this is not an insignificant thing. It's not something that we should allow to pass notice. Because, of course, it is to some of these very people that now the government will be turning. It's to some of these very people that the government must turn in its development of the substance of the legislation through public consultation, which is now to follow. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just backtrack a moment to restate where it is we are. So, climate scientists, activists, experts, teachers, parents, teenagers, children, and others all over the world have all amplified their voices to the maximum decibel levels to proclaim something. That is, that global warming in excess of 1.5 degrees is something that defies the limits of our vocabulary. Let's try words like cataclysmic. Let's try words like catastrophic. Let's try words like even apocalyptic for life as we know it. And that there is no alternative. This voice has been raised to say there's no other option but to confront this, the defining dilemma of our era, of our century, to confront it with scope and energy and boldness and with vision. Sometimes it seems to me there's a little danger as people have become more familiar with the issue of climate change, and the litany of its various dimensions has become more and more a part of our public discourse, that there's a danger that people might become somehow used to some of this information, that would become somehow inured or blasé about it. It's important for us not to become inured or blasé about any of the facts, which bear repetition. Look, facts like these. We know that the Earth has warmed by over 1 degree already. We know that in the past 30 years, we've seen all 20 of the hottest years that ever were on record. We know that 9 of the 10 deadliest heat waves in human history have occurred since the year 2000. We know that even 1.5 degrees of warming is likely to be disastrous, with consequences that include, but certainly aren't limited to, the displacement of millions of people by sea level rise, a decline in crop yields, greater flooding, more extreme weather events, and more extreme droughts. We know that current global emissions goals are so inadequate so as to put us at risk of overshooting emissions targets into uncharted territory, so that we know that even the UN's worst case scenarios have a reasonable likelihood of proving to have been conservative and bucolic compared to what may, in fact, before many years be before us. And we also know that major components of these truths are not about parts of the world that we see or hear about that have a feeling of remoteness for us. We know that great many of these truths, in fact, have a direct relevance, a particular relevance to our lives here in Nova Scotia. We are entirely susceptible in our province to the outcomes of rising sea levels, like saltwater intrusion, flooding, and damage to infrastructure. We know that increasing ocean acidification stands to create a situation where shellfish won't be adequately able to form their shells. We know we're on a collision course with significant losses in coastal resources and reduced productivity of the fishery in our province, that there is a precipice before us, which includes more extreme and more violent weather events, and extreme and violent weather events occurring more often. Now, the presenters this week at the Law Amendments Committee have also been entirely right to make the important point which bears our seizing on in reminding the government, furthermore, that all those predictions that come from that UN IPCC, that all of those represent cautious and very conservative judgments that are based only on what can be established as near certainties. They don't reflect the large array of variables that remain to be seen as climate change continues to unfold. This means that the world of impacts we are facing could well be far worse than the IPCC predictions. All of this compels, makes imperative, the boldest and most courageous and most decisive action. What we in our NDP caucus are saying about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that we do not find this boldness and courage and decisiveness reflected in the goals in the Sustainable Development Goals Act. Now, I say this being well aware of the position that the government has taken, the position that the greenhouse gas emission target in Bill 213 is, in their view, in line with the IPCC report and represents, in their view, targets they contend that are compatible with 1.5 degrees of warming. I want to be as clear about this matter as I can. This position of the government's is not true. It is based on a mechanical and a myopic reading of the work of the IPCC. It is based on an interpretation which fails to recognize the whole context of the meaning and work of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the body that leads the IPCC itself. Central to the whole structure of the work of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to which Canada is a signatory, is a very important principle. The principle of what are called common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. This principle encapsulates the idea of equity, the idea that those who have a greater ability and capacity to act, combined with a larger legacy of emitting, have a responsibility to make steeper and more significant reductions. This and the indispensable principle of climate justice is the foundation of the proposed emissions reduction target put forward by the NDP, namely 58% below 2005 levels. A target which has been ratified by the over 30 significant organizations in our province, as well as scientists in our province who are signatories to the important document, the 2030 Declaration. Mr. Speaker, the 2030 Declaration is a succinct and guiding and significant document that warrants a place within the space of this debate on this bill. I'm going to read just its opening words, which refer to the 58% below 2005 target in the parallel metric of 50% below 1990. Quote, "We are calling on the government of Nova Scotia to set strong greenhouse gas targets, 50% below 1990 levels by 2030, and in doing so, to transition to a low-carbon economy. We must meet this target and transition our economy in a way that recognizes the structural inequities of race, gender, income, and the ongoing impacts of colonization and environmental racism in our province. Taking this action now will prevent the worst impacts of climate change, which is already affecting our health, livelihoods, and communities, end quote. Now, as has been said before in the course of this debate, there is ultimately only one question in the 2019 climate moment to direct to any proposal for greenhouse gas emissions. Namely, does that proposal, or does it not, align with the unconditional imperative to arrest global warming at 1.5 degrees? That's all. And if that target does not accomplish this, that target represents a failure to rise to what is required in this consequential and pivotal moment in our history. This, Mr. Speaker, is the negative judgment that is passed on Bill 213 by the present climate moment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am honored to take a couple moments anyway to speak to the Sustainable Development Goals Act, Bill number 213. My introduction to the issue of climate change began a couple decades ago when my father, Ron Irving, an Order of Canada recipient, was asked to sit on a panel of ordinary Canadians. These were ordinary Canadians from all walks of life. It was the National Forum on Climate Change, and on June 3rd, 1998, over 20 years ago, the Citizens Panel called on Canada. Canada's response to climate change will require urgent action on the part of governments and industry. At the same time, we must each make a personal commitment to our communities, our children, and future generations. In early 2000s, I had the privilege of attending the Municipal Leaders Forum on Climate Change in Regina with respect to the Kyoto Protocol. And I spoke there of what I was seeing living in the Arctic and the changes that I had seen between 1986 and I think it was about 2001. The bird life that was appearing in the wintertime, the rain we were getting in January instead of minus 40. And most poignant was a colleague of mine on Iqaluit City Council, a hunter, went through the ice in a place that should have been safe. He knew that area, and he went through the ice in minus 30 and crawled for a day and a half to a shack. And I visited him after he was rescued in the hospital, saw his 2 black legs, and they were 2 days later amputated. It was very real, and the communities of the North, the Inuit of the North, shouted out the need for climate action 20 years ago. And governments throughout the world have been slow to respond. And fortunately now, we are at a time in which citizens around the world are demanding action. I am proud, though, to say that I'm in a province that has taken action, and all 3 parties on this floor of the House have been a part of the action that began a decade ago, or more than a decade ago, with EGSPA in 2007. The work crystallized, and we, as a province, began to work on the lowering of greenhouse gases, and we will meet the 2020 target. We will meet our goal of 40% of our electricity from renewables. We are making homes more efficient. We are building active transportation networks. We are investing in public transit. We are protecting wilderness, and we are supporting the development of tidal power. And the list goes on. Now, this bill will continue our leadership in this country. I want to acknowledge the work of the Minister of Environment and the previous ministers who have helped out over the past several years in bringing this to the fore of the House. Now, I've listened intently to the debate over the past number of days and the presenters at Law Amendments, and I was struck by the how important EXPA is to members in this House. Bill number 146 passed in 2007, and there's been lots of comments and celebration around the unanimous support of the House. And the member from Halifax-Chebucto during Committee of the Whole eloquently spoke about the great enthusiasm of all party agreement. Quote, "It was a matter of pride for each party." And I wondered, was there really a time like that? And I will go and listen to the podcast of Marc Parent, but when I went into Hansard, I'm not quite sure I discovered quite the enthusiasm and the pride espoused by my colleague across the floor. During the debate, there were many words spoken on what was not in EXPA. During second reading, Michelle Raymond, quote, "It's a great idea. The proof is in the pudding, and I'm concerned that perhaps we have more of a list of ingredients rather than a real recipe." She goes on to talk about, the decisions which are made in Cabinet are not being made on the floor of the legislature here today, and it is important that we recognize that we're not being invited to debate the real hard details, the actual recipe of the pudding. Howard Epstein, and he did compliment the government of the day, but we had hoped for much more aggressive targets. He expressed concern that when I look at this bill, I recognize there's no proclamation date. Vicki Conrad, I am, though, concerned that this bill doesn't quite go far enough, and it's certainly missing a lot of substance in this bill. Michelle Raymond, almost uniformly, the comments that came forward from the members of the public who chose to present at Law Amendments Committee, there are many people who would have appreciated the opportunity to consult more widely with it. So here we are again. The opposition has done their job. They have pointed out the half glass that is empty, and the minister will talk about the half glass that is full. I'm very happy to hear that all will support this bill. This is a bill that I hope will inspire Nova Scotians and inspire the country. Listen to the response of environmental voices. There was a tweet 6 days ago from Mark Butler. "This is big. Nova Scotia introduces the most ambitious climate goal in the country. Hey, rest of Canada, can you meet or beat?" The David Suzuki Foundation, 4 days ago, Nova Scotia sets a new bar for ambitious climate targets. As pressure builds for bold climate action, we hope other provinces, the federal government, and the municipalities will set stronger targets and follow through with concrete action. So I was surprised with this urgency that the opposition brought forward a motion to kick this down the road another 6 months. I just wonder what the response, what the tweets would be in response to Nova Scotia kicking it down the road for 6 months. I want to conclude my contributions to the discussion reflecting on what we heard from a number of young Nova Scotians during law amendments. One cannot be unaffected by their desire to step up to influence us as leaders as they wrestle with the future that we as a generation have laid before them. I am troubled by their anxiety, as the member from Dartmouth North spoke about. And while I don't want to dismiss the reality of the challenge before us as global citizens, and I don't want to dismiss the reality that our children and grandchildren face the challenges that are real and are growing, I do think we can do more with our words. We need, as leaders, to inspire, to give hope, and to motivate action by all citizens of Nova Scotia. Is this bill perfect? No. Was EGSBA perfect? No. Is this a bill which is the next incremental step forward for our province to do our part in this global challenge? I say, yes, it is. We need to use this bill as a stepladder to inspire ourselves and our children to take on this challenge, to tackle this challenge with hope, with enthusiasm, with the energy of youthful excitement, and an attitude that we can do this. So I hope all members of this House of Assembly will unanimously pass this bill and share it with young Nova Scotians. We are taking action on climate change. Work is underway, and we've brought in new targets. Look at what this bill is instead of what it is not. Take pride. Tell your children that you did something important for them today in passing this bill. We are hopeful. We are up to the challenge, and we all want Nova Scotians to take individual actions for a better future for our province, for our country, and for our planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of the Environment. It will be to close third reading of Bill number 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say a few words. First, start off with, I want everybody, not only in this legislature, but everybody that went to law amendments and everybody that went to participate in the online, my EGSBA friends, to know that I have open ears and I've been listening and I'll continue to listen. But I just want to really pass on that it's clear that this legislation is important to a lot of people, and that's a good thing. That's probably why all of us have such an opinion on it. This is a good piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, actually, this is a great piece of legislation. It really is. And actually, after hearing everybody speak, I feel that more today than I did before. The Sustainable Development Goals Act builds on the work that we've heard about EGSBA. It's going to renew our commitment. It's a journey for us. It's marking out our next 10 years, and it puts a high priority on fighting climate change. There's no questions about that. And we've been a long leader in fighting that, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue. But with this legislation, we're going to do more. I actually feel that this bill builds on the previous bill of EGSBA, and we've learned things from that. Our new climate change goals reflect the science of IPCC. They will ensure that Nova Scotia does its fair share to reduce greenhouse gases. And we heard a lot of comments about going further, about IPCC, about 1.5 degrees, and what those recommendations are. And actually, at this time, I wouldn't mind tabling that for those that have not gone through this document. It is a signatory document. There's no question about it. And it does clearly lay out what needs to be done. And I have it on the best of science and best of evidence that we have today that it is real, that what we are going to do with 53% is going to meet that. I've been told that by excellent staff that I have that look at these things every day. And we understand the sense of urgency, and we feel it. That's why we have set the most ambitious goals in this country. Actually, the most ambitious goals in North America right now. And as my colleague had mentioned, I hadn't heard an awful lot of it from the opposition. That's the recognition that we've received from the premier environmental group in North America, the David Suzuki Foundation. When they tell us that Nova Scotia sets a new bar for ambitious climate targets, it's fair and hard for me to listen to the opposition and say there's no substantial targets here. Those two do not match up. Think about that. And I'd like to table that. So, the David Suzuki Foundation recognizes our leadership. They say that at a time when action is needed, Nova Scotia has set a new bar. They're encouraging other governments, and we're encouraging other governments, to take and follow the action that we have here. We will meet our goals while protecting the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians, especially the most vulnerable. We will ensure them while we're growing the green economy, ensuring that all Nova Scotians have the opportunity to participate in it, that they can benefit from it. And we will chart a course to meet these goals in a new climate change strategy. I've already directed my staff to begin the work on that. And we've set the target of having that strategy completed by 2020. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, will come into effect as soon as we've consulted with Nova Scotians and develop new goals that are set in regulations. And that's an important piece of this legislation. I know we're criticized about it, but it's an important part of it. We've heard some suggestions for goals during second reading. We've heard suggestions for goals here on the floor. I appreciate all those. And again, I'll tell you, my ears are open. And we will be putting forward new regulations with goals in them. But first, let's talk a little bit about consultation. We will be holding meaningful consultation, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just sort of step back for 1 minute because we've been accused of not consulting. Back a while ago, I started my journey as Minister of Environment, and one of the first initiatives that I saw on my table that I wanted to really start action on was this piece of legislation. The first thing that I did was have a conversation with Marty Janowicz, the chair of EGSPA, to try and get an understanding from him where we were. There had been some time passed. It's important to reflect and step back. May 22nd, that happened. Not very long after. That turned into a good conversation that set the framework for another meeting. That meeting happened in July with the roundtable. We sat for 2 hours. We did. And one of the biggest conversations that we had was around how do we move forward? Where are we at? What do you guys feel? What do you want? I wanted to be grounded in what the roundtable had to say. And despite what people are saying here, I consulted with the roundtable many times. That conversation was one where actually the decision was, do we try and really get out and do fruitful consultation, which would mean that bill wouldn't get to the floor of the legislature this fall? And the decision was pretty well unanimous with everybody. No, let's start the process and let's build on something that will continue. And that's what we did. We started an online. We wanted to step back and see if the principles of what EGSPA stood for and what the roundtable felt were important in their letter of 2017 were still there, and they were. We validated that through our online. So we consulted with the roundtable a few times. We consulted online, and then we come to the legislature, and we listen here. This is a form of consultation at the purest. You won't find a better place to hear what Nova Scotians think than in the legislature. I spoke with the Ecology Action Centre. I was very, very encouraged to have, and I'll do a quick shout out for Megan McMorris, who's here with us today, and to Mark Butler, who congratulated us on this piece of legislation. And again, for people to say that this is not a good piece of legislation is a bit disrespectful to the premier environmental group in Nova Scotia that feels differently. So from there, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize and talk briefly about the roundtable itself. They are an amazing group of people. There was a requirement from EGSPA for the roundtable to review this legislation every 5 years. And they met that requirement, 2012 and then again in 2017. Their recommendations in 2017 are key to why we're here today. They recommended we change the name. So think about the roundtable. They recommended we change the name, and I heard a lot of people say we should keep it the same. I wanted to respect not only the group that got us to where we are here today, but the group that I want to move forward with. So with each review, there's an opportunity to consider if the legislation needs changes, and we made changes. We made changes in 2012, previous government. We made changes in 2017. We are keeping the requirement in the legislation, and we value the input from the roundtable, and that is why the membership and the NGOs and the businesses that are on that are so important. And I just want to take one brief moment to go through the list of who is actually on that group for the understanding of everybody here, and I don't believe everybody does realize how diverse that group is. Marty Yanowich, the chair, Senior Vice President Sustainability with Stantec, representing the environmental consultants community. Robert Grant was a partner with Stuart McKelvey, representing the legal community. Jason Gay, Business Development Manager, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters. Jeff Bishop, Executive Director, Forest Products Association of Nova Scotia. William Simpkins, Atlantic Representative, Canadian Petroleum Products Institute. Sheila Cole, Nova Scotia Environmental Network. Heather Johansson, President, Atlantic Institute for Sustainability. Councillor Jennifer Watts, UNSM. Graham Gagnon, Centre for Water Resources Study, Dalhousie University, representing Dalhousie University. Tricia Berry was a member at large. Mark Butler, representing the Ecology Action Centre. Keith Finney, consulting chemist, chemical engineer, representing the Mining Association of Nova Scotia. Scott Skinner, Executive Director, Clean Nova Scotia. Henry Visitors, Executive Director, Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. And John Cracy, Principal Practice Leader, Sustainability, representing the environmental industries community. That is a wonderful, tremendous group. And if you think that talking to them isn't consulting, you're missing the point. So we also consulted with Nova Scotians to determine if the key principles and concepts and areas of focus that were proposed in these things had value. And we heard from them. And we feel that, yes, they are there. That's what built this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And we have built this in a similar collaborative way. At this point also, I just quickly would like to point out the support that I've had, not only from my Premier, from my colleagues, but from the team that I have in the Department of Environment, Laurie Roberts, John Summers, and Jason Hollett. Three of the most solid people that you will ever see to tell you that, yes, this is good legislation. Adele Poirier and Rachel Boomer, my communications people, have done a wonderful job, and all the support staff that we have that go along with that. This legislation is very much about the environment and the green economy and the healthy economy. Resilient populations will both drive and benefit from sustainable prosperity in Nova Scotia. Our future depends on growing our green economy, Mr. Speaker, an economy where we use our resources widely for sustainable development and sustainable prosperity. By taking leadership, a position on climate change, by focusing on sustainability, we're setting the stage for Nova Scotia to have a healthy environment and population and a green advantage over other jurisdictions. That's why this is a great piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is a roadmap. It's a roadmap with one of the most ambitious destinations in the country. We should all be very proud, all of us, that we're part of this today. And I would respectfully ask that each and every one of you give your full support to this bill. With that, I hereby move that we close debate on Bill 213 and it do pass.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 2. There's been a request for a recorded vote. We'll ring the bells till the whips are satisfied. Order, please. Just before we proceed with the recorded vote, I'd like to remind all members to remain silent until the vote is completed, and when your name is called, please stand tall and state a simple yea or nay. The clerks will now conduct the recorded vote on Bill number 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Ms. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
Yes.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Ms. Mitledge Diab.
We.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. Momberket.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Mr. McKay.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Ms. Lonis Croft.
Yes.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Mr. Bain.
Yes.
Ms. Maslin.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland.
Yes.
Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
Yes.
Ms. Chender.
Yes.
Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts.
Yes.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ms. Martin. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Mr. Hallman.
Yes.
Mr. Rushton.
Yes.
Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Ms. Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
Mr. Johns.
Yeah.
Mr. Comer.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Johns. Okay. Monsieur Leblanc.
Oui.
Mr. Ryan. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Pond. Those in favor of the motion, 46. Those opposed, 0.
Motion carried.
Bill number 213, an act to achieve environmental goals and sustainable prosperity.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government's business. I move that the House now recess to await the arrival of His Honour, the Lieutenant Governor.
The House will now recess while we await the arrival of His Honour. Let His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, be admitted.
His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor. It is the wish of His Honor that the ladies and gentlemen be seated.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 152, an act to reduce the use of plastic bags and other single-use products. Bill number 160, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. Bill number 163, an act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 1998, the Wilderness Areas Protection Act. Bill number 166, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2000, the Denturist Act. Bill number 169, an act to amend Chapter 156 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Expropriation Act. Bill number 170, an act to amend Chapter 371 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Highways Act. Bill number 175, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2015, the Marine Renewable Energy Act. Bill number 177, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act. Bill number 180, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act. Bill number 183, an act to amend Chapter 80 of the Acts of 1975, an act to exempt from taxation the property of the Digby Town and Municipal Housing Corporation in the town of Digby. Bill number 187, an act to amend Chapter 1, 1992 supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act. Bill number 189, an act to amend Chapter 1, 1992 supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act. Bill number 192, an act to amend Chapter 300 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Elections Act. Bill number 193, an act to protect the titles of massage therapists. Bill number 195, an act to amend Chapter 122 of the Acts of 1924, an act respecting the union of certain churches therein named. Bill number 197, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Companies Act, Chapter 98 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Cooperative Associations Act, and Chapter 101 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Corporations Registration Act. Bill number 201, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting on-site sewage disposal equipment. Bill number 203, an act respecting the labor relationship between Her Majesty and Right of the Province and the Nova Scotia Crown Attorneys Association. Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994 and 95, the Workers' Compensation Act. Bill number 213, an act to achieve environmental goals and sustainable prosperity.
In Her Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
All rise. His Honor, the Speaker.
I would ask that the members please rise and join me in the singing of our national anthem.
From far
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move to adjourn, I'd like to thank a number of people who were in the House who helped ensure that this session moved along quietly. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the pages who are here. You're representing the entire team, but on behalf of all members of this House, let me express our appreciation to your support. I want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, those at Legislative TV, Mr. Speaker, the clerks of our House, Neil, Nanette, and your team for your continued work. The Hansard team, Mr. Speaker, have done a tremendous job. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Legislative Council Office, Mr. Speaker, who drafts that sound constitutional legislation that we've been debating in this House for long periods of time. Mr. Speaker, Legislative Library, the House operations staff. This is our first time, Mr. Speaker, without Michael, but both the twin Peters did a great job of ensuring that we moved along. The committee offices, Mr. Speaker, which continue to move along. Sergeant at Arms, as always, thank you for your support. The commissionaires Commissioners, I want to express our appreciation to you as well for your continued work, not only inside of this building, but ensuring the activities on the outside move along quickly and safely. So thank you on behalf of all of us. Halifax Regional Police, Mr. Speaker, as well as the RCMP, who continue to provide support. Staff at all of our caucus offices, these sessions, we think they're difficult on those of us who sit in these chairs, but for our staffs, it's much more difficult, quite frankly. And I want to express to all caucus staffs that are here for your tremendous work. The work inside of this chamber would be impossible without them. I wish some of them would write questions that weren't so stinging, but that's okay, we'll take them. But we do want to express our appreciation to all of them. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge all of our constituency assistants. I know a number of people introduced theirs in the chamber over the last few days in this session. Your remarks were ones that I think all of us can echo the importance they play, particularly when we're in this House, but all the time. They are the front lines for us, between us and our constituents. They get the first call, and by the time we get to respond, oftentimes they're calmed down. So to all of the constituency assistants across the province, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the entire public service. Members in all sides of this House have had the privilege of being in government or working with those in the public service. We may have our differences how government works and what government is doing, but the men and women who are in the public service are committed to this province. Mr. Speaker, I think our public service stacks up against any public service in the country, and I want to acknowledge them. Mr. Speaker, also on behalf of all members, I want to acknowledge all of our families for supporting us as we're in this House, to ensuring that the things that continually happen in our children's lives continue to go along while we're sitting here, crazy hours, continue to happen. Say thank you to our families for their continued support as we're here. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the new members who this is their first session. I want to congratulate all of you on a job well done. We look forward to having someone else join you in the not too distant future. We're just not sure where they're going to sit. Mr. Speaker, with that, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Assembly, I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker.
Motion is the House now adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker.